Peter Hine held Annalise as she attempted to bite, kick those before her. In spite of being restrained by the three men, she continued to struggle. At times, she screamed and howled like a dog. She often repeated, "Put away that shit," or "Stop with that shit," to all the required text. How do you talk like that for a long time? That also makes me think like that. Makes me open to the possibility of demonic stuff because I do that voice and like literally 2 cents. It hurts my throat. Like it does not feel good. How would you talk that way for a long time and be able to keep talking? Ugh. To all the required textbook questions, such as what is your name, reason for possession, when are you leaving, no answers are provided by Annalise. Father Renz prays again and again in the name of the Blessed Trinity and calls upon the intercession of the Blessed Virgin Mary and the angels and the saints to expel the demons from Annalise. And at the end, when the group prays, Annalise is furious. And this first session lasts approximately 3.5 hours. All those present, especially Annalise, place all their hopes in the exorcism to end the possession so life can get back to normal. Sadly, it does not. And what exactly is the Roman exorcism ritual? Well, the directions for conducting an exorcism are comprised in a single section of the Roman ritual, Ritual Romanum, one of the books describing the official rites of the Roman Catholic Church. Now, prior to 1999, when the Vatican issued a revised exorcism rite to be used by Catholic priests going forward, the exorcism rite had dated back to 1614, so it stayed the same for several hundred years. And you can find copies of the entire document of the old, Catholic exorcism rite online. If you just Google Roman exorcism ritual 1614, and it's very wordy, very long. I get why it would take 3.5, 4 hours. Mostly, it's a series of prayer statements and appeals. In addition to recitations, the priest takes certain actions at particular times during the ritual. He sprinkles holy water on everyone in the room,
Just getting,
lays his hands on the
just
subject,
setting
makes the
up
sign of the cross
straight.
both on himself and on the subject, and touches the subject with the Catholic relic, usually an object associated with
Touches
the
it.
saint. And again, these are all just the Roman Catholic ones. I know that other Christian denominations have their own variations. There's typically 4 stages of an exorcism. There's pretense, which is that's the demon is hiding its true identity. That's number 1. Number 2 is breakpoint. The demon reveals itself, says its name. Number 3, the clash. The exorcist and the demon fight for the soul of the possessed. Number 4, the mushroom tattoo. This is when the exorcist slaps the tip of his dick onto the victim's forehead hard enough to cause the skin to redden in the shape of a mushroom, in the shape of the head of the penis, very mushroom, hence the name mushroom tattoo. Only circumcised priests can pull this off, and demons hate it more than anything. They really hate it when you slap them with the tip of your dick. Now, no, number 4 is expulsion. That's if the exorcist wins the battle, the demon leaves the body of the possessed. I wish it was mushroom tattoo. Oh, God. I would love to see a priest explain that with a straight face. Just in front of a congregation, just go through that mushroom tattoo description as if that's fucking completely normal. Okay. I know I'm insane. Here's an example of an exorcism prayer taken from the 1614 version of the Roman exorcism ritual. This is one of the things the priests would say. And they'd have to follow this, kind of word for word. I cast you out, unclean spirit, along with every satanic power of the enemy, every specter from hell, and all your fell companions in the name of our Lord Jesus and Christ, be gone and stay away from this creature of God. For it is he who commands you, he who flung you headlong from the heights of heaven into the depths of hell. It is he who commands you, he who once more stilled the sea and the wind and the storm. Hearken, therefore, and tremble in fear, Satan, you enemy of the faith, you foe of the human race, you begetter of death, you robber of life, you corrupter of justice, you root of all evil and vice, seducer of men, betrayer of the nations, instigator of envy, font of avarice, fomenter of discord, author of
Avarice.
pain and sorrow. Why then do you stand and resist, knowing as you must that Christ the Lord brings your plans to nothing? Fear him who in Isaac was offered in sacrifice, in Joseph sold into bondage, slain as the paschal lamb, crucified as man, yet triumphed over the powers of hell. The 3 signs of the cross which follow are traced on the brow of the possessed person at this time. And then the priest says, "Begone then in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Give place to the Holy Spirit by this sign of the holy cross of our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives and reigns with the Father and the Holy Spirit, God forever and ever." And then all present say, "Amen." And the priest says, "Lord, heed my prayer." And then all say, "And let my cry be heard by you." And the priest says, "The Lord be with you." And all say, "He must also be with you." And the priest says, "Let us pray." And meanwhile, they're doing this. It's in this room, somebody is writhing and fucking talking in the demon voice. I mean, intense shit. I mean, I can, I don't know. I can barely imagine what it must be like to be in a room like that, just based on horror movies, I guess. But man, in real life, wow, that'd be intense. And this is again, but one of many prayers to be recited at the afflicted during the ritual. Well, Father Renz, he reads in Latin, leads the prayer, sprinkles holy water, makes the sign of the cross. Oh yeah, and all that's done in Latin, by the way. Touches, Annalise's forehead, gives her a blessing, all according to the ritual. There's no time for him to write down an account of what's transpired in this first ritual. But from September 29th on, at the suggestion of Thea Hine, a church friend of the family, he does begin to tape record the sessions. And then Thea and Joseph, they make sure they're all recorded. Father Renz later produces 2 tapes we'll hear a little bit of here in just a second. He plays, highlights the more important session. Father Alt played this tape for Bishop Stengel during a visit with him in Würzburg to update him on the progress of the exorcisms. Annalise herself would listen
Billy
to this later.
Goat.
She expressed her approval.
Small goat.
Be given to the bishop.
I do love them small goats.
Obviously, I joke
you mean the kids?
Time sucks, and this one hasn't been too much.
I do like the small goats, the kitty goats. I listened to them a little bit this
morning before we started recording, and
they're just so bashful.
Some creepy music that's been layered underneath them, but the raw audio to me does sound like the same raw audio from other clips I found. So let's check a few of these out.
Oh, goodness. Let's see if I can last longer than 2 hours tonight. We'll see. I would love to, but there's no guarantee.
Wow.
It doesn't help that I don't like heaters.
In the dark, in a little room by yourself.
And they have the heat on tonight, and I hate it. I hate heaters, how they make me feel. Like, I like a warm, nice fire.
Listen to one more. This is another little
but, like, a heater fucking sucks. It makes me fucking, my nasal cavities so fucking in pain. It's crazy. Well, on vacation, we'll ask, make my ass. Hey, Haven. Hello. Hello there.
Jesus.
Haven.
Well, that one really
ring the drum.
That one, gosh. There's a window
Haven's
to my
here.
right. I have like the blinds drawn like shut, but then some car or something must have driven by and it made the shadows freak out, which made it look like the blind move. I about jumped out of my seat.
Yeah.
Man, that was scary.
Well, I just started stream.
Oh no. Now my computer screen just went black. Oh man. That is freaky. That is freaky. My God, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, okay. So, oh man, and then I have my computer not plugged in, so the screen can go blank, and I wasn't touching it, and then I went complete darkness. Oh, I feel like a little kid. Oh, now I don't even know where I am in my notes. I'm all out of it. I'm all freaked out. I thought I wasn't scared this episode. Okay, so sorry guys. I gotta pull my shit together. I gotta find where I'm supposed to be. Okay, now I'm back. Man, that really scared me. Okay, keep going back and forth. This sucks, man. Sometimes it starts to feel a little ridiculous. And I feel silly on it.
I am very, I wish I wasn't, and I think that's what's happening, is that
so September 29th,
I always get sinuses because people have the heat on, and the heat where AC, keeps it cool, nice, and like, but when they turn the heat on, it feels like a fucking oven. It slowly...
And that really freaked me out by the window. I just can't stop thinking about it. I don't like that I saw shadows.
It hits me right.
I really don't like that at all. Because it's not happening
right
now.
in the sinuses, and I fucking hate it.
Man,
it's garbage. It makes me feel just so out of it.
This is our work. She cannot take any exams. I'll take care of it. The snot nose is cursed. I will not let her free. I will not get out alone. And we are so many inside her. The snotty slut is ours.
Damn it.
Snotty. You have to pray much more by order of that one, Virgin Mary. they should still recite rosary. Or
I wish that wasn't the truth, but like
at least for half a year.
I genuinely am not a fan of the heater. I've never been a fan of like heaters going on for too long.
People standing during I planned on doing this in the scary voice, but I don't feel like it right now.
I mean, that's every heater, my man. Gotta fight it off, adapt, and get the clap. No, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck adapting to this garbage shit. Like, I like it when it's cold. I enjoy the cold so I don't feel stuffy and feel like a fucking microwave pig.
So I don't need to say the whole.
That's the whole goddamn point of the cold. But when people blast a fucking heater, it ruins the cold that I enjoy. So that I can't put on a fucking blanket or like set up a gosh darn bonfire that's really nice.
In addition to actual demons and Christian.
Fuck that. The answer is fuck that.
I bet a lot of you guys are thinking that I faked being freaked out earlier.
It means replaced it. Plus, I'm joking. Easy. I know.
I was actually feeling.
I know you are.
Okay about this episode until the window weird shit happened. Yeah, none of this is. I do not bullshit you guys. I go back and forth on whether I believe this stuff or not, but that was like the most scared I've been on the time suck was that one moment. But in addition to actual demons in Christian exorcism mythology, yeah, the souls of the damned can show up. I didn't realize that. It's not just like some weird entity, which I guess I did know that. I just wasn't thinking about it in that way. Like Judas isn't like some demon. It's like the person of Judas, his soul in hell. So I guess technically, if you got possessed today, in addition to like
it's plenty cold over there. It's plenty nice and cold, chilly and just nice and like a cooler. So nice.
I wrestle you, priest. I wrestle you. Come on, priest. Let us lock cocks. Let us cock wrestle for possession of soul. Can you beat Chikatilo? Maybe we
I hate my sinuses like this, and it's only because just turn it down a few fucking degrees. It doesn't need to be fucking 70.
That is possible. Why did that make me feel better?
It's hot, stuffy. I don't like it. I don't like 70 fucking degrees.
Killer. How does that
like just turn it? 65 is a nice.
So he didn't show up with
is a nice cool. It's not too cold and it's nice.
It is that kind of stuff.
I just don't understand.
Again, back to the skeptical side for a moment, because if evil spirits are going to show up,
like 65 is a nice,
people the possessed clearly knew of.
Cool time.
If damned ones could take over Annalise's body, why not like H.H. Holmes? You know, that piece of shit American serial killer from Time Suck 25 died in 1896. Odds are Annalise had not heard of him. Now, when you suddenly become Hitler, it reads a little too over the top for me. Again, though, see, this is my notes that I have written down, but now I keep talking. I know this is probably annoying. After the window thing, I'm gonna have trouble sleeping tonight. If I see weird shadows tonight, oh man, I'm gonna have to have some drinks tonight. Please don't. Oh man, I'm gonna take some melatonin tonight. I do not want to fuck around with shadows tonight. During one session, Annalise grabs a family friend by the throat. Takes two men to pull Annalise off of her. This woman Thea, she's that local friend who goes to church with Michelle's. She had initially arranged the whole ill-fated, burning shit-scented San Damiano trip. She would speak of the incident later, saying she had the strength of a bear, yet she was a delicate thing. You can't imagine the strength she had. I thought this time she would wring my neck. 5 men were there: the priest, Peter, my husband, Mr. Michelle, and I believe Father Alt. I thought she was going to strangle me. And that is pretty strange. I mean, can that be explained by mental illness? I mean, maybe. I mean, I can't find any studies that definitively correlate, dramatic increases in physical strength with mental illness. Annalise once stated, "I can speak any language, but feel free to speak to me in German." Although Father Renz normally would read from his prayer book in Latin, on one occasion he spoke freely without his book, and Annalise immediately pointed out that he had made a mistake and that his Latin was poor. It was also astonishing to the priest to see Annalise's immediate responses to questions put to her in Dutch and Chinese. Now, I couldn't find direct audio of that, but how the hell do you explain that? If that really happened, and she doesn't know, like, Chinese, how is she answering questions? Apparently, that's used as a strong indicator of possession because, if you're asking somebody a question in a language that their family knows that they don't know, and then the demon responds correctly in that language, yeah, that would fucking blow my mind. And I guess demons apparently understand all languages because, in addition to supposedly having a higher intellect with human beings, I'm not quite sure how that's been established. I don't know if there's any biblical basis for that. There isn't that I can find. It's like, hey, man, demons are like 20% smarter. But they've existed since the creation of the world. Their knowledge of the dead, dead language is proven in many cases to point to possession throughout history. Okay, anyway, constant exorcisms and conversations between the damned and the priests via Annalisa's body go on all the way from September of 1975 through February 29th, 1976.
So look at that. Just had that.
February 29th, 1976
looks like
forward,
there's doors everywhere.
I guess they got bored.
Look at all those doors.
Roar, make mindless, inhuman sounds as Annalisa's body jerks around like a rag doll. In all, 67 exorcism sessions would end up being performed, 1 or 2 each week, lasting up to 4 hours between September 1975 and her death on July 1st, 1976. Man, 67. What's really interesting to me is that while all this is going on, she'll still have like periods of being lucid and of being herself again, like in the middle of all these things we've been talking about. Like her life during this period just felt like it was like she was suffering from some kind of spiritual bipolar disorder. She'd be having Judas take hold of her body, one day. She'd be screaming, at priests. She'd be screaming prayers at the night, trying to choke somebody out, eating flies, hurting herself. And then she would be okay for a little while and start like eating normally again. Because somehow she was able to keep a portion of her schooling up throughout all of this. I had no idea how, but she did. On March 3rd, 1976,
then I'm gonna make all these.
After all that we've already talked
I'll
about,
make all these. I hope everybody's having a good day. Other than the fucking sinus shit, I'm having a pretty a-okay day.
She flips out again. She freezes stiff in her room.
It's been pretty okay so far.
Playing, a many-year-long game of freeze tag with a horrible invisible friend.
I did want to bring that up of like.
She flips out.
It's been going pretty good. Got out of there relatively early, enough to come home and just chill out.
And then on April 14th, 1976, despite
before stream,
she's able to meet with one of her professors.
Real nice, in all honesty.
Later described,
been so good.
At this time, that she appeared to be in good health still,
and then
both psychologically and physically.
little
so weird.
Chimneys.
One day, stark raving mad, slamming knees into the church floor, snarling at a crucifix. Next day, having a productive conversation with a college professor. And then on April 30th, she loses her shit big time again. Freezes in her room and starts shrieking, and they can't get her to stop, loudly and continuously, screaming endlessly. Her friends and her boyfriend Peter can't get her to quit. They call two of the priests, Father Renz, Father Alt, who agree to come the next day. She screams until she falls asleep, and then the next morning, when she wakes up, acts like nothing happened. Constant back and forth of her life is continuing. Just, man, such a wild roller coaster. For the next few days, she alternates between periods of being in good health and good spirits, eating and
That's
drinking.
That's good. I'm just on way to work, so tired today. Usual, yeah.
Finds her gasping for air. She indicates
manager was nice to me. He thanked me for my time for being there, and he's like, I know, you don't like being in the deli. I totally get it.
Her face contorts
but thank you for coming in all the time and not complaining. You don't know how much it is to a treat to have that. I hope your day at work is good, though. I hope it doesn't suck. Big donk dick. Big a donk dick. Not fun.
I picture myself coughing and a little beetle coming out of my mouth, and then I lose my mind forever. That's my current mental state.
Little chimneys here and there going down.
According to a book I read on Annalisa's possession, this is the phenomena known, and I couldn't find it on a regular Google search, but it was in this book known as possessed gravity. And this is allegedly when the possessed basically take on a new amount of greater mass that shouldn't be physically possible. And I'm probably using that term wrong. Greater weight. They become denser, not bigger. They become denser, and so they can't become moved. Like they're unmovable suddenly. Like similar to kind of how the possessed can, like we talked about, supposed to become far stronger than what should be physically possible. They can weigh more. Now, I can't find cases of this, on video or anything. I've never seen it myself. But if it's true, impossible to explain scientifically. Like with the sudden extra strength,
for
you can
the
talk
baker,
about like a adrenaline spike or some other physical factor. But there's no way to explain.
2-stack for the baker, which would be this one.
We're 120 pounds, now feel like 400 pounds. That would freak me out, just like the person answering in a language they shouldn't know. I mean, I don't know how you rationalize that if you do see something like that in any other way than supernatural. On May 9th, the possessed gravity phenomena happens again. Annalise's parents, Joseph and Anna, and Peter, and her sister Barbara, all work together, can barely lift this tiny frozen woman into a car. During the rest of May and June, things then seem
This
to
is
ease
the
up a bit.
fruit
Again, the roller
seller.
coaster back and forth. Then in July, things become worse than ever. Now it's when it gets very, very bad.
To the window.
I'm sorry, not July. I wrote that down wrong. During the rest of May and the beginning of June, and then towards the end of June, things get really bad. July, they would get really technically worse because she would no longer be alive. She started barely sleeping again. She stopped eating. A lot of pictures on the web of Annalise are from this, this final period. She looks emaciated. Her eyes are black and blue from self-harm. Starts injuring herself in various ways. She'd hit her head against objects, punch herself in the face. She'd bite herself, rub her face against the wall to scrape it up, on and on. Starts asking her family to tie her up so she can't hurt herself. She'd throw herself to the ground, or that's what it would look like. But also she would claim that something else was slamming her to the ground, some unseen force. Somehow in the middle of this violent chaos, she's still trying to complete a portion of her studies. I guess I admire her dedication, man, not to give up on her schooling during all this. Still working on that theology thesis, still asking to have the deadline extended, still having exorcisms performed on her. Yeah, that summer. Go back a little bit, May 30th, 1976, Father Alt brings a physician friend of his to witness an exorcism, with Annalise. And this Dr. Richard Roth, allegedly upon witnessing some of the craziness we've been talking about, cries out, "My God, she has stigmata. There is no injection against the devil." Hopefully, Annalise was not aware enough to hear the doctor say that. That is not a good morale boost. To hear a doctor essentially say, official medical diagnosis, FUBAR. She is fucked up beyond all recognition. June 8th, that would be the last time Father Alt would see Annalise alive. One of her eyes during this exorcism is swollen shut that time because she had recently thrown herself through a glass door. She's sickly and emaciated. She's refusing to eat almost all the time. When she could eat, it was as if she had some brief window in which she was allowed to do so by the unseen forces. Like she would just pound a few liters of juice or eat something really quick like an animal, and then she would all of a sudden, at some weird cutoff, whatever was still in her mouth, she would spit out. She just had to be done. She would sometimes scream, the voices of the damned, clear through the night, hours of constant screaming. June 30th was her last exorcism. Last night she would be alive. Two of her sisters, her boyfriend Peter, they're present. She'd come down with a fever this time around 102 Fahrenheit. And after hours of exorcism rituals, she finally asked in her real voice for absolution from Father Renz, a declaration of forgiveness for all her sins. He gives it to her, and then she says goodbye to Peter, her father, her sisters. She asked her mother to stay at her side, asked for everyone else to leave the room, and her last words, according to her mother, were, "Mama, please stay with me. I'm afraid." It's so fucking sad. She fell asleep from exhaustion, and then sometime that night, in the early morning of July 1st, with her mother by her side, 23-year-old Annalise dies in her sleep. She had once told her family earlier that year that she hoped she'd be free of the demons by July. She had also been talking to Peter about wanting to get married that fall, and I guess she did get one of the things she wanted. Through death, she was finally free of this torment, we hope. And that takes us out of this time suck timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Not long after Annalise's death, some of the priests involved in her exorcism would be put on trial for manslaughter resulting from negligence. Before I give a brief overview of this trial, let's check in real quick with the most heavily viewed Annalise video on YouTube. Let's lighten it up. This video has over 40 million views. It's called simply "The Real Exorcism of Annalise Michel," and many of the comments underneath it are written, of course, by the idiots of the internet.
Idiots of the internet.
Okay, before the idiotic comments, some pretty funny ones in the comment section here. Little reminder before we talk about them of what they are referring to. Let's listen to another little clip of Annalise Michel, one of her exorcisms. Jeez.
Spooky.
Wow, that is very freaky. I'm not as freaked out this time because I got a full disclosure. I had to break down and go during that the segment when we stopped recording for a second, leading into the internet. I had to go blow my nose. I didn't realize Lindsay. I thought she was home right now. She was at the office. She's in the office with Josh right now. I'm in the separate room recording, and they fucked with me. She went out and walked by the window. That was the shadow. That's why it scared me so bad because it really was weird. And of course it was weird because like no one's supposed to walk by that window. There's like a space like landscaping and then sidewalks. So I was like, why did it look like something was right by the window? So yeah, they had a good laugh. And I'm glad I walked out and I found that out so I could be not as freaked out. But yeah, I wanted to let you guys know that's why it scared me so bad. It really was weird. Okay, so the voice though still scary, still very scary. That's what these people are commenting on in this thread. Roughly 2 minutes long of Annalise Michelle. User Markek UTD posts, "That's just how German people talk," which made me laugh pretty hard. Because I know I get a lot of German listeners. Not the prettiest of languages, very guttural. Well played. User Erica Platz posts, "I thought that was a new single from Katy Perry." That was pretty funny as well. User Ya Boy posts, "Sounds like my ass after Taco Bell." That is pretty funny. User Todd Lynch posts, "Still better than Nickelback." Oh man, poor Nickelback. They got to be the most shit on band in history. Like as far as big successful bands, they've had a lot of big albums, sold a lot of records. Man, they get shit on. and this is gross, but also I do think this is pretty funny. Obviously very irreverent. User Apollo posts, "Successfully masturbated to this." Ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. Well played, everybody. Thanks for participating in the internet. Now for some dumb. Now let's get to some dumb. User Jennifer Jelly Sushi Hunter posts a reply to someone who had their original comment removed. I feel like that happens quite a bit on YouTube. But I'm posting her reply anyway, just because it alone is just so ridiculous. So she's replying to Anonymous Pookie, whatever they said. And what she says is, "Whether she was mentally retarded or not, that does not give you any, all caps, right to start calling her a all caps retard and all caps all things a bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? You sound mentally retarded to me, so I should start calling you, all caps, a retarded
asshole. How are you? How's every little thing?
Caps, retarded asshole.
How's it treating you? How's life been? Hope you've been good.
Jenny. Easy.
How's every little thing?
Man, hello, pot talking to kettle. Let me get this straight. You're mad because someone referred to Annalise as a, quote, retard. And I'm with you on that. I'm not a big fan of that word. Not a big fan. You know, it's one of the words I tossed around a lot as a kid. You know, when I didn't know any better, didn't understand how hurtful it is to a lot of people. But then if it's so offensive to you, which it clearly is, why are you using it so much? Why are you throwing that exact word back at somebody? That's so stupid. Like, you don't like that someone uses the word, so you call them that word, 3-4 times in one post? That's like getting mad about someone dropping an N-bomb, and then you refer to that person over and over as an N-bomb. Like, so weird to hate someone.
Been all right, waiting to start a meeting. Been working on a commission art today. Nice. Nice. You've been working on art commission. Nice.
Eating apple, motherfucking apple person.
And you got a meeting. Sweet. Being productive. Finding productivity.
User Gabby Demand.
My goodness.
Does something I see all the time on the web.
If you want, I would love to see it, but if you're like, yeah, I'll show it when it's done.
What she's doing, it's called virtue signaling.
Totally fine.
An Urban Dictionary. I did not know.
Totally fine as well.
Signaling, also defined by Google as the action or practice of publicly expressing opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or the moral correctness of one's position on a particular issue. Bert Kreischer just told me what that is. I just did his podcast, Bertcast. Really fun, by the way.
Yeah.
It's past Saturday in Salt Lake City. Had a blast. Super fun dude. He was at the other.
Gotta remember to save.
I'll let you know.
So glad that you're working on that. I'm just in the middle of once this final house is done, I'll be done with the basics of this town, and I can move on for now.
Or conservative that just line up with the.
So this hovel will be done. Put a little landmark right here. Put like the entrance to it right around here or something like that, and then
yeah, we all are. You dumb
like it goes
no
like
one
that.
Is arguing in favor of more kids getting shot. You moron. Like, that is not the issue. You are not adding anything intelligent to the discussion with your silly Captain Obvious cheerleading bullshit. Like, in this case, like, I don't like what happened to her, or I feel
so
bad
it does
for her.
like
Yeah, we all do,
this.
you shithead. That goes without saying. No rational, somewhat decent person is glad that all of this happened to her. It's an obvious post you put there to let other people know that you are a good person.
Yes, I tried to make it look good.
Well. And add something interesting to the dialogue and shut the fuck up. No,
or put it on Discord, but it's too big. Well, you could take a screenshot of it if you want.
Like it when
but I totally understand.
Okay. One more. User Echo X Ruby posts something that makes me hope that she really isn't a teacher. She says, I have a class of children diagnosed with autism, and one of them does that noise and speaks that way really often. This has nothing to do with demons. Really? So what you think?
I'm ready for the holiday to get here. I can't wait for it.
Moron? I can make that noise.
It'll be a nice day off.
It's not a noise limited to Annalise or autistic kids. You are focusing way too much on one tiny part of a giant picture. Annalise's issues went a little deeper than the type of voice she used. Do your autistic kids also speak fluently in other languages that, make that voice? Do they pin themselves to their seats, go into trances, suddenly become heavier when you try to lift them out of their desk? Do they choke classmates with superhuman strength? Look, I'm not saying exorcisms are legit. I'm not saying I know that or I even believe that. Jury's out for me internally. But if you're going to mock them in a way that makes sense. Like, how are you a teacher? How are you in charge of anything? Who put you in charge of a class of autistic kids? Focusing on only the sound she's making is the reason she couldn't be possessed because other people can make the same sound. It's sort of like thinking a murder suspect can't be guilty because they supposedly murdered someone with the same type of knife that you have at home. And you haven't murdered anyone with that type of knife, so no one could.
Christmas week, I'm working every day but Christmas Day.
In a similar way, possession isn't about a scary
Well, I'm going to be working...
that anyone can do. If possessions are real...
I'm going to be working probably right before Christmas. Christmas Day, I'm not. Our store will be closed because that is just how our store works.
Okay, so the trial. Let's talk about that.
That is how our store functions, like that.
Big in the media.
All of our stores will be closed. You cannot buy anything from there. So sorry. We do apologize. Better not luck next time. I also bought the Real Ghostbusters DVD. It should be coming in Sunday.
Pathologist said her death.
I was like, I really want it because Afterlife came out, and I was like, ooh, I love Ghostbusters, and they were like, and multiple reviews are like, it's nostalgia bait. It's literally nostalgia bait. It's nothing, anything big, and I was like, damn it.
Epilepsy, but it hadn't damaged.
And I'm like, you know what? I'll just watch something that I really do enjoy, and
usually dilated, and the body showed
something that was like my big thing, which is the cartoon series.
So some things didn't line up with the diagnosis. The local rumor mill goes crazy. The press catches wind of her exorcisms and questionable death. Local non-religious journalists go hardcore against the church. They frame the narrative of Annalise's death as evil and superstitious church practices.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then add another house, and that'll be the 6 small little shanty houses over there.
Messages basically saying that she didn't die.
So that'll be nice.
Demons of the exorcism, but instead she chose to die. It's another group of people.
And then
it's being like
anything else that I need? We got a little place for the carts and stuff like that.
Going crazy with this. There's still that belief that someone can essentially pay for the sins of others by.
I might need to make these a little bit smaller so that this one, or make this a little bit bigger. Probably need to make this a little bit bigger. You know what? I'm gonna make it a bit bigger. Instead of making those little shanty houses smaller, I'll make this bigger.
They don't want to prosecute anyone. They want to just kind of go away. But that's not true. They do
put it right here.
Annalise's death that claimed to hear again Annalise herself, the Sister Dorothea, Carmelite nun. She claimed to receive messages from Annalise that Annalise wanted to have her body exhumed to provide proof that there was demonic forces at play.
So that the proof would be it looks like it can hold actual cards in there.
There would be no
and not. I'll send you pics in a sec. Okay.
under the pretense.
But yeah, no, I like.
Switch out the coffins. But they believed that the real reason was to.
That's so sad that it's become nostalgia bait, because I'm like, it could have been something way different and been original. But you know what? And a lot of people are like, it's basically Stranger Things and Ghostbusters with a lot of nostalgia bait, and I'm like, oh.
And then the parents.
Fun.
Goes on. It's a big deal with the press. The courtroom has a seating capacity of.
And I mean, that is a good question. Of like, Red Letter Media brought it up pretty heavily. Of like, what is like this generation's like actual independent thoughts and stuff like that. And I'm like, there's lots of independent media out there. It's just not mainstream. There's lots of independent media of like comic books and other stuff and TV shows and stuff like that. It's just not.
Charges. What was involved, he said, was that some citizens
it's just not as major as people think.
Against the exorcism, the only point to consider
it's very sad
was the fact that the girl had
because there's a lot of stuff that is being made today that is those independent things that we're like, oh man.
Your Honor, you may laugh about this, and even 50 million people. It says in the quote, "relax about this." 50 million people relax about this. Maybe we're meant to say also laugh. I don't know. I think it feels like there's some translation problems here. But he says, if I am to tell you that we did cast out 50 demons, I stand by what I'm saying because I am representing also the authentic belief of the Catholic Church. Can you imagine something along along those lines being said today in a U.S. court? Did I tie my wife up in the basement for several days, Your Honor? No, I tied up 6 demons that were using my wife's body for several days. That kind of talk would not help your case. That's not going to get your case dismissed. Might add some extra time to it. Father Alt never thought she was dangerously ill. He spoke about the various demons, about how Annalise didn't want to eat because of the demon influence. Father Wren said if he suspected a real physical illness, he would have been the first to contact medical help. A lot of testimony was given during Annalise's trial. Friends, classmates, family, doctors, other members of the clergy. At the end of the first week, the court heard some exorcism tapes, the ones we listened to show that she was possessed. Father Rodwick, he was called to testify, said that out of the 1,000 cases of possession that he had data on, no one had ever died. He compared a state of possession to a hypnotic state in the sense that people have no idea over what they're doing. Peter and Thea Hine also testified on Friday that Annalisa did not want to talk to a physician because she was terrified of being called crazy, sent to the state mental institution. Regarding the medicine Annalise was taking to control her epilepsy, that Tegretol, a doctor testified that while some drugs prescribed for the treatment of epilepsy could themselves produce a psychosis,
let's see
this is not known to be the case with Tegretol, so they don't think it was the medicine. Annalise's parents they dug a proverbial hole in the priest when they kept saying that they entrusted their daughter's body and soul to the care of the church and the priest.
See if that helps. Haven, see if you can do anything now.
Care of Annalise, and through their negligence, she died. And here's what the court ended up deciding. The court opinion was that the parties to the affair could not have known that the epilepsy had morphed into the psychosis, which is what had taken place. And then in May 1976,
there you go.
Annalise no longer had the ability to decide her fate freely. The exorcisms had influenced her illness. By not calling a doctor, the defendants had become guilty of negligent homicide.
See if that helps you, Haven.
Got kind of a meaningless sentence. They were sentenced to like half a year.
If you're still there,
in prison, but then that was suspended for 3 years. And none of them ever spent a day in jail. And then they just had to pay court costs, is basically all they had to pay. The defense said they were going to appeal. They didn't like, a guilty verdict, but then they didn't. Father Alt wanted to have his sentence revised, but he refused the appeal, saying this is a matter of God. Worldly courts could not pass judgment on it. Then after the trial, some more weird shit goes on. And I do feel like the judge was lenient because it was just a fucked up situation. It wasn't like she was this completely healthy girl and all of a sudden her parents chained her to a bed and forced priests to do exorcism. Like, she wanted it. She was a grown-up when she wanted it. Maybe she was mentally ill, but it was very confusing, as you guys now know after listening to this suck. And then after the trial, people keep spreading messages attributed to her speaking from beyond the grave. Dr. Veth, that theology professor, she kept trying to finish her thesis.
It's sending.
The man who
I don't know why Haven can't read chat.
He died shortly after the trial of heart failure.
I don't know why she can't read chat. I don't understand.
2 men who had built a float, spoofing the exorcism during a carnival parade in Klingenberg. They were injured in a freak accident right after
Hey,
the trial. Peter, her boyfriend, his eyes right after the
hope you're
trial
doing well.
jet black. He had horns.
Hope everything's going well for you. She might have to restart her whole Twitch.
Around to places instead of walking, and
mayhaps that is a problem that needs to happen.
Of course not. That was ridiculous. The suck leads.
Hope you're doing well, Shy.
Final wrap up here. Was Annalise just mentally ill? You know, but then how does that?
I'm gonna try to make her a moderator, see if that fixes it, and then I'll unmod Haven.
Being unable to be lifted.
Don't know why it's not
if she wasn't part of a culture
loading for her.
And
very confused by that.
Happened in the first place. There's this Freudian psychoanalysis of Annalise's possession, in that her symptoms of hysteria, or her symptom of hysteria was caused by sexual conflict. You know, did she have this hysteria because her dad was original, like the one therapist said, and that she hated her mother? Is alleged possession really just some sort of regression into childhood behavior? There's also this weird thing that women seem to experience possession more often than men. Why is that? You know, why do possession trances often most often occur in agricultural societies where women are brought up to be obedient and nurturing as opposed to be independent? You know, is it somehow cultural?
Let's see.
She clearly wasn't raised to be a strong, independent woman, and you don't hear about strong, independent women, to my knowledge, becoming possessed. You don't hear about some, like, you know, white collar, independent, career climbing, ass kicking, go getter. Suddenly, her career is derailed.
Well, meeting is about to start. Oh, I get you.
I feel like it's like women like Annalise. Like,
I'm simply listening to an amazing friend while I eat cheese balls and draw. I gotcha. I'll lurk. Well, let's look at what PNGtuber is doing.
Somehow kill Annalise.
Look at this. Look at all this.
Explain her strongly dilated pupils at the moment of her death.
Oh my goodness.
Could account
oh
for
my gosh.
Vocalizations perhaps at the end. A patient in London around 1995 was given a very high.
The only thing that I would say maybe PNGtuber needs to make it feel like this is this right here, this leg, the left leg. Make it feel like it's leaving the ground. So this one makes sense. I mean, I like it. That's the only thing that I would recommend. I love it. I fucking love it. So far, looking fucking fancy. Looking fucking amazing. Looking great.
Blood, especially the platelets, does cause users to bruise easily. Could that account for Father Renz's description of Annalise?
So good, Neko.
Looking black and blue after hitting herself. Ulceration of the gums is another symptom that some.
This is what I got so far, Shy.
At the very end, and she did have these mouth.
This is what I got so far.
Could be seen as an
got a fucking town.
Drug. Who knows? Who knows? We'll never know for sure.
Thanks.
And that's why this topic is creepy.
You're welcome.
There's a lot of possible signs.
So I got a little town right here.
To explain,
tips are always helpful.
I guess maybe
not really any tips. I mean, I could go on about perspective.
What if it wasn't Lindsay who had ran by the window to scare me?
I would say the biggest thing is I would flip this house.
And we have so many things to worry about.
This chicken coop.
Relationships being harmed by some psychotic stranger.
I would say flip it a little bit, or make it closer. Make it a little bit closer, because perspective-wise, she's like right here. She's up here.
Well, if it's real, I hope not, but a lot of people believe it.
And the house is up, the chicken coop is up here, and her arm is on it, on the actual chicken coop.
Just doesn't sound right.
So my thought is that it's all the way back here.
You know,
like the arm is all the way back here. It would be the arm would either not touch the chicken coop, but if you want to keep that in, the chicken coop either needs to be a bit bigger or a bit closer to the camera, to the viewer. So like move the legs to be like right here. Also maybe skew it a little bit, like
definitely did die early.
Make it like this.
July 1st, 1976. That we know for sure. The events that led to
remember
her death will be questioned.
Perspective. So like it's looking forward. It's looking more forward, like the building.
Negligent homicide. but could her death really have been prevented?
Characters are all right so far.
Not. Number 3, possessed gravity.
As far as I would say, maybe give more expressions, because remember, like when things smile,
4, virtue signaling, the action or practice of publicly
like this,
expressing opinions or sentiments intended to demonstrate one's good character or the moral correctness of one's position.
They do something like that.
Now that you know what that is, check out.
Remember, the human expression is very used.
5, new info.
How we see and view, and like you want to make her smile look natural.
Excuse me, South Carolina recently did.
And I think you're also using the models from creating a character and stuff like that,
recently in South Carolina, sisters Brittany Jones,
which is totally fine. I'm just saying that's what I would do.
With the cross, and what police called an exorcism attempt. The incident happened last month.
But other than that, keep going, keep making it your own, keep working to make it work for you.
And they hit her over and over
and bam,
on the upper and lower part.
Do not save. Donut saves.
She finally escaped.
All right. Back to the artwork right now.
Arrived at her residence and found her home in disarray.
Oh shit! That sounded fucking awful.
Attempt one, especially on a neighbor. Can you imagine that? Your neighbors break in, hold you down, and start beating you with the cross. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Time suck. Top 5 takeaways.
Okay.
The demonic possession of Annalise Michelle, part 1 and part 2, now in the suck pile, next to the suck shed. Thanks to Harmony Velicamp, Jesse Dobner, Lindsay Cummins, Josh Krell.
All right. Let's see.
Richard the Night Stalker Ramirez killed at least 14 people and raped and tortured at least 24 more.
Not the best with perspective yet. Yep, that's why we're learning. I mean, look at what I had to do with my perspective lines. Like, it is not easy. I totally understand that. But like, yeah, once you learn it, you'll be like, why haven't I been using it the whole time?
Before sneaking into some
you'll be like, hot damn, I should use it all the time.
You have the stomach for it.
But you'll get there.
All about the dirty deeds of this dark piece of shit. Extra big parental advisory on this one.
Then you'll be as amazing as me and Fox.
On Time Suck.
Fox is an amazing artist as well. He's pretty cool. If you don't know his work, he's a shy red fox.
Hello, Time Suckers. I'm Dan Cummins, and this is Time Suck. Hail Nimrod. Praise Bojangles. Glory be to Michael motherfucking McDonald. And Lucifina, she is...
He does amazing work. Wow. Good friend of mine.
Kind of topical heaviness. One of my favorite sucks, by the way. We're going pure, just kind of
yeah. This week. And when you do the first time, you know what happens? You keep doing it.
If you do
you keep making it.
It really doesn't get any darker.
Keep practicing. You keep putting yourself out there. And then eventually you'll get to a point where you're just like, I am pretty damn awesome.
There's a lot of podcasts out there, and I'm so
I'm not too sweet. I'm just sweet enough.
And to promote.
Follow. Hell yeah. You give that Foxboy a follow. He's too sweet.
Spreads the suck. And I thank you. Bringing this year's Flat Earth Tour to a lot of new cities, and tickets are selling well.
And if everybody doesn't know, Chiba is also pretty awesome as well.
Step that shit up.
Pretty awesome and stupendous.
Birmingham, Alabama on the 10th.
But hey, that's everybody that comes here. Everybody seems pretty awesome and stupendous so far. I haven't met everybody has these like horror stories that I've met have these horror stories of like of some of the people that have followed them. So far, all in all, I haven't had any bad experiences. They're either like, oh, they're kind of shitty to me or something like that. Nope. Haven't had it yet.
And I keep forgetting.
And I don't think I will.
I didn't even mean to do that. It actually just started to pop out. keep forgetting I'll be doing
They've been nothing but stupendous people.
March 7th through the 11th,
very supportive of me.
Those little fun hounds, Tom and Dan. The mediocre time guys. Yep. We're going to sail out of Port Canaveral on May 7th, and we're going to head straight into the heart of the Bermuda Triangle and never return. No, not sure where we're going, actually, other than out to sea. And we'll return on the 11th. And it's going to be a blast. There's going to be a bunch of hangouts, some live podcasting to be done, drinks, some merriment to be had and shared. You can put a hold on a cabin for just $25 if you're interested. Tom and Dan cruises always sell out, and this one will be no different. Looking forward to it. Hope I remember to get an L. Ron Hubbard Sea or Captain's hat for my journey, and hope some of you can make it. Lindsay will also be there if you like her more than me. Why not? TomandDanCruise.com for more info. And quick word of condolence to loyal sucker Aaron Mayo, who just lost his pet and family member Stella the cat just the other day. I know that stings, and sorry for your loss. A lot of fantastic updates on Monday's Gun Suck at the end. Bonus Suck 19, Richard Ramirez right now. All right, so the Night Stalker. Why suck him? Well, as far as serial killers go, he may scare me the most. Some serial killers seem to still possess some kind of portion of humanity within them, right? Like they're fucked up monsters, all of them, but most to me still seem a little human. Like take Jeffrey Dahmer. I almost felt sorry for him when we did that suck. He just seemed almost mentally handicapped. He seemed aware that there was something really wrong with him. He seemed to feel kind of bad about who he was. He was trying to create a sex zombie. He was sadistic, to be sure, but also just delusional and pathetic. Seemed childish in a way, kind of similar to Ed Gein, who just seemed like a fucked up kid in a way. Or BTK, huge monster, but also able to convince a family and kids he raised into thinking he was a good guy. When it came to his family, he actually was a good guy. He actually did care about them. It was the occasional stranger he really didn't care about, and he was capable of doing the most horrible things to them. With Richard Ramirez, there appeared to be no good in him. There's no but he did this that was nice, at all. Nothing as an adult. He just seemed to be pure, unadulterated evil, like Ted Bundy, but worse. I mean, even Ted Bundy at least tried to hide the fact that he was evil. Even Bundy, saved lives on a suicide hotline, saved a kid from drowning once. Richard would have fucking just watched the kid drown and laugh. He would have tried to talk people into killing themselves if he worked as a suicide hotline operator. He was just
trying to find that boy, and I don't know where he went.
Comparable person that I've come across. So, as we do here on the Suck, when it comes to biographical-based episodes,
what are you doing?
Let's start at the beginning.
What are you doing, Big Rabbit?
With the time.
He's too cute. Guys, my rabbit's too cute.
Soldier, we're marching down a time suck timeline.
February 29th, 1960, Ricardo Leyva Munoz Ramirez was born in El Paso, Texas, the fifth child of Mexican immigrants Mercedes and Julian Ramirez. There was Ruth, Ruben, Richard, Robert, and Joseph. His father was a Mexican national, former Juarez policeman, who later became a laborer on the Santa Fe Railroad. He was a hardworking man prone to fits of anger that often resulted in the physical abuse of his family. His mother, Mercedes, was a respected archaeologist from Mexico City, who walked away from a promising career in Mayan temple excavation and interpretation before marrying Julian. And that's not true. That's nonsense. No, she had a first-grade education, worked at a boot factory, where she was exposed to chemical fumes when she was pregnant with Richard. That sounds more like the mom of a serial killer. She worked at the Tony Lama boot factory, mixing pigments and chemicals used on the boots. She was mixing in chemicals such as benzene, xylene, toluene, and unfortunately in that era, toxicity of those chemicals was not known. All his siblings had birth defects, like literally all of them, ranging from respiratory difficulty to bone deformities. Specifically, when pregnant with Richard, the fumes she was inhaling made her weak and nauseous and threatened the pregnancy. Doctors suspected her body was trying to reject the child she was carrying. If she had rejected it, so many other lives would have been saved. And when Richard was in the womb, doctors noticed he had two little horns on his head and a spiky tail and a little teeny baby pitchfork. No, that's not true, but after you hear about today's story, you wouldn't be surprised if it was. So basically, Richard was born with tons of advantages. Poor, check. Poor and new to this country, member of a then unpopular minority group, check, check, check. Physical abuse, check. Mom with first-grade education, constantly breathing toxic fumes while pregnant at a boot factory, check.
Yeah.
Both parents working long hours pretty much every day, sometimes into the night, and not around to raise the kids, check. 1962, Richard suffers the first of two significant head wounds as a child when a dresser He's age 2, and when a dresser falls on him and lacerates his forehead. Now, I also had a dresser fall on me at 2 and cut my head open enough to leave a scar I still have, and I'm totally normal, as all of you know. I'm a very sound mind. As I write this, I'm looking at a painting in my own face here in the suck dungeon, with fire in my eyes, and also a small glass skull half covering my face. It's a little replica thingy. That's normal, right? Normal to have that stuff in your life. I never had to get stitches for my little head wound. Richard's forehead laceration required 30 stitches to close it, and the blow knocked him unconscious. So maybe he got hit a little harder than I did. Got his egg a little more scrambled. 1965, at the age of 5, he was knocked unconscious from a swing, started experiencing epileptic seizures, and his family took him to the doctor. And then he went and saw a series of specialists and ended up spending about a year at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, where he was continually studied and treated by the best pediatricians and epilepsy specialists in the world. Yeah, right. No mention of what treatment, if any, he received. I'm guessing around none. Richard's father, Julian, was an abusive parent, as his father was before him. If Mercedes or any of the kids did anything that just Julian considered wrong, they were just physically beaten. Normally with the belt, sometimes with a fist. He was a strict disciplinarian, firm believer in corporal punishment. Mom took solace, away from the home violence in the Catholic Church, where she and the kids were heavily involved. Gotta say, this doesn't seem that atypical in the context of the era. Before the 80s, I feel like just a lot of physical punishment was just kind of doled out, just the norm. Parents, by and large, just kind of beat the shit out of their kids. My dad and his brothers got beat all the time. My grandma chased them around with a Hot Wheel track. Like that's what my dad would call it. But he meant like one of those little tracks where you get the cars in the grooves, like 2 cars. I don't know if you ever had one of those toys as a kid, and you each got a little button you push, and it's fucking janky. It never worked that well. And then they just kind of zip around some predetermined course. But you could
hope everybody's having a great day.
So basically, just pieces of
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for checking me out for even just a little bit. I really do appreciate it.
Better than a baseball bat, worse than a hand. You just swing wildly, hit them wherever she could, land a good blow. My grandpa paddled their asses with a belt. Teachers paddled them in class. Everybody got smacked a lot back then, including, sadly, a lot of wives. So while I think this is super fucked up, it wasn't also that odd for living in an impoverished neighborhood in 1960s, 1970s America. And I'm guessing spankings came a little looser, a little faster, a little more heat coming towards the butt in Texas than in certain other states. What is interesting to note about his childhood is that throughout the 1950s, or I guess also interesting to note, the military was conducting nuclear bomb tests in nearby New Mexico, not far from Roswell, America's butthole. And as it happened, the fallout from the bombs was carried by the wind to settle in El Paso, affect the landscape, cattle, and people, infected milk, meat, and water. All of the Ramirez children, again, were born with, various problems, from respiratory difficulty to Collier's disease. Reuben, Richard's older brother, was actually permanently disabled. So good chance Richard's brain did not come out of the womb at like 100% full power. Maybe some wires got crossed where sadism and empathy are concerned. By the late 60s, young Richard attended grade school, and he did well. Classmates would remember him fondly, so apparently the head wounds and all those chemicals his pregnant mom had inhaled hadn't turned him into an obvious future murderer and psychopath quite yet. Joe Pignon, a classmate of his, claimed as a kid that Richard was super friendly and charismatic. Claimed he had tons of friends, even some little girlfriends, close to his siblings, especially his older brother Joseph. Richard was protective of Joseph, again, the one with, had some pretty severe mental deficiencies and even some physical deformities. He would protect him, even though he's 5 years younger, from bullies. However, he wasn't able to protect him from one of his teachers. When Joe was placed into a slow learners class, he fell prey to that class's child molesting teacher. The teacher would visit the Ramirez home when the parents were away. This would happen when when Richard was around 8 or 9, and he witnessed his then 14-year-old brother getting abused sexually. It was suspected, though never confirmed, that Richard may have been sexually abused as well. Maybe that kind of started a growing rage within him. Other than his problems with epileptic seizures, he was considered to be healthy, although hyper and aggressive. His mother claimed him to be a lovely child, which doesn't mean a lot to me. Moms are fairly delusional a lot of times when it comes to serial killers. He was a kid always dancing, laughing, and giggling, according to her. Richard was raised Catholic, as I said, as I guess most Mexican Americans in the early 1970s probably were, especially in the southern half of the states. While his father's physical abuse of the family continued throughout most of his childhood, he found refuge in the company of his mom and sister. Mom and sister Ruth doted on him. Ruth would watch over him as best she could regarding her dad, who would find rages so severe he even occasionally beat himself. Once bashed himself in the head
Good morning. Hey, Raven.
That's a guy
How
who
are you?
spreads it around.
Hope you're doing
He's mad at
well.
his family. He's going to beat them, and if he's mad at himself, he's going to beat himself. Ironically, though, his sister and mom were loving and giving, he grew to have a deep hate for women. And by 1970, at the age of 10,
Hope you're
Richard started
doing
smoking that
good.
weed, which may seem crazy, but this was the 70s. Actually,
I'm doing well. How about you? I'm doing good. My sinuses have been killing me, but I recently
I can't even
purchased
it just doesn't make sense in my brain. Like that at all. Like
the complete series of Ghostbuster, the real Ghostbusters. I'm gonna watch that.
I feel like I'd be more worried about my own
Watch the
mental health
shit
than
out of
anything.
that.
I'd be convinced that I'd had some kind of psychotic break.
Probably
And I
gonna
was
watch
just
that while
hallucinating
I
the entire
do some
experience.
painting
No way, my sweet
for
babies.
my
Now you grab.
figures.
By 1972, 12-year-old Richard smoking weed. Like
Because people were saying that I was getting excited for Afterlife, and I have been told by a few reviewers that you know, if you want nostalgia bait,
aka Mike, got back
there's that.
And it
And it's like, oh, okay, all right.
Mike was a decorated Green Beret and also a misogynist.
I don't want
psychopath.
nostalgia bait, but you know.
According to Richard, when he was 12, Mike showed him photographs of himself raping a Vietnamese woman while he was in the service. Going through a sequence of detailed photographs, came to the last picture. The picture was of the same rape victim's severed head held by Mike, positioned so that the victim's mouth was placed around painting. Holy shit. Now, all we have to believe this actually happened is the word of a convicted rapist, pedophile,
Right
and murderer.
there.
But can you imagine if that is true? Can you imagine how that would have rocked your 12-year-old world? How unbelievable.
I'm surviving. Hope you're well. Yeah.
And Mike and Richard spent a lot of time
We are
together,
all
about a year
surviving.
smoking weed, maybe sniffing a little glue, bruh. Mike
I wish my
openly
sinuses
fantasizing
weren't
about his
fucking
Vietnam
killing
rape
me,
and murder
but you
and more
know,
future rapes.
they are.
Just, you know, just bros being bros. Man, my God, the childhood some people.
I wish they weren't
appreciate my little hometown of
jacking me
Idaho
up real
more
good.
and more and more as I
They
grow up.
are.
Richard later admits that he was especially sexually aroused by the photographs of the rape and murder victim that Michael showed him. He knew it was wrong to feel that way, but he couldn't talk to anyone about it because he knew he'd get his cousin Mike in a lot of trouble. Man, how important, this just makes me think how important it is to monitor your kids as they're going through puberty. Make sure they're not making some, you know, horrific associations regarding sex. Like, how often does this come up with sexually deviant serial killers? Right? They make a horrible sexual association in their adolescence and they just can never shake it. Right? They get exposed to rape, molestation, some other deviant sexual behavior, and then that early association ends up manifesting itself later on in their sex life. Like, I remember my mom being really particular about what I beat off to, right? Like, we would have talks each week. She would check in with me. How many times did I beat off? What was I beating off to? How long did it take me to beat off? What position was I in when I was beating off? And looking back, I'm glad she did. I'm glad she would film a lot of it for review, but she would show the videos to the rest. I'm fucking make that is I just, can you imagine if I just like threw that out there as if it was normal? It's like, yeah, you know, it's like with your kids, you gotta check in. You gotta make sure they're you know, making the proper sexual associations. You gotta check in with their masturbation schedules. It's so fucking ridiculous. No, my mom was actually very particular about. I'm just picturing my mom listening to this now and be like, "What? What? No, I'd never do that." But she was particular about who I hung out with, you know, because and I get it, you know, because you know you hang out with the wrong crowd and it can fuck you up forever. Seeing pictures of your cousin raping and then killing and beheading and practicing necrophilia.
Oh yeah.
Someone that doesn't turn you into a rapist and serial killer necessarily, but I feel like it does guarantee you're gonna have to work a little.
It was hell of a weekend, but it's turning brighter since yesterday. And I can get over a bad weekend. Now just trying to bother to dress. Got meeting in 40 minutes and I'll need to get to, but my body is super lazy. Yes, it is. Oh, man. She has also been working on some stuff. I'm really excited for Raven's stuff to get done. I can't wait to see the final product. She's working on a big old project.
Dude had a monster for a mentor when he was 12.
And it looks so good.
If only he would have been able to get a hold of issue
I'm excited for it.
Of Pootie and Juju. Pootie hits the pipe. In this memorable all-time classic issue, Juju suddenly notices that Pootie isn't acting like his or her normal self. Right? Pootie's suddenly staying up past midnight instead of getting in bed by 9 p.m. at the latest, as he or she had done for decades. Pootie wasn't up with the roosters anymore in the morn. Now Pootie's sleeping until noon. Noon! No more 3 square meals. No single cookie and milk before bedtime. Now, Pootie is snacking on sugary breakfast cereals that aren't healthy, like Super Sugar Crisps,
I am
honeycombs, sugar
fish
smacks,
brain.
Lucky
Oh,
Charms
you're
at all hours of the
you're
day.
working on your
Pootie
you're
doesn't do
working
much of
on
anything but lay
your
on the couch,
costume
eat Pringles,
for your
Doritos,
character.
Twinkies, and laugh way too hard at the Brady Bunch. Sure, it's kind of funny, but it's no MASH. It's no Bob Newhart show. It sure as shit isn't Sanford and Sons. And that's when Juju finds out that Pootie has been smoking weed. Gasp, shock, horror. Juju soon discovers that Pootie has quit working at the post office and now works at a record shop, a known hippie hotbed. Even worse, Juju finds tickets Pootie has bought to see known weed smokers. Ugh, the Doobie Brothers.
Yes, the costume. Yes, yeah. She's been working on that. I'm like, what? I'm not crazy. Like, I literally you showed me the pictures today. Trying to think of what other makeups and test out for her. Yep.
Concerned for Pootie's safety, Juju confronts Pootie, and Juju catches Pootie in the middle of
Haven's having the same fucking problem that you did, Rhett. I don't understand what's going on.
Please put down the pipe. Pootie, through a plume of smoke, yells back.
She says that she couldn't talk in chat, and I'm like, what is going on?
And then Juju starts
That's
to cry,
so fucking
and
weird.
Tells Juju, he or she will cut back. Only evening puffs from now on. No more wake and bake. Juju screams, too little, Pootie, then slaps Pootie in his or her face. And this breaks the spell that the powerful weed had over Pootie. And then Pootie throws away the devil weed pipe, quits working at the filthy record shop, gets rehired at the post office, a respectable job. By the next night, Pootie and Juju.
Hello, Hart. How are you? In need of coffee, to be honest. But I've been getting good feedback on the first try. Oh, I love it.
And I'm back. Sorry if you're a new listener.
I love it.
Very confused right now, or just not listening.
Did you show Fox? He'd probably love it.
Kind of Michael McDonald thing thrown in the middle.
He'd probably totally love it.
Or at least, maybe you'll learn to tolerate it. Anywho, back to
I mean, I love it.
By the time Cousin Mike goes away, Richard starts to really change. He begins to roam the neighborhood at night, looking in women's windows. He's a peeping Tom now.
Hart probably love it.
Peeping Dick, because his name is Richard. That's corny, I know. If only this was as far as he'd take it. He starts sneaking out of the house at night and heading to a nearby cemetery.
I got 4 hours sleep, then my body was like,
giving up on
no.
Christianity. He's completely out of his mind.
I'll quickly pop it to somewhere.
And 14-year-old Richard.
So I've been awake since 1 a.m. and it's now almost 8 a.m. No!
He looked dirty, looked like life had changed him. Another classmate of his, Letitia, recalls
no, Hart! No!
Didn't say anything to each other.
My friend, Sleepy Frog.
For some reason, she was terrible.
He's very Sleepy Frog right now.
She was listening to her inner voice, listening to her gut, and it was not steering her in the wrong direction. It wasn't long until he dropped out of high school before the end of freshman year, snagged a job at a local Holiday Inn, and not for the money, as it turns out, for the opportunities. Strangely, to this day, Holiday Inn does not mention Richard Ramirez anywhere in their literature. Not in their commercials, not in their brochures, not on their website. They don't have a big cardboard cutout of him with a pentagram on his palm when you walk into their lobbies. Welcome to Holiday Inn, former employee of serial rapist and murderer Richard the Night Stalker Ramirez. He used to have unlimited access to guest rooms. Sleep tight, motherfuckers. Now, it is a bit disturbing, though, isn't it? He had a master key to get into all the rooms, and he apparently started sneaking into female guest rooms and watching them. Just like a real-life boogeyman, just hide in the closet. Like a real-life just shadow Chikatilo. No, you do not do this. This is Night Stalker episode. He nearly as creepy. He may be more creepy than Chikatilo. I know she'll still show. What is the big deal? I jerked same cock so many episodes ago. You have nothing new to talk about. You think you trick time sucker listeners by calling Chikatilo Shadow Chikatilo? It's Shadow Chikatilo. It's slight name, different names for the same creep. Besides, much murder and jerking behind Chikatilo now. It passed his path.
What would I like?
I focus on Wrestling Academy.
It's in the art chat for Kai now. My first attempt at makeup for my cosplay. Yeah.
Sorry, last episode was so serious.
Yeah, Hart.
I just am getting 2 sucks.
You love it.
System in one.
Raven, there's so many creative people.
One night,
I apologize for boobage, but I couldn't find the bra for it. Why would you apologize for boob?
And starts to rape her.
I
luckily,
don't get this. Why would you apologize for boob?
Her husband enters the room shortly after the assault has began and beats Richard almost to death. If only he had beaten Ramirez.
I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it either.
Called, Richard was booked, taken to court, but unfortunately, the couple wanted nothing more to do with the whole situation.
I don't see it at all.
Understandably, never wanted to see Richard's face again, and they refused to return
to
El Paso.
Did I put it wrong?
And the charges were unfortunately dropped.
Where'd you put it?
And so, young Richard...
Red, we don't see it. Raven, we don't see it.
Doubt fueled his ego and, made him feel invincible. He was above punishment. This too comes up too much with a variety of serial killers, man.
Check me out on Instagram.
Go unpunished. Bundy narrowly avoided capture early on. So did BTK. So did Gacy, if you recall. He got that early sodomy charge, but no real punishment. I mean, he went to jail, but not for long. I guess he went to prison, but still not for long. Close calls breed craftiness.
Hey, Steady Prism.
Later on, I feel like. 1977.
How's it going? Pretty good. We're just chilling out.
Seems like a bad decision to let him go. He and Rich spends more quality
it's okay.
time together. But,
just tell me. Try now.
No turning back for Richard now.
Yeah, there it is.
Pretty much sealed.
Yes.
He hangs around El Paso for a few more months, and then
and there is nothing wrong with boobage.
Picking up a healthy late 70s coke habit.
Women have breasts.
At age 18,
it's okay.
To Los Angeles, where he gets an acting gig, and he was on a sitcom for 4 years. He was actually in All in the Family. He had a small role. You can see him in the background a lot of times, just kind of hiding in closets. It was just like a weird. No, none of that. Of course, that didn't happen. No, he just lives on the streets. Becomes an alcoholic.
Mostly lurking as at work, listening in background. Okay.
Keeping Tom rapist and devil worshiper is an addiction to coke.
I bought the whole 10 seasons of The Real Ghostbusters. So I'm gonna watch that. And shared it to Burnsy's group. Good enough. Dirt brain.
At one point, he had the opportunity to join. Like this organized.
Well, I don't think they would mind there either.
Like he was into Satan. He just wasn't feeling their satanic interpretation. Like they were kind of evil, but he wanted to be like full evil.
I don't mind.
A lot of drugs, committing a lot of crimes.
I personally don't mind.
A lot of car theft.
But I mean, everybody's different. Everybody has their own thing of like, oh man, how could you?
Reputation. He was charged. He did get arrested a few times, and he earned a reputation.
I don't mind bulges or boobas.
Twice in LA.
Both are acceptable to me.
In '83, Ramirez's mother and sister were worried enough about it
because people got him.
Comes out to LA to find him and bring him home. And he actually tells his sister Ruth
no
that
way.
He is under
the human body
and that he will never return home. Can you imagine a family member telling you some shit like that? Dad, Mom, good news, bad news about Rich. The good news is I found him and he's okay. He's actually being protected. The bad news is that he's being protected by the devil himself, who he has sworn lifelong allegiance to, and he'll never be coming home again. That's just I can't even imagine if somebody, or if I went to my sister was like a drifter now, and she was like, "No, Danny, I'm good. I'm not coming home. Not coming home. The devil's got me. I'm fine. I'm fine. Satan's keeping an eye out for me." Around this time, before a second auto theft arrest, Richard is also able to buy a master set of keys to Toyotas and Hondas, so he could get around back then, steal, kind of at will, which was a thing. How crazy is that? You could get a master key for certain automobiles. You still can't actually. That would allow you to steal any particular make and model that you could find. Like, I didn't know that was possible before this week. Check out this is some research I found in a 2006 article on a police resource website where they said shaved keys have been around for decades. They're the most inexpensive and effective way to steal a wide variety of vehicles. In Northern California, the nation's top auto theft hotspot for the last 3 years running.
With my size chest, it's hard to hide pride.
Shaved keys.
I'm not sure who you're cosplaying, but it looks good. It's a OC, so that's why. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's her OC. It's her little OC that's I think it's a witch. A bone witch. So
in fact, many criminals will simply grind the key down on the edge of a sidewalk or rock. The method is just as effective, provided they can just get the keys thin enough.
Oh, bad joke. Bad joke over here.
Saturn vehicles between the model
Bad joke man over here.
are the most common ones taken using shaved keys. These models use very
Oh, it's an
ignition systems,
Iskutski. Oh, yes. How dare people have clutches, pearls, booba, and bulges. I'm a bit late on this, I know. She's my spooky bone fae. Yeah, she's...
Easy to get in and drive to other people's homes by other people who don't have a key. So Ramirez would grab all kinds of cars with these master keys.
Anyway, I'll stop talking about that now. I think it looks really good. I think the makeup looks good. I can't wait till you make up your own glyphs. That'll be so cool. That'll be really cool for it. Hey, Nix! Just wanted to say hey.
With each robbery, his skills are improving. Within 2 years, you know, he's been robbing like up to 2 homes a night. And then selling, you know, whatever he would gather to a contact he'd made, and then generally just get more coke and some hookers. Strangely, while he frequented prostitutes, he was never known to harm them. And that's just odd considering how frequently they are the primary target of serial killers. Now that he'd become a master at burglarizing homes, he decided to up the ante, and he began raping women and robbing them while he was through. And this would quickly lead to his first kill, and we'll discuss all of his horrific murders as his timeline merges into some super scary stuff. All right, time suckers. This section of this episode is rated full Chikatilo. It is that dark and horrific. Lucifina strongly approves. So you have been warned. This is going to get more and more brutal. On April 10th, 1984, 9-year-old Mai Linda Luang was beaten, stabbed, and raped in the Tenderloin district of San Francisco.
Drawing is good. Yes.
25 years. At the time of the murder, Ramirez, he had moved up there briefly.
Boy, success I am dressed. I may be a bit late on some things because I'm simply drawing. Yes. Woohoo! For being dressed. Drawing is good. Drawing is good.
Lang's brother returned about 30 minutes later.
Drawing is good. By the way, everybody, every person that is in chat right now is a creative person.
And one of the arriving officers said,
I have the most creative. I have the second most creative chat in Twitch. It's probably not true, but I will take it. It is mine.
Picture Christ on the cross. That's the way she looked. Her head was dropped and her chin down. Recalled another investigator. Now, he wasn't tied to the case until 2009 through DNA, long after he was caught. But he was never charged. By then, he was already awaiting.
They cannot take this away from me.
And I think this is that when he was up in the Bay Area for a little bit, looking into that satanic coven he was thinking about joining, and this could have been some kind of ritual.
Cannot take away from it.
So that was
earrings just, for the day. Hee, you're cute, Kai. Oh, thank you. You know what? Really I may not be the best streamer, but I'm the cutest streamer.
79-year-old Jenny Vincow was found dead in her apartment. She'd been stabbed repeatedly, and her throat was slashed so severely she was almost decapitated.
Still having trouble getting angles right, so I'm doing a front-facing head and tilting head a bit to give it the illusion. I tried for 3 hours. Woohoo for creativity! I shouldn't have creativity right now, but woohoo anyway! Woohoo indeed! Oh no! Nix! Don't give up! Keep trying!
You know, he lost control.
Keep doing it.
Slashing her throat so deeply that she was again nearly decapitated.
You've got this. I believe in you.
At the morgue, the police discovered a key.
Let us all give him the beliefs.
However, they couldn't do much with it back then. They could only help link the suspect to a crime after he had already been kind of apprehended. But at that time, the Department of Justice had 16 million fingerprints in master files, all in hard copy. They were developing a computerized fingerprint system that just wasn't up and running quite yet.
A good way of learning is emulation. You could try. I'm not giving up. I'm just. It's just hard at the moment. Hard. Dr. Cherry Pep. Oh shit.
Overwhelming majority of his killings would actually be in the
valley
of the around Burbank.
Keep going, Nix. We believe in you.
Up in that Pasadena.
I have the bone bottles in today. Hell yeah. Thank you, Dr. Cherry Pep. Hope you've been doing well. How's the art been going? As far as I've seen, it looks hella good. Fuck.
He'd silently slink in and out of people's homes, never leaving a clue. He'd take, coin, money.
Cheers on Nixon box cut with the horny stick. No, not the horny stick.
And quickly turn over.
No.
Sleeping.
I'm a good man.
To him, he walked with a.
I'm not lascivious at all.
Smell about him and odor witnesses.
Sorry, I haven't been here in a while. It's okay, doctor.
He had no friends. He was very untrusting of people. He was a consummate loner. And usually he just stayed in his room from sundown to sunrise, shooting up coke, watching MTV, listening to heavy metal music. He was way into AC/DC, fantasizing about extreme sexual violence, watching people suffer, squirm, and die. Man, just a sick son of a bitch. He felt.
Oh my gosh! Not the horny stick. You can be good and horny.
6 months later, now this is when things really, he goes on like a true, just killing spree.
You go to horny jail?
This is February 21st, 1995.
Sweats in total.
Christina Mary Caldwell, ages 58.
He lied as easily as he breathed. Horny jail ain't for bad people. Horny jail is for horny people. You're not a bad person. You're just horny all the time. I'm hanging in there. How are you? Yeah. She sent a picture of her makeup and some of her other stuff that she's been working on for her cosplay of her character.
Round eyes, clear olive skin. Richard spotted her on the freeway as she was driving her gold Camaro home from dinner at a boyfriend's house in Monterey Park. As she left the freeway and made her way into the suburb of Rosemead, a little lovely residential community of 46,000.
They crave
behind her, he
as we all do.
Slowed and took right into the new condominium community on Village Lane. He trailed her into the complex, watched her take a left and a right, and pull into the last garage at the back of the condo she shared with her roommate, Dale Okasaki, whose green Toyota wagon was already parked in the garage. Earlier that evening, Dale, 14 days away from her 35th birthday, had been visiting her mom and dad, watching TV and talking. He was pleased at a recent promotion, traffic supervisor with LA County. Dale was one of the 3 children from a close, supportive, loving family. He had attended Pasadena City College. He was an avid skier, taking classes in cake decorating, flower arranging.
They do crave dick, as we all do. Wait, what?
Love life,
not all of us.
Saved hard to buy the condominium.
A few of us.
Now share with Maria. And when Maria stepped out,
if you ever need to talk,
holding her car keys.
I have a shoulder ranting can sometimes be relieving. Yes,
she walked towards it.
Pretty well. And yes, my first makeup attempt for my OC and her cosplay is an art channel of Kai's Discord. I crave dick. I mean, what?
He raised his
Nix.
Directed her head.
Nix. Almost time for me to go.
She heard a little noise behind her. Perhaps it was ACDC hat that just fallen off of Ramirez's head when he kind of snuck
so gonna have to no. Oh, that sounds awesome, and that's good to hear. Same goes for you. You probably have friends, of course, well, but if you ever need someone to talk, my arms are always open.
Kept coming.
Oh my! Oh my!
Puts him in such darkness.
We don't all crave dick.
But the bullet is miraculously deflected.
Most of us do.
Fucking how incredibly lucky is that? And then she goes down, plays dead. She's not even wounded. Ramirez steps over her body, enters the house, where then he spots her roommate Dale, who would not be so lucky. Maria gets up as soon as the door from the garage to the house shuts and runs out into an alley. Once Ramirez is inside, her roommate Dale, wearing a baggy Dodgers t-shirt, faded jeans, straight shoulder-length black hair, young, beautiful woman, heart-shaped face, full round.
Good choice.
Got everything going for her, but she then spots Ramirez. He hits the floor, hides behind a counter, hoping he hadn't seen her. He had. He stayed by the door, waiting for her to move, and when she pops up to kind of peek and look over the counter, he fires and shoots her right in the forehead.
Yeah.
She's dead immediately. He then runs out into the alley, where he finds Maria, who begged him not to shoot her again. And maybe thinking he just needed to jet before the cops show up, he bolts. And, he leaves behind a dead body and his first eyewitness to murder. Sexually revved up from the fresh killing, but frustrated by not getting the chance at a sexual release, he immediately starts looking for a new victim. And he finds one just about an hour later. Ramirez spots petite Veronica Yu as she exited the freeway at Monterey Park. Predominantly Asian community with a population of 65,000, about 7 miles east of L.A., and it has its own police department. And Yu, a 30-year-old law student, she's tired and visiting a close childhood friend, Jun Wang, talking for hours. She's heading home. It's St. Patrick's Day. Neither of the women had shirts.
Oh, be safe, Redwood. Yes, we love you.
The Toyota was trailing her. She started looking for a police
be
car.
safe.
After another block,
I definitely do. I mean, what? Bye, Raven. Take care. What are you talking about?
Mistake of her life. She started
Dr. Cherry Pep, it's totally fine. I am fucking around.
Never do this, time suckers.
I am fucking around. I just like fucking around.
File a police report if you're worried. Go on about
I know that most people
make sure you lock your doors
here.
Make sure your windows are locked.
We're all adults. We're all mostly adults. Some more than others, some less than others. Not for age, but because of what? You fuck? What?
So
no.
Ramirez has driven ahead. Veronica could leave now, but doesn't. She follows him, and after only
what do you mean?
He catches a red light on North Alhambra Avenue.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Leads directly to the I-10 freeway. He shuts the lights, gets out of the car, approaches Veronica, is parked behind him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Killed Dale with, tucked into his waistband.
Now I'm confused.
Veronica opens her window and asks the Night Stalker, "Why you follow me?" And I swear it was written that way in a book. I found this info, and I just doing a patronizing Asian accent. She's like, "Why you follow me?" And Ramirez claims, as a witness across the street would say later, "I'm not following. I thought I knew you." And she says, "No, you didn't." She's arguing with him now. "You follow me. Why? What you want?" She stares at him in disbelief, her almond-shaped eyes dark and angry.
Don't mind me. Okay, I won't mind you.
She's like, she still keeps confronting him. "Liar," she says. "I'm calling the police." Nope. She would not do that, because Ramirez then reaches out and grabs Veronica by the shoulders, tries to pull her in through the fucking window. She starts to scream. So he couldn't get her, in that way. The driver's door is locked. He couldn't open it. So he notices the passenger door is not locked. And pulled her out of the window earlier. He's standing outside the car. So then he jumps over her car, reaches out to open the door. Quickly, Veronica moves her right hand to try and lock the passenger door. Not in time. He gets into the car with her. "What do you want?" She pleads. He says nothing, just pulls out the .22, shoots her in the side, under her arm, 17 inches from the top of her head. She then opens the door to flee. He shoots her again, this time in the lower back. She gets out of the car, loses the shoe, wobbles a few feet, and then just drops where she'd bleed out and die. When the media finds out the police had connected these two murders in the days that followed, Ramirez is initially dubbed the walk-in killer or the Valley Intruder. These initial murders, while there was definitely a sexual aspect to them, in the sense that the violence turned him on, the sexual part was kind of like those collateral.
I will mind you, though. But you're my friend. You're my friend.
He may have been in the basement with intent to rob, not kill. Maybe
we're all lascivious people over here,
Same with
acting like adults.
Robbery is probably the primary motivator there. The subsequent murder of Dale Okasaki was motivated by the desire to kill, but he was still primarily there to rob. He was a junkie and wanted the drug money. And then the murder of Veronica Yu was just kind of more impulsive than anything. But after these murders, he starts thinking, long and hard about who he is and what he wants to do. And he decides, just makes it like an actual mental decision, to commit himself to sadistic domination, to murder. He decides that murder is the ultimate high, and it's what his life is going to be all about going forward. He believes in his heart that the more heinous and vicious his assaults are, the more Satan will be pleased with him and afford him some kind of fiery blessings. And this is why Ramirez freaks me out more than most serial killers. Again, most of them possess some type of humanity. Again, Bundy.
What's drawn?
Murder,
I'm just drawing the comic.
Suicide hotline operation.
So now,
he saved a kid from drowning. John Wayne Gacy tortured boys, raped him, and buried him in his basement crawl space, but also volunteered with the JCs and raised money for various charities.
So right now,
aka BTK.
I've got this so far. The town
also volunteered as a Cub Scout.
And this. So all I'm starting to do, I've got to finish. I've got to fix the background just a little bit. But other than that, just sketching out this, which is the Colomb family mining corporations trading in living space, which is the title of this hovel.
Shooting up coke.
This hovel's title is very cynical.
Was rape and torture. He actually planned. He had a plan to steal enough.
Which is actually what a few towns were actually named on.
In the basement.
of
where he could
like
just,
a few mining towns and a bunch of those places.
Right. Yeah,
A lot of times they're not actually named, but the 20. And I'm back. Had to go for a bit, and I wanted to breakfast, and my housemate is sleeping on the couch because her friend needed to use her bed for the night. Didn't want to wake her up. I get you. But those Benji.
Sponsor.
You got those, you got those
Maybe Richard Ramirez would have
photos copied? Photos Benji's? What?
If he'd only had a proper bed to sleep on. Driven by the mission to provide a better place to sleep for everybody, Lisa is an innovative, direct-to-consumer online mattress brand that is also socially conscious. For every 10 mattresses Lisa sells, they donate one to a shelter. They have a patented universal adaptive feel. So Lisa is designed for all types of sleepers, features 3 premium foam layers, including a 2-inch Avena foam top layer for cooling and breathability, 2-inch memory foam middle layer for body contouring and pressure relief, 6-inch dense core support for durability and structure. Works for sleepers of all sizes. And again, I love mine. I've talked about it before. I love it. Sleep great. Couldn't ask for a better mattress. Maybe again, maybe the Night Stalker would have been a cuddle buddy. Would have been an old cuddle bunny. He was just a little more rested. I'm not saying that's true, but we don't know for sure that it's not. Anyway, Lisa has continued to expand.
We have been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Foundation frame. So try Lisa mattress in your own home for 100 nights risk-free. Available in the U.S., UK, Canada, and Germany online.
Damn it! They keep trying to get my car's extended warranty.
I know some other time suckers have gotten them, and they're loving them. Try it at the Lisa Dream Gallery in Soho, New York City, Virginia Beach, and over 80 West Elm stores.
We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
And a free pillow. As we all do. LEESA.com/timesuck. Or if you listen on the TimeSuck app or go to the TimeSuck website, you just click the sponsors from the little menu. Just click sponsors, and then click the Lisa logo, and you go straight to the deal. I've made it so easy.
Oh my God, you guys are too sweet. You don't have to do this.
Back to darkness now.
That's so sweet of you guys.
Earlier, these poor people.
Thank you.
The city in LA County, 20 miles east of LA, around 2 a.m. Creeps up to the lighted window. He sees Vincent Zazzara sleeping on a plaid couch. Television's on. There's a round black glass table in front of the couch.
Oh my gosh.
Flowers. Mr. Zazzara had apparently dozed off while watching television. And he was a fun-loving, gregarious man. He was a retired, certified personal accountant.
Not all of us crave dick. That true.
Taking note of where Vincent lived.
That is true.
Ramirez continued onto the backyard.
Not all of us crave dick.
He's super quiet and sneaky. Midway the backyard, he looks in a second-story window, sees a 44-year-old wife.
Gets me every fucking time.
Maxine, sound asleep in bed. He immediately gets sexually excited.
Gets me every time. Damn it.
Under a window, another window. Gets on it, reaches
oh
up,
my
gosh. The screen,
gosh.
pries the window open, pulls himself up into a small room.
Bazinga.
Reaches down, unties, takes off his shoes and his stocking feet, all fucking quiet and sneaky and evil.
But that's totally fine if somebody does. If they don't crave dick, that is totally fine. Guys, you don't have to crave dick.
In front of the house, he raises the gun,
like we all
in combat position, rushes into the den. Where Zazzara's fallen asleep.
I just heard it once and I'm like, that's funny as fuck.
That's how
it's beyond funny.
The shock to the head. Shocked and bleeding, Zazzara tries to stand up and grab the intruder with the gun, but the bullets bounce around his skull, pulverize his brain, and he slumps to the ground, still breathing, but quickly dying. At the sound of the gunshot, Maxine Zazzara wakes up, wide-eyed, just as the killer rushes into her room, pointing the gun at her. She's screaming. He slaps her, screaming, "Shut up, bitch. Don't look at me. Where's the money? Where's the jewelry?" Maxine demands that he leave. And then he beats her, telling her not to look at him, forces her onto her stomach, ties her hands together with a necktie, gags her. He disables the phone lines. Then he begins to frantically ransack the bedroom, opening closets and drawers, looking for diamonds, gold, cash, whatever he can find. Maxine knows there's a shotgun under the bed that her and her husband had bought the previous year after a burglary, saying that if the burglar came back, the burglar, by the way, being Ramirez, they'd blow him to pieces. She tries with every ounce of strength that she had to untie the knots binding her hands. When Richard looks around the house for whatever he could sell for drug money, she's able to get free, find that shotgun. She draws it, aims it at this sweating piece of shit. He's throwing her possessions all over the place. His back is to her. He hears something, turns, sees her pointing the big board shotgun at him. He moves left, goes for his gun in the pants. She pulls the trigger, and there's only a metallic click. Fuck, the gun is empty. Man, just the sad irony. Just, that a gun that they had bought just the year before because Ramirez had broken in And then they forget to leave it loaded. Man, these poor people robbed Ramirez by Ramirez 1 year, robbed again, and then terrorized and killed him next. Ramirez screams, "Bitch, motherfucker!" Raises the 22, shoots her 3 times. Bullets knock her down, but don't kill her. He beats her, kicks her, slaps her, furious that she would defy him, try to kill him. He hurries to the kitchen. He finds a sharp 10-inch long carving knife, returns to her, picks her up, puts
But
her on the
thank you
bed,
guys so
raises her
much.
purple
You guys
nightshirt, and
are
tries to literally
you
cut her
guys are what
heart out
makes
of her
this
chest.
these streams
She's dead
amazing.
now. He can't cut through the rib cage. Leaves a gaping inverted cross slicing your chest over and below.
You
left breast.
guys are
Frustrated, he
what
decides
make
this is going to be real bad.
just
He decides
so
to take her
stupendous.
eyes,
Like, I
so this would
genuinely
be
made
his
it.
way of taking a piece of her soul. Quickly, yet carefully, cuts away her eyelids, removes both eyes, puts them in a little jewelry box he had found, laughing as he does so. Jesus! Ugh. He stabs her in the stomach, throat, pubic area. After all that, he tries to have sex with her. But he's still too shaken up by her pointing the shotgun and pulling the trigger, at him. What a preposterous monster. Almost getting shot is what turned him off. Not the insane amount of blood and gore that he has created, not the taking of life. This poor human being, this Maxine, alive moments before, now a bloody carcass, missing eyes, huge hole in her chest, stab wounds all over the place. I can only imagine how much blood is all over Ramirez and the rest of the room. He tries having sex with a mutilated body. He is beyond fucking monstrous. Why can't there be a special death row for crime, people who do crimes this heinous, who commit crimes this bad? Like, you can appeal a week after your verdict. You get a new, maybe week-long trial at most that long. Then if you're still found guilty, the judge just kills you in the middle of court. Like, the judge themselves, they get to kill you. And they give your body to the victim's families. Or you just get turned loose to the victim's families and they get to kill you. Ugh, he's such a monster. Instead of pursuing necrophilia, he just gathers what he can of value: VCR, jewelry, watches, rings, puts them in a pillowcase, grabs Maxine's 45, another shotgun, and he just takes back off into the night. And then he heads downtown to the Cecil Hotel where he's been staying. Remember that place? That's the hotel Elisa Lam stayed at and died in, the one we covered in Time Suck 29. The hotel that was the basis for American Horror Story, Season 5 hotel. Creepy-ass hotel. Washes himself up, meets the fence he's always selling his stolen goods to, gets some cash. Then he goes and finds a prostitute who he pays to let him play with her feet for a while. Seriously. He has sex with her feet, and then he drops her off. He's so fucking weird in so many ways. And then he drops off the car he's been driving a few miles away, takes a bus back to Cecil, where he plays with Maxine's eyes, for real, and thinks about how Satan must be so happy with him. My God, he's cartoonishly evil. Vincent and Maxine's bodies are discovered by their son, Peter. Man, other than that vague description from Maria Hernandez earlier, the woman who was saved by the keychain, the police have no leads. They're not anywhere close to catching the son of a bitch. They're just starting to realize, they got a true serial killer on their hands. For the next 7 weeks, he just steals cars, snorts coke, doesn't kill, that we know of. And then on the night of May 14th, 1985, 25-year-old sadist Ramirez creeps into the backyard of 66-year-old, recently retired Santa Fe Trail Trucking Company sales manager, Bill Doy. Bill had just bought a brand new Ford van the day before, planning to tour the country in it with his 56-year-old wife, Lillian. Richard had just gotten rid of the .22 revolver, sold it to a fence for $20. He knew it was hot. And tonight he had a new weapon, a silver-plated .22 automatic, semi-automatic. He slid the screen and quietly climbed into a rear bathroom, saying inside his head as he did so, "Satan, this, what I, your humble servant, am about to do, I do for you." He's praying to the devil now. He's just, again, if you wrote this guy into a movie, it would seem dumb. It would seem too over the top. It would be like, get out of here. No one's that fucking evil. Come on, stop. But no, he was. He got down and low, waited, making sure he hadn't been heard. Seconds later, he's up, moving through the house. After he sneaks in all creepy, there's a hallway light on. It was easy to see. In the first bedroom, he finds an elderly Asian woman, Bill's wife, Lillian, sleeping, soundly. He sees a wheelchair next to her bed, tells him that, she's not a threat. And so he moves on to search the rest of the house, finds the bedroom of Bill Doy, raises the gun, chambers it. Cold metallic click wakes Bill up instantly. He knew what it was. He grabs for a loaded 9mm he kept on the nightstand. He just wasn't quite quick enough. And as he's grabbing his 9, Richard runs up to him and shoots him in the upper lip, right through the tongue. Man, Bill half falls from the bed, choking on the bullet lodged in the back of his throat. He tries to shoot Ramirez tries to shoot Bill again, but the .22 jams. Cursing, he returns to the hall, clears the gun, leaves the shell on the floor, goes back in to finish Bill. The bullet he had taken, tumbling after it entered, had caused severe damage to Bill's tongue, voice box, and brain. He couldn't pick up the Walther, pull the trigger. He tries to beg for his life, but could not articulate the words. Blood is gushing from his mouth. I guess Richard feels like he doesn't need to shoot him again. Maybe wants to just watch him suffer. Lillian has awakened at the report of the 22. She's heard Bill moaning, and but she's unable to get to him, unable to move. She can only lie there in fucking terror. Bill's pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears, and then Ramirez uses his gloved fist to then beat Bill unconscious, and then kicks him viciously once he's down on the ground. He takes Bill's Walther and hurries to Lillian's bedroom, walks up to her bed, slaps her, and warns her not to scream. "Shut up or I'll kill you, bitch," is what he said. Even if she'd wanted to scream, she couldn't since the stroke. Verbal articulation had been difficult for her. He secures her hands with thumb cuffs, proceeds to ransack the house, taking whatever jewelry and valuables he could find, throwing things all over the place. Jewelry he stole included Bill Doy's Omega Constellation watch, his Masonic ring, jade ring, Lillian Doy's father's pocket watch, both of their wedding bands. Bill comes to, moaning in pain, as streams of blood running from his nose and mouth. Immediately, the killer running back to him, knocks him unconscious again, beats him unconscious a second time. Excited by the shooting and the beating, Ramirez returns to Lillian's room, and rapes her, all while demanding she not look at him. Finished, he actually kisses her, puts what he was taking into 2 pillowcases, disables one of the 2 phones in the house, and then, without removing the thumb cuffs from Lillian's hands, Bill has somehow regained consciousness. He calls 911 a second time, repeatedly gurgles, "Help me." Crying, Lillian struggles to get up, forces the cuff off her right hand, leaving her thumb badly bleeding. And then the police have been called now. For the first time, Richard takes off. He's taken off. Lillian tells officers about a tall man in black with a gun and bad teeth. Officer Reynolds manages to get the cuffs off her other thumb. They put her in a squad car, drive her to Monterey Park Hospital.
I'm just looking at
Bill Doy, he also
I'm just looking at all these
5:13 a.m.
texts that I can use. I'm sorry, guys.
And he is unable to be resuscitated.
I'm sorry I'm not as exciting as everybody else. I'm just enjoying.
Because in addition to coke and rape and theft and murder, another one of his vices was candy. Dude loved candy. Ate it all the time. So much so that his mouth, by the age of 25, was already just full of so many cavities. He was like a giant evil kid left to his own horrible devices. He just did everything you're not supposed to do. Constant crime. He was deviant even when it came to nutrition. What am I supposed to eat? Real food? That will make me feel good? No thanks. Satan says I can have all the candy I want. Satan says he told me that I can have Twix for breakfast,
It's gotta
Kit Kats
be
for lunch,
so
and a box of
good.
Hostess cupcakes for dinner, and some Sicklets for dessert after my cupcakes. That's what Satan said. 2 weeks later, on the night of May 29th, 1985, this sick, candy-eating fuck of a human drove a stolen Mercedes-Benz to Monrovia, 25 miles north of downtown L.A., and stopped at the house of Mabel Ma Bell, she's 83, and her sister Florence Nettie Lang, 81. There's nobody who's off limits to him. He does something arguably more horrific and disturbing than what he's already done. Mabel Bell, or Ma Bell as she was known, was a strong, independent senior citizen who still drove around Monrovia, enjoyed bridge games 3 times a week. She liked the seclusion of her house. Crime wasn't something she worried about. She didn't even leave her door locked. She moved to California from Oklahoma 35 years earlier, where folks didn't lock their doors. She contributed to a fund every year, keep the Statue of Liberty in good shape. She loved God, her country, her kids, her 12 grandkids. She was a good lady. She was a nice lady. She had taken in her invalid sister, Nettie, 2 years earlier, rather than let her sister be institutionalized. 2 sisters slept in different bedrooms. Ma Bell's was white with ruffled Victorian curtains covering its windows. Her bed had 4 dark wooden posts, and at 11:40 p.m. on May 29th, both sisters were sleeping soundly with the doors unlocked. And then just before midnight, the devil drives by. Ramirez, he loved that Ma's house was a half a mile from any other home. So he parks along the street. He gets out, careful not to slam his door, quietly walks up to her front porch, walks right through the front door, finds it unlocked. As usual, he wore gloves, didn't worry about fingerprints when he grabbed the doorknob, turned and pushed. Door opens, he slowly gets in, hunched all low, coiled, aggression, utter creepiness. He lets his eyes get used to the dark, takes out a flashlight, finds his way around to the bedrooms. He could readily see that the occupants of the house were not too well off, that there was not much of monetary value, and he starts getting angry, starts getting pissed at them for not having enough good stuff for him to steal. He quickly finds Nettie Lang, and realizing she was an elderly invalid, he moves on to search the rest of the house, see if there's someone who's more of a threat. He then makes it to Ma Bell's room, sees her asleep in bed, realizes she also isn't much of a threat. He searches the rest of the house, and then he really realizes he'd come to the wrong place. There were no young women, There's nothing much to steal, and he becomes even more enraged because he is 100,000% psychopath. He decides to take out his rage on the elderly women. He goes to the kitchen, looks for a knife, can't find one. He does find a fucking hammer. Yep, it's going to get real bad. Finds a red wood-handled hammer. And he returns to Nettie Lang's bedroom and walks up to her frail sleeping form, and without hesitation to wake her up, he smashes her in the head repeatedly. Then he uses a piece of electrical cord from a clock near the bed to bind her hands behind her back. Not really sure that's necessary after the hammer smashes. Nettie's alarm clock drops to the floor, stops at 12:06 a.m. The police knew when the attack occurred. Calling to Satan to watch what he was about to do, he raises the hammer. He goes into Ma Bell's room, raises the hammer again, and then strikes her in the head. She wakes up screaming in a panic, thinking she's having a nightmare. Sure. Again, he's cartoonishly evil, calling on Satan to watch him bash old women in the heads with hammers. He screams, "Shut up or I'll kill you. Where's the money? Where's the jewelry?" She says, "I have no money. Get out of my house. Who are you?" She managed to say that, even though she'd been smashed in the head. And then he smashed her in the head again. And he sends some of her brain matter onto the wall. But doesn't kill her. Oh, Jesus Christ. He puts on the lights, finds duct tape, uses it to bind her ankles. He rips the rest of the cord from Ma Bell's bedside clock. 4 by 5 inch white face General Electric frayed the broken ends of the cord, plugs it back in, uses the exposed wires to shock her. He's shocking a still alive, semi-conscious Ma Bell. Then he takes whatever his value can find and a cassette player, including the cassette players, that Ma Bell had just got from her grandson. And then he's all sexually charged. He returns to the somehow still alive Nettie Lang, rips her nightgown off, and rapes her. And he knows Satan is going to be pleased with his work. And then his time, he reasons to let the whole world know that he has, been walking with Satan. And he uses Ma Bell's red lipstick to draw a pentagram on the back of her left thigh and on the white wall over her head. Then he draws a pentagram on Nettie Lang's bedroom wall. Then he goes to the kitchen, eats a banana, drinks a can of Mountain Dew, has a can of Coke, takes a piss, and then he leaves carrying a bloodstained pillowcase with the sister's meager belongings in it. Like he's just some fucking deranged Santa Claus. 26 hours later, doesn't even wait 2 days to attack his next victim. He's attacking the next victim. 26 hours later, Ma Bell and Nettie Lang are still bound and alive, just as he left them. 78-year-old Carlos Valenzuela would do gardening in the Monrovia area. He was doing it, and he had known Mabel Bell for 24 years. He'd taken care of her yard and her pool. And he passed by the house in the morning of May 30th, rung the bell, knocked, doesn't get an answer, comes back the next day, same thing. Finally, when he comes back on June 1st, the third time, enters the house, finds them still alive 58 hours after being attacked. Both visible brain matter. You're able to see their head wounds. You're able to see their brains through their skulls. Jesus Christ. Both were comatose, and neither would ever recover from their injuries. Of course not. And then the night after that attack, night of May 30th, he's right back at it. He drives to Burbank, just a few miles north of downtown LA, but a whole other world. I worked in Burbank for 2 years, and it's sleepy, kind of quaint. A little bit of California meets the Midwest. It's the home of NBC, tons of studios. Doesn't feel like Hollywood. People do not expect, I guess, anywhere for a piece of shit like Richard Ramirez, but they expect it less in a place like Burbank. He stops at Goodwill earlier in the day where he had bought boxes of books and filled the back seat with them. So if the police were chasing him and shot at him, the books would stop the bullets. This was some shit he'd just seen in a movie. He's completely out of his mind. 3:57 a.m. He parks on North Avon, walks over to a beige stucco house,
completely out of his fucking mind.
Big bay window,
True that.
sneaks into the backyard, approaches the quiet house, sneaks into the back door, or up to the back door, finds it locked, finds all the windows locked, but the doggy door is not locked. And he got into a couple homes this way. Man, something to think about if you have a doggy door. He quietly reaches up from the doggy door. He puts his arm through it and is able to unlock the back door and lets himself into the home. And this time, he lets himself into the home of 42-year-old Carol Kyle. Finger tied in the trigger of his .22 pistol, he finds her bedroom, finds her asleep, points a gun at her, flips on the lights, and screams her awake. "Wake up, bitch. Don't scream or I'll kill you. Don't make a fucking sound." Puts the gun to her head and asks who else is in the house. Turns out, her 11-year-old son. He walks Carol down the hall to her son's bedroom, makes Carol lie face down on the floor with the promise that he'll kill her if she gets up. He storms into her son's room, starts to scream her son awake as well. And then Carol bolts up anyway, throws herself between Ramirez and her son. Then he handcuffs them both together, puts them in a hall closet, ransacks the house looking for things that are valuable. When he can't find anything, he comes back, threatens both their lives. Carol convinces him to follow her into the bedroom, away from her son, where she has a jewelry box. Once in the room, she gives him a diamond ring. The diamond ring her dead husband had given to her. He died 6 years earlier in a plane crash. And then Ramirez rapes her. orally, vaginally, and anally. And then he thanks her. Yeah, after all the raping, like a lot of raping, says she wasn't bad for her age. And then he lets her put her clothes back on, asks her for directions to the freeway, like they just been on a date. Then he handcuffs her and her into the bed, and then he leaves. What the fuck? But just because he let Carol live doesn't mean he wasn't done killing. Less than a month later, on June 27th, he strikes again, this time in Arcadia, 18 miles east of
That's
Burbank.
a lot better. I like that a little bit
downtown
more.
LA. Breaks into the apartment of 28-year-old schoolteacher Patty Elaine Higgins, who he brutally beat, sodomized, and nearly decapitated. And then less than a week after that, on July 2nd, he's back in Arcadia, this time sneaking into the home of 75-year-old widow Mary Louise Cannon, a widow who lived alone, a woman who'd beat cancer twice. She was about to take a trip with other seniors to Australia. She'd been in a minor accident the day before, was supposed to be healing up for her trip. And then while she slept, Richard Ramirez took a heavy vase lamp from her bedroom and bashed her head with it. She wakes up screaming, he beats her unconscious, and then he gets a 10-inch knife from the kitchen, slashes her throat, thinking about how proud Satan must be of him. And then he grabs anything he thinks he can fence, anything he can sell, and takes off back downtown to the Cecil Hotel. The LAPD now knew for sure that they had like a fucking grade A or whatever you want to like the most dangerous form of serial killer, like a highly active serial killer on their hands. They're putting their best detectives on the case. But this case felt almost impossible to solve because he didn't have a victim type. His MO was just random mayhem. You know, they knew he was a Hispanic guy, but he was a Hispanic guy in a city full of Hispanic guys. The media at this point still calling him the Valley Intruder. And then it shifts quickly into calling him the Night Stalker. I guess that was catchier. Despite law enforcement dedicating more and more manpower seemingly every day to finding this guy, he doesn't leave the area yet. He doesn't stop killing. 3 days after Mary Louise Cannon's murder on July 5th, he breaks into a home in Sierra Madre, another town in the valley, just north of Pasadena, 26 miles from downtown LA. He bludgeons 16-year-old Whitney Bennett with a tire iron as she slept in her bedroom.
Okay.
Just again, all over the map, elderly woman, teen, he doesn't fucking care. Sometimes he rapes and kills, sometimes he rapes and leaves. After searching in vain for a knife in the kitchen, he attempts to strangle her with a telephone cord, and then he's startled to see sparks emanate from the cord, and the victim start to breathe again. I guess she had stopped breathing for a moment, and then he flees the house thinking that Jesus Christ had intervened and saved her. So he thinks he's in this weird religious battle now in his coke-addled sociopath, psychopath mind. He's so crazy. She survives the savage beating, but it requires 478 stitches to close the lacerations to her scalp. Unbelievable that she lived through that. She had to have massive facial reconstructive surgery. And then, little interesting trivia: Whitney would later help put Ramirez in prison with her powerful eyewitness testimony in court, and she would also marry Mike Salerno, son of one of the main LA detectives who was working the Night Stalker Ramirez case. Just 2 days later, on July 7th, I mean, he's just constant just butchery. On July 7th, Ramirez burglarizes the home of Joyce Lucille Nelson. She's 61 in Monterey Park. Finds her asleep on her living room couch. He beats her to death using his fists. Oh my God! And also when she's on the ground, stomps her. He stomps her so savagely, a shoe print from his Avia sneaker was left just imprinted on her face.
That's a lot better. I like that.
He stomped her fucking face into oblivion. He doesn't seem like a human being. He doesn't. He's like some vicious, sick animal, some rabid animal, just pretending to be a human, like an alien. Hours later, at 3 a.m., the morning of July 8th, just hours later, he breaks into the home of a 63-year-old psychiatric nurse named Sophie Dickman, lets himself in by unlocking the back door, by reaching up to that doggy door once again, steals her jewelry, beats her, attempts to sodomize her. Doesn't work out, so he gives up. Then he makes her swear on Satan. That was something he would say all the time. I want you to swear on Satan. But she would never tell anyone he was there, and then he leaves. Again, so random. No MO. Less than 2 weeks later, on July 20th, he decides to work a machete into the mix. A fucking machete. Ramirez purchases a machete before driving a stolen Toyota to Glendale, just 6 miles north of L.A., just 9 miles from downtown L.A., right? He chooses the home of Layla Needing, 66, her husband, Mac, 68. Before entering the home, he actually kneels down and prays to Satan, saying, "By all that is evil, I, your humble servant, invoke Satan to be here and accept this offering." He bursts into the sleeping couple's bedroom, flips on the light, screams, "Rise and shine, motherfuckers," then buries his machete into Max's neck. The blade sticks, doesn't kill Max, but he has a hard time getting it back out, so he takes out his .22 pistol, shoots him in the head, killing him instantly, and then he shoots Leela 3 times in the face, killing her. And then he takes everything he can that he feels like he can steal or sell back to his fence, heads back town to make some money. And this is something else that freaks me out about Ramirez, how he just turned savage murder into a business, right? I mean, it wasn't just about pleasing Satan. It was also like how he paid his bills. He killed for sexual satisfaction, killed for some sort of satanic fulfillment, and then also to make some scratch so he could stay at the Cecil, get hookers, and do blow. Hours after killing the Needians in Glendale and selling their stuff, he heads to Sun Valley nearby. Sun Valley is a sleepy suburb about 18 miles north of downtown, just a few miles north of Burbank. And approximately 4:15 a.m., he breaks into the home of the Kovaneth family. And again, the frequency. I mean, he's just fucking butchered people with a machete, zips back downtown in his stolen car, sells his stuff, and he's like, oh, man, we're not done yet. Night's just getting started. He was just a terror. Man, so he breaks into the home of this family that immigrated from Thailand a decade earlier. He murders Chanarong by shooting. This is the father of the family, by shooting him in the head.
Need sleep for work. Night night. Night night. Next.
Dad had never even realized.
Sad to see you go, but
asleep. Next second he's dead.
You gotta go back. Get some rest. Get some rest.
Some kid, Kovaneth.
Big hugs.
Sodomizing her.
Big love.
Over and over in the bed where her dead body's husband.
If nobody knows, Nick Husky also streams.
The couple's terrified 8-year-old son before dragging
wonderful
the
guy
wife around the house.
Wonderful guy.
Valuable items, which he steals. During his assault, he constantly demands that she swear to Satan that she's not hiding more money from him. And then he rapes her again after getting all the valuables and takes off. And after he leaves, she takes her son and flees to a neighbor's house who calls the police. And she would describe Richard as being brown-skinned with bad teeth, 30 to 35. He's actually much younger. He's still 25, 150 pounds, 6'1" or so. The old candy-toothed demon boy has struck again. A little over 2 weeks later, Ramirez comes across the luckiest would-be, should-be victims of a serial killer I've ever read about. Chris and Virginia Peterson. This shit is unbelievable. The couple had been sleeping in the master bedroom of their single-story home when the gunman pushed a pistol into Virginia Peterson's face. She sits up in bed screaming. He fires. She's struck by one shot in the face, falls back. She moves to shield her husband, but the gunman fires again. Ramirez shoots him in the neck, dazed and not believing either they've been shot. Virginia asks her husband, did he hit us with a stun gun? He answers, no, it's a starter gun. This is a sick joke. And then they realize he's still in the room watching them. So the husband, after just getting shot, he got some serious fight or flight going on. He charges Ramirez, dodging 2 more shots. And Richard flees through the same door he entered and sneaks off into the night. And then the couple rush to find their 4-year-old daughter, who's been sleeping in another room. She's unharmed. They call the police, and then they pile into their camper and then drive themselves to a hospital. After each of them just get, he gets shot in the neck, she gets shot in the face. What they remember most about the attack was the way that that Ramirez lingered. He could have just finished us off just then, said the husband, 38, but he just watched us. They say he likes to watch them suffer. Peterson spent 1 night in the hospital. Chris, again, been shot in the neck. Virginia shot in the head. And although it was a small caliber gun, authorities say it was amazing they survived a point blank attack like that. And that's how they found out they were superheroes. And that's what the animated movie The Incredibles is based on. It's based on their story. No, it's not. But that is incredible. So unlucky to be attacked. So lucky to survive shots at point blank range like that. Other cases investigated by the Night Stalker Task Force. And there is definitely a Night Stalker task force going on now. He is being called the Night Stalker. They describe what he looks like. Just 2 days later, though, he's right back at it again. Repeats a lot of the details of the Sun Valley Kovaneth family attack. On August 8th, 1985, he drives a stolen car to Diamond Bar, 27 miles east of downtown L.A., chooses the home of Sakina Abawath, 27, her husband, Elias Abawath, 31. And what's really insane to me is that with the exception of the first random murder of the 9-year-old, all of this has happened in 1985. Right. The frequency makes it extra disturbing. He just keeps killing faster and faster. Also, I'm not sure if this has anything to do with these killings, but No Looking Back had just been released on July 30th, right? The second solo album from Michael Motherfucker McDonald, Triple M. The hit single, No Looking Back, had just been released early that summer. I can't hold on. I can't return. Time to let go. Start to live and learn. I can't hold on. the depravity this guy will commit. And then he leaves. Doesn't kill her. Leaves. She unties her son. She runs to the neighbors for help. And my God, and again, he's so evil. You wonder if he just let some of these people live so they could just suffer more with their memories. Like, because he clearly wasn't a nice guy. The local news in LA is definitely now all about the Night Stalker. Night Stalker Task Force is combing the streets. He's left numerous eyewitnesses alive now. There's a reward out for him for over $30,000. And he's getting worried about it now because he has a lot of dirtbag kind of drug and theft contacts who would happily sell him out. It's not like he doesn't have any friends. He heads north to San Francisco. In days of arrival, he's broken into some homes, stolen some jewelry, beaten the shit out of a 70-year-old Chinese woman in a Chinatown fucking apartment building lobby, just for the fuck of it. Just followed her in, beat the shit out of her, and left. 10 days after the Diamond Bar Abowath family attack on August 18th, 1985, he enters the home of Peter and Barbara Pan in the Lakeside District of San Francisco. Peter, 66, worked as an accountant for the San Francisco General Hospital for the past 16 years. Wife is a bank teller. And he shoots Peter in his sleep.
Yeah, that looks
Gunshot
good.
to the temple again. This is like his favorite thing to do now. Barbara, age 62, again, beaten and sexually violated before being shot in her head and left for dead. At the crime scene, Ramirez uses lipstick to scrawl a pentagram in the phrase "Jack the Knife" under the bedroom wall. Then he goes to the Tenderloin district, picks up a prostitute, pays for $10 to have sex with her feet.
Damn.
Probably ate a bunch of candy after that, and then just passes out. When it's discovered that the ballistic and shoe print evidence from the night
I'm laughing because it's so fucking ridiculous with this guy. Like, it's so fucking ridiculous.
Televised press conference, and this leak infuriates the detectives because now they know that the killer's following the media coverage, and it's going to give him, the opportunity to sneak away, to destroy some forensic evidence. Ramirez had been watching the press, and he drops his size 11.5 Avia sneakers over the side of the Golden Gate Bridge that night. Then he hangs out for a few more days and heads back to L.A. Week later, August 24th, Ramirez breaks into the house of Bill Carnes, 30 years old, his fiancée, Inez Erickson, 29, through a back door. Ramirez, he enters the bedroom of the sleeping couple, awakens Carnes when he cocks his .25 caliber handgun. He shoots Carnes 3 times in the head. Then he turns his attention to his wife. Ramirez told the terrified woman that he was the Night Stalker, forces her to swear that she loves Satan, beats her with his fists, bounds her with neckties. After stealing what he can find, he drags her to another room to rape and sodomize her, demands cash, more jewelry, makes her swear on Satan some more, that there's no more jewelry. Before leaving the home, he tells the wife, tell them the Night Stalker was here. She unties herself, goes to a neighbor's house, and to get help for her severely injured fiance. Surgeons are actually able to remove 2 of the bullets from his head, and incredibly, he survives his injuries. Erickson was able to give a detailed description of the assailant to investigators. The police were able to obtain a cast of Ramirez's footprint. The stolen car is found August 28th near the Wilshire Center in L.A., and police are able to obtain a single fingerprint from the rear view mirror despite Ramirez's careful efforts to wipe the car clean of his prints. The print was positively identified as belonging to Richard Munoz Ramirez. They had that database going now. He's described as a 25-year-old drifter from Texas with a long rap sheet that included many arrests for traffic and illegal drug violations. Law enforcement officials decide to release to the media a mugshot of Ramirez from December 12th, 1984, from his car theft arrest. And the Night Stalker finally has a face. There's a police conference, and it's announced, we know who you are now, and soon everyone else will. There will be no place you can hide. 6 days later, August 30th, 1985, Ramirez tries to take a bus to Tucson, Arizona to visit his brother, unaware that he's become the lead story in virtually every major newspaper and television program across the state of California. After failing, he does take a bus to Tucson. That's right. This time he'd actually made it out. And then he doesn't realize how much heat is on him, and he takes a bus back to L.A. on August 31st. Then he walks past officers who are staking out the bus terminal in hopes of catching this killer. After noticing, just as he's leaving the bus terminal, a group of elderly Mexican women fearfully identifying him, calling him the El Matador, the killer, Ramirez sees his face in the covers on the newspaper rack, and he flees in a panic. After running across the Santa Fe freeway, he attempts to carjack a woman. He's chased away by bystanders who pursue him. An angry mob now chasing this guy, just like angry mobs used to chase fucking people they thought were monsters hundreds of years ago. After hopping over several fences, attempting 2 more carjackings, the mob catches up with him. Someone in the mob has a metal bar, bashes him in the head. The mob continues to beat him until police show up. A unit from LAPD arrives on the scenes, including Officer Jim Kaiser, who said that he had been chasing reports of the Night Stalker in this neighborhood. Officer Andy Ramirez remembers that by the time the cops showed up and arrested Ramirez, more and more people were realizing it was a Night Stalker, not just a carjacker. The tone of the crowd changed, he said. You could see the anger. They were getting closer and closer to where Richard Ramirez had been handcuffed and placed in the car. I thought, if I lose control of this crowd, they're going to take him from this car. Now they're going to kill him. Officer Kaiser then hears someone in the crowd shout, "Get him, shoot him." Kaiser takes Richard Ramirez out of Andy Ramirez's car, and the mob had surrounded that car at this point, transports him to his police vehicle, and takes him to the Hollenbeck police station. When Kaiser stopped at the Hollenbeck station, he opens the patrol car door. Ramirez throws up in the parking lot. It was green, like The Exorcist, Kaiser would say, referencing the 1973 movie. This guy is really evil. Puke was probably just a mixture of Mountain Dew and Jolly Ranchers. You know, whatever candy was the grossest, the most evil. That's probably what was his favorite. Probably what he had in his stomach. Kaiser tightens Ramirez's handcuffs over and over again. He goes, I didn't know what he was capable of. I looked straight into the eyes of absolute evil. He had cold, black eyes. He was the ultimate manifestation of absolute evil. Ramirez asked the detective for a favor, saying, "Put a bullet in my head. Let's end it." Gil Carrillo, lead sheriff's homicide detective, who had been on the Night Stalker's trail for months, walks into the LAPD building just before 10 a.m. He's joined by his partner, Frank Salerno. It was a party-like atmosphere. The two detectives stopped the party immediately. And Ramirez, who'd been reading about himself in the newspapers, knew the names of both detectives without being introduced. Carrillo sat across from Ramirez in a second-floor interview room. "Uncuff him," he said. Carrillo called him Rich. Rich was calm, called himself the Night Stalker, and he asked Carrillo a question: "Why do you think I did what I did?" Carrillo thought for a second. "Rich, if I had that answer, I would be a doctor making a lot of money." He would later say he was the most vicious and vile person I had ever come into contact with. And this is an LAPD veteran homicide detective. During the interview, Carrillo noticed Ramirez was tracing circles and lines on the table with his finger, and he figured out that he was drawing pentagrams. Shortly after this, Ramirez would be charged with 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, 14 burglaries. And that, finally, takes us out of the super scary stuff. All right, we're out of the murder, rape, and overall crime spree of Richard Ramirez. And we're done with me singing. So a couple good things have happened. But not out of the timeline. The story still has some extremely interesting moments. He put on quite a show at his trial. Jury selection for the case didn't begin until 3 years later because of a lot of legal mumbo-jumbo. Started on July 22nd, 1988. At his first court appearance, Ramirez raised a hand with a pentagram drawn on it and yelled, "Hail Satan." Fucking ridiculous. Although, if I'm ever put on trial for anything, I hope I remember to yell, "Hail Nimrod." Because that would be a great inside joke for you guys. August 3rd, 1988, the Los Angeles Times reported that some jail employees overheard Ramirez planning to shoot the prosecutor with the gun, which Ramirez, I guess, intended to have smuggled into the courtroom. Consequently, a metal detector is installed outside the courtroom, and intensive searches are being conducted on people entering the courtroom now. August 14th, the trial is interrupted because one of the jurors, Phyllis Singletary, doesn't arrive at the courtroom. Later that day, she's found shot to death in her apartment. The jury is terrified. They couldn't help but wonder if Ramirez had something to do with this, if he had directed this event from inside his prison cell, and if he could reach other jury members. Turns out Ramirez was not responsible for Singletary's death. She'd been shot and killed by her boyfriend, who later committed suicide with the same weapon. However, the alternate juror who replaced Singletary was so frightened to be on the trial that she was fearful to return to her home. And I bet she was. Can you imagine getting stuck on a trial like that? I would say whatever it took to get myself out of that shit. September 20th, 1989, Ramirez was convicted of all charges: 13 counts of murder, 5 attempted murders, 11 sexual assaults, 14 burglaries. During the penalty phase of the trial on November 7th, 89, he's sentenced to die in California's gas chamber. He states to reporters after the death sentence he's given, he says, "Big deal. Death always went with the territory. See you in Disneyland." What the fuck? During his trial, he'd amassed a sizable group of followers. Some were fellow devil worshippers who idolized him. Some were groupies who wanted to have his baby. Yeah, women were fighting, like literally fighting over Richard Ramirez outside of court. I think I've said this in a previous podcast, but how bad does that suck for the person who's lived their life the right way and who can't get a date, right? This guy's the biggest piece of shit of all time, one of them. This rotten-toothed, candy-eating psychopath has women fighting over him. Attractive women, actually. One of these women was
Well, it doesn't
Noreen
matter how
Leoy,
attractive they
who
are.
wrote him
If they're
nearly
fucking
75 letters
crazy,
during his incarceration,
never
starting shortly
do
after his
that.
arrest in 1995.
But I mean,
How
if you're a
insulting
fucking
to the victims
sociopath,
of these crimes.
who
What a
cares?
deranged piece of shit she is. In 1988, he proposed to her. She accepts. In October 3rd, 1996, they're married in California's San Quentin State Prison. For years before Ramirez's death, Leoy stated that she'd commit suicide when Ramirez was executed. Oh, too bad she too bad that never happened. Ramirez was never executed. He eventually died on death row shortly before California abolished it on June 7th, 2013, of complications secondary to B-cell lymphoma at Marin General Hospital in Green Bay, California. He'd also been suffering from complications brought on by chronic substance abuse and chronic hepatitis C viral infection. And I hope his death was painful. And that takes us out of this time suck timeline.
Good job, soldier. You made it back. Barely.
Wow, so what a monster, huh? Evil until the very end. Never expressed any remorse for all the horrible, horrible, horrible things he did. Believed in the devil right up until the end. Randomly, actor Todd Bridges, remember that dude? He was on Different Strokes when he was a kid. Then he had some like rough patches with drugs and some crime. Well, he ended up being incarcerated briefly in the same prison as Ramirez, and he remembers in an interview later, he remembered Ramirez taunting him. He said that Ramirez would come by his cell and shake the door really hard. He always tried to freak me out. He would say, "I'm going to come in and get you." Bridges said the shit he did and the stuff he said in court wasn't for show. He was that guy, evil to the core until the very end. And still, like I said earlier, he had groupies. You know, I get the bad boy fascination a lot of women go through on some level. I get. I've thought that bad girls are hot. Hail Lucifina. But Ramirez, way too bad. Like getting tatted up, smoking and drinking too much, living a reckless life, having that kind of charismatic, don't give a fuck attitude. That's one thing. But being a pure sadistic, homicidal rapist and murderer, that's, I guess it's a little redundant. Homicidal murder kind of goes that. But yeah, but just being that evil is an entirely other thing. Let's explore this dark fascination some of these women have on today's idiots of the internet.
Idiots of the internet.
The best video I could find dealing with murderer groupies, I guess, that didn't have the comments disabled, most of them did, was 10 serial killers with obsessive groupies, published by Planet Dolan in 2016, Ramirez being one of the 10. And before we get to the dumb comments, a lot of funny ones. User, the anime avatar is ironic, posts all these serial killers and their groupies, and I can't still get a text back. And then user Nade Duck posts, I guess there's a complete goddamn moron out there for everyone, to which user Ulysses replies, 22 years, and I'm still looking for my moron. Love that. User Metal Neck has the best one, I think, posting, so remember, little Timmy, if you want Sally from down the street to like you, murder her friends. Jeez. And then the dumb starts. User Alice Beniston posts, I'll admit Richard Ramirez is good looking. And user I Broke Apart to Play This Game goes full misguided teen goth dumb shit and posts, he's good looking and Satanism is awesome. No, he's not. It's not. And you should be sterilized. You should be sterilized. With that attitude, get ready to have a terrible life. Get ready to have some kids with some loser who's going to leave you and abandon his responsibilities to work on a shitty fucking band or whatever. Wonder how awesome you'll think worshiping the devil and bad boys are then, huh? And then Alice, the original poster,
and 2 sketch ideas for my last emote slot. Oh,
Facebook and hit her up.
Oh, let's see it.
Gee.
Let's look at it.
Future victim, the comment section
Sleep.
of a serial killer video. That's where you're gonna find your hookups.
Okay, all right.
Then user Kimmy
Sweep and then sweep with Banky. Okay, all right. Sweep with Banky. Which do you prefer? Now the sleep feels good, but the sleep with Banky feels better.
But his crimes were terrifying to me. Big turnoff. But you know what? Hey, that's just
I thought it was a Banky, but sleep with hand, you'd have to add a little bit of like a cheek squish, like a cheek squish to show that it's resting on a pillow. But I think that would be fine, or the hand. I mean, that would be fine. I'd like that.
Anybody, look, if you guys want to fuck a serial killer, I mean, who am I to judge?
It looks good either way. But I go with the hand just because it would add a little bit more.
Like, if you think Ramirez was a cool, good guy, fuck you. You are so dumb. I hope you can never have kids. I hope your dick doesn't work, or that your uterus is as barren as the space between your ears. I hope you're never able to get a job, even working around kids. I hope you don't live anywhere near kids. I hope you don't see a kid. I hope you go blind so you can't see kids. I don't want you influencing the future of society in any meaningful way whatsoever. You pathetic, wretched, misguided, complete fucking idiot of the internet.
Idiots of the internet.
So, Ramirez, glad he's dead. Too bad he lived as long as he did. Very disturbing that some people think he's cool. What a preposterous monster. And while we'll
So
never
I'm
know
gonna say
exactly what makes
hand.
people tick, what turns them into murderers, a lot of kids have abusive
I love
parents.
it though.
A lot of kids are molested. A lot have some kind of mental disorder, leaves them devoid of empathy. And the overwhelming majority don't grow up to become people anywhere close to what Richard Ramirez became. But I do feel like old cousin Mike, old Miguel, had a lot to do with the formation of the Night Stalker. You were maybe at your most impressionable around, 12 and 13 years old. And this is the dude, that he spent time with, transitioning from a boy to a young man. This dude is who he's with when he's first dabbling with drugs, when he's first, having like sexual thoughts, establishing his sexual identity. And this guy's telling him that rape is cool, showing him pictures of rape, showing him pictures of murder, necrophilia, and then a year or so later shows him actual murder someone in front of him. And it's because it's a family member. He doesn't feel like he can talk about any of this crazy thoughts he's having. Oh my God, man. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Showing somebody all of that doesn't mean, again, they will become a sadistic nightmare, but I feel like it greatly increases the odds that they will. So, again, watch who you let your kids hang around. Man, now let's take another look back at all of this with some top 5 takeaways.
Time suck. Top
I mean, he was a monster.
Number 1.
Let me see. America's Guns. Let's see. Slowly but surely.
In 1968, local Channel 10 Philadelphia television reporter Bill Baldini was just 26 years old the first time he set foot on Pennhurst property. He'd heard from numerous viewers that the local mental health facility, the Pennhurst State School and Hospital, located just a quick 30 minutes northwest of Philly in Spring City, about 30 miles away, was a chamber of horrors. He decided to check it out and promised himself that if
I'm gonna go get
what
a
people told him
snack.
they saw inside Pennhurst was actually happening,
Don't worry,
he would
guys.
do an
I'll be right
investigative
back.
story on the abuse committed there and expose it. Baldini was able to get inside Pennhurst through a membership with the JCs of Philadelphia. Nice to have a
Snuggly
JC
baby.
subject
Snuggly
doing some good this time.
baby.
John Wayne Gacy, real big into the JCs, if you will recall. Once inside, Baldini was horrified by what he saw. He said, "I was never so shocked and surprised in my life." He recalled telling his boss what he had seen, and his boss didn't believe him at first. He begged to do a story that ended up becoming a 5-part news report for WCAU Channel 10 that shocked the people of Delaware Valley. Baldini showed the people in and around Philadelphia what life was like at Pennhurst, and they were disgusted and outraged. They had 80 infants in one ward, Baldini said. There were 80 metal cribs standing against the walls. Inside those cribs were children anywhere from 6 months to 6 or 7 years old, abandoned to psychologically rot in the facility. His news director and executive producers actually cried when they watched the footage. Usually back then, you got 1.5 minutes for a story, Baldini would later explain. The first story on Pennhurst
Big
was 7 minutes.
rabbit.
Baldini's story eventually led to a government investigating the treatment of the
He's
patients at
just a
Pennhurst,
big old
which led to
rabbit.
the institution being shut down for good.
He's just a
And I think
baby.
Baldini's story led to a lot of people taking a closer look at
He's
themselves.
just a big old baby.
Now that they knew this was going on, what should be done with members of society less fortunate than they were? It's a question many of us are still asking. We take a hard look at Pennhurst today, and we examine our own recent cultural attitudes towards, people who are intellectually disabled. Let's try and take better care of each other. Let's not suffer the little children edition of Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, Time Suckers. How you holding up after Friday's episode? I'm still feeling a little mentally fragile after sucking my way through the Toy Box Killer. I keep thinking of that room, man. I keep thinking of that FBI agent who couldn't handle what she'd seen and just walked outside and, yeah.
Where is?
On March 22nd, 1999, in the small lake town of Elephant Butte, New Mexico, 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil is naked and covered in blood. She's running down Bass Road with the metal choker collar padlocked around her neck. She has no idea where she is or how she got there. She's scared half to death and desperate to find help before her captors catch up with her. She runs inside a mobile home with an open front door and shocks the hell out of the owner, who calls the police after Cynthia bolts the door behind her. Police arrive and listen as Cynthia tells them a crazy, almost impossible to believe story. She tells them that a man and a woman had kidnapped her and had been holding her as a sex slave for 3 days of continual rape and torture. She says she was whipped, cut with various medical type instruments, given electric shocks, and tortured with a variety of other homemade sexual instruments. She has bruises, burns, puncture wounds covering her body to back up her outrageous claims. She tells police she met her captors in Albuquerque, working as a prostitute, and that the man had offered her $20 in exchange for oral sex, and that they then went into an RV where a woman snuck up on her, helped subdue her, and placed a metal collar around her neck. They drove Cynthia to an unknown location, put her in a specially constructed later that Ever hitchhiked? Would you ever hitchhike? If you're saying yes, you may reconsider after listening to today's episode. Robert Ben Rhodes, born in 1945, started driving big rigs across America's interstates and major highways in the mid 70s, and he seemed to most like an unassuming and harmless trucker for the next 15 ish years. The Iowa native's childhood had ended abruptly when his dad was arrested for an alarming crime, and after the way his father responded to this arrest, life seemed to spiral out of control for the man who would soon introduce himself to others as either Dusty or, via his CB radio, Whips and Chains. He was not harmless. Bob became a sexual sadist, obsessed with the fetish world of BDSM. Soon he began to completely ignore the fun and consensual part of bondage and submission, pivoting from pleasure through pain to pleasure through rape, torture, and murder. Rhodes was and still is a deeply fucked up individual who sits today in a prison he will never get out of, as it should be for the man who became known as the truck stop killer. It's estimated that Bob killed over 50 people between roughly 1975 and 1990, most of them young women and the occasional men they were traveling with, whom Rhodes quickly disposed of before focusing on the compulsion that drove him to kill: sexual torture. Bob overpowered young hitchhikers and sex workers in the sleeper cab of his truck, tying them up with BDSM chains and restraints, and then raping and torturing them for days, sometimes longer, in a mobile dungeon with nipple clamps, belts, chains, handcuffs, fish hooks, and more. When he'd grown tired of toying with them, he dumped their young bodies in a dumpster or out in the woods, sometimes after shaving their heads and pubic hair. Further degradation, perhaps. The majority of women's bodies thought to belong to his victims have never been found. Their families have never been given the closure of at least knowing that their daughter or son is dead. A few victims, thankfully, were identified thanks to very disturbing photographs that Rhodes took. How did Rhodes finally get caught? And how did he find a BDSM community in the days before the internet? When do BDSM and other fetishes cross the line from healthy kink into dangerous self-harm? Do they ever cross that line? All this and more in a bondage-filled whips and chains. How much pain is too much pain? Maybe just take an Uber edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Shot and killed 2 BLM protesters during an. How quickly many have forgotten all the good Black Rifle has done for. I had kids. I drove to gigs instead of flying all the time. And for a long time, I loved it. Not for everyone, but for someone who's naturally introverted like me, not bad at all. Really enjoyed driving around alone, driving anywhere from a few hours to 8 or 10 hours a day, doing a show in Lewiston, Idaho one night, maybe Elko, Nevada the next, out on the highway or freeway, as long as you're not driving through a major city during rush hour, there's very little traffic for the most part. Pretty easy driving. I could listen to whatever I wanted to listen to, and I did. I could make 10 phone calls if I wanted in a day, or none if I didn't feel like talking. Maybe just enjoy the scenery, let my mind wander. I love to daydream about whatever I felt like daydreaming about with no interruptions. Having all that time alone, undisturbed, gave me a chance to really think about how to write jokes, how to tell stories. It was good for me. It worked for me. But having too much time alone to think, maybe not good for everyone. If you like to daydream about sexual torture instead of funny stories, the open road can give you way too much time to dwell on your dark fantasies. Really cement them into something more than a fantasy, into a compulsion, an obsession, something you feel like you need to do. Pulling off certain dark fantasies is something the open road can give you a much better opportunity to do as well than many other careers would. The open road is a good place, maybe the perfect place for a serial killer to roam from state to state or from country to country, picking up, raping whatever sex workers and hitchhikers they don't think will be missed. Young women who often have already cut off contact with family and friends, women who routinely go missing even when they have not been kidnapped or killed. Robert Ben Rhodes may have used America's open roads to do this for about 15 years. The U.S. has a lot of open roads, the most. In terms of mileage, the United States has the longest and largest road network in the world, with over 4.2 million miles, over 6.8 million kilometers of paved and unpaved roads. More, much more than any other nation, more with the nations with higher populations like China, India, Russia. The U.S. has more roads than the entirety of the European Union. The U.S. is known around the world for its vast network of interconnected highways and interstates. Our interstate system is arguably the best in the world, at least for such a large nation. The U.S. is the third largest country, over 9.8 million square kilometers, over 6 million square miles, and our national roads and the trucking industry today's dirtbag was a part of got a major upgrade to make us one of the best, if not the best, nation for roads in 1956. June 29th of that year, President Dwight Eisenhower signed the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956. And that bill created a 41,000-mile, quote, national system of interstate and defense highways that would eliminate unsafe roads, inefficient routes, traffic jams, and all of the other things that got in the way of speedy, safe transcontinental travel. The highways had a second, darker purpose as well. Experts wrote that in case of atomic attack on our key cities, the road net would permit quick evacuation of target areas. For all these reasons, 1956 law declared that the construction of an elaborate expressway system was essential to the national interest. President Franklin D. Roosevelt had tried to enact this bill into law back in 1941. Then material funding and manpower shortages created by U.S. involvement in World War II delayed that project at that time. Today, thanks to this act, the U.S. has over 47,600 miles of expressways, and over 273 million registered vehicles use these and other American roads. Back during the 70s, when roads likely started killing, it was a lot more common than now to see hitchhikers looking for a free ride or relatively free ride across all these roads. According to historian Jack Reed, author of Roadside Americans, The Rise and Fall of Hitchhiking in a Changing Nation, hitchhiking was really common in the 1930s and 1940s. Then there was a bit of dip in the 1950s, big resurgence in the 60s and 70s. Jack says in the 30s and 40s, hitchhiking was really associated with necessity. In the Depression, there were people out of work and trying to find opportunity. And not everyone owned an automobile at that time. So people would take the road in search of opportunity and work. In the 1950s, hitchhiking's popularity and acceptance waned a little bit. then in the 60s and 70s, you had this whole generation of young people who kind of felt confined.
I didn't listen.
Wanted to explore,
okay.
get a more authentic sense of what the world is about. And so you have young people hitchhiking for adventure.
But new
People
version
leaving the
potentials.
road, wanting to get out, explore the world, and meet a whole cross section of people they wouldn't otherwise meet. Some people seeking this adventure found, a lot of.
I like the eyes slightly open. They're pretty good.
Partially due to the perception that it was a good way to get raped and murdered by a serial killer. And sadly, that is, of course, exactly what happened to some of the characters.
I like them.
But don't let the story make.
I do like them.
Are by and large a group of.
But I mean, if you, it's up to you, man. I like the newer ones just because it would be a cute little animated one.
I feel like truckers get culturally maligned a lot, at least here in the States, and I don't want to perpetuate some baseless stereotype. Long-haul truckers being an especially pervy and bloodthirsty group of people. Also, while I don't personally endorse or recommend hitchhiking, it doesn't seem to be statistically as dangerous, at least not now, as today's story might make it seem. Let me lay out some stats here. From 1979 to 2009, there were 675 reported victims of sexual assault and murder along America's interstate highways. The FBI reports that over 500 of these crimes were murders. The interstate accommodates roughly 24% of the nation's road travel. If we assume these types of crime take equal place along both interstates and proportionally other highways, we get 2,700 estimated victims of sexual assault and murder in 20 years. Over that time period, the average annual population of the U.S. was over 303 million, which equates to a 0.00.
Yeah, it could make make that into a regular. Yeah, that would be good, and have the Sleepyest animated. Oh yeah.
Highway or interstate.
Turn that into a regular. That is a good one though. I love that one.
So looking at it this way, more likely just to randomly fall down and die than be murdered or raped by someone picking you up hitchhiking. Kind of. The stats I just shared were put together for an article in wanderlymagazine.com, a very pro-hitchhiking website. And they don't
I've got to change mine. I've got to do mine. But
because not everyone in the U.S. hitchhikes.
That's the worst part. Is that,
percentage of the population hitchhikes, at least not that I can find. If we had that number and we were able to take that number into account, that number could spike the hitchhiking murder and rape rate, maybe considerably. And within that number, we don't have what percentage of hitchhikers are women between the ages of, say, 14 and 25. The general age range of Rhodes victims. How many of them are raped and killed hitchhiking? Taking it further, how many female sex workers, statistically the favorite target of serial killers, how many of them between the ages of 14 and 25 are killed hitchhiking? That percentage might be a lot higher than the percentage of people who just randomly fall down and die. Still, looking again at that total number of 675 rape and murder victims in 20 years across America's freeways, doesn't seem to have been an epidemic during those years. I just wanted to throw that out there because I don't want to perpetuate any irrational fear of hitchhiking or irrational fear of truckers that is not statistically justified. Last thing, out of those 675 reported rapes and murders committed around U.S. interstates, we don't know how many of the perpetrators were truckers, as opposed to literally any other type of driver.
True anger exists. What are you gonna do to yours? I'm thinking of just doing a little dance. I'm thinking of a little dance with my main characters. Maybe the Karamu dancing would be adorable, but I'm also thinking of headbanging with her little her hair, going from a headbanging to a little dance, and then goes back to the headbang, and then
you're getting my zapples riled up, mother.
Just being real big dancing kind of thing. I'm not sure.
We sucked Kemper and his kid heads on a stick back in episode 123. And once Kemper was released after spending a few years incarcerated for killing his grandparents as a teen, he quickly returned to killing. And he primarily did target young female co-eds who were hitchhiking around Central California. And while he was killing, at least 7 unsolved homicides involving female hitchhikers also took place in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa of the North Bay area of California, 1972 and 1973. And these were hitchhikers he didn't kill. Investigators floated the possibility that the Zodiac killer, Ted Bundy, maybe the Hillside Stranglers, were responsible for these murders. So hitchhikers were dying. With the rise and subsequent publicity of these crimes, some of the first laws against hitchhiking, were passed, and a national fear of hitchhiking then began. Local and federal law enforcement agencies began using scare tactics to get both drivers and hitchhikers to stop doing it. Agencies warned people to both not hitchhike and to not pick up hitchhikers. A 1973 FBI poster, for instance, warned drivers that a hitcher might be a, quote, sex maniac or a vicious murderer. I love that they use the term sex maniac. Ed Kemper, the state of California, has found you guilty of being a sex maniac, which is actually accurate. The FBI wrote the term into the caption at the bottom of one of their old posters. They wrote,
I'm thinking she
motorist,
does a little,
don't pick
she
up
does that or
Is
the
he a
Karamu
happy
dancing,
vacationer
but I
or
can't think
an
of another
escaping
one. I
criminal?
might just do another
pleasant
dancing
companion
one.
Or a
I
sex
don't know.
maniac? A friendly traveler?
I've
or
got
a vicious
nothing.
murderer?
Like my
When the gamble
hands
with
are up in
hitchhikers,
the
your
air.
safety and the
I
lives of your
literally
loved
have
ones are
nothing.
at stake.
Like
Don't
I
take the risk.
haven't thought of it.
Robert Ben Rhodes,
I
the
haven't
truck stop
really
killer,
put
not
any
hitchhiker himself, was
like
certainly both a sex maniac and a vicious murderer. He would retrofit his long haul truck into a mobile BDSM torture chamber. So let's get into the life and times of Robert Rhodes now. After laying out a little lay of the land in our road trip from hell, assless chaps clad time suck timeline.
Strap on those boots, soldier. We're marching down a time-suck timeline.
On November 22nd, 1945, just about 6 weeks after the end of World War II, Robert Ben Rhodes, born in Council Bluffs, Iowa, to Ben Rhodes, 32, and Faye Rhodes, 31. And immediately, there were concerns that he might grow up to become a sex maniac. A sex maniac who would first become obsessed with the BDSM sexual lifestyle and then become a criminal sadist who kidnapped young women, turned them into unwilling sex slaves, and murdered them. The doctor who delivered him noticed something unusual about baby Robert. He saw an evil glint in one of his baby eyes. Glint he couldn't see at first because young Robert's eyes were completely covered up. He saw it after he unzipped Robert's baby gimp mask. Yes, dear maid Stack, Robert Ben Rhodes was born wearing a black latex sensory deprivation gimp mask. It was an unsettling sight to be sure, and it wasn't all he was wearing. Robert was also born holding a little baby-sized leather whip in his right hand, a little black riding crop in his left, and leather assless chaps and motorcycle boots. And his little baby penis was pierced Prince Albert style and connected to one of his little pierced baby nipples with a stainless steel chain that wrapped around his umbilical cord.
Didn't
Most
happen.
disturbing of all, immediately after being born, he tried to force his way back into his mother's uterus. He yelled his first sentence, "The pain stops when you say the safe word, and not a moment before, slave." Yes, he had a deep, scary voice as a baby. Obviously, that didn't happen. Obviously, this is also going to be a very weird, very dark episode. Ben Robert. Robert Ben. There we go. The first name and the middle name being both seem like first names. Throw me sometimes. But Robert Ben was a seemingly normal baby, born the natural way, Council Bluffs, Iowa, not wearing any BDSM attire. Council Bluffs, an industrial city just across the Missouri River from Omaha, Nebraska. It's been around in some form since the 1840s. Officially incorporated in 1853 when less than
But I mean, if you got any ideas for
grew
me,
quickly. By the
I don't
1930s,
care.
It had grown into the nation's fifth largest trail center, with over 40,000 people. Just across the river, another roughly 215,000
I can't think of
people
anything
called
for an
Omaha.
animated
That time, it was a
GIF
big metro area
for an
of
animated
America.
one. I can't.
The railroads in proximity,
I got
over 30
nothing.
million acres of farmland in Iowa alone helped Council Bluffs become a major center for grain storage.
I got my two arms and I just shrug.
Included Blue Star Foods, Dwarfy Cereal, Frito-Lay, Georgie Porgy Cereal, Giant Manufacturing, Kimball Elevators.
I'm gonna have
Mona
to
Motor
sweep
Oil,
up over
Monarch,
there.
Reliance Batteries, Woodward's Candy, World Radio. I tried so hard to find a vintage commercial for any one of those companies. No dice. You let me down, Internet. I wanted to hear me a sweet Dwarfy cereal jingle. Robert's father, Ben, was an officer in the U.S. Army, was stationed in West Germany at the time of his birth. He's the second of 4 siblings. Info on this guy's childhood, very thin. I don't even know the names of his other siblings or their genders. He would tell future wives very little about his childhood. His family didn't seem to give any interviews about him after he was captured. Even digging into genealogy databases, very little information exists about his parents. Both of them have long since died. And you can find death locations, death dates. You can't find any information about their children. It feels like that information was intentionally hidden. And if that's the case, I can't blame the family for doing that. I wouldn't want anyone reaching out to me if I was Robert's brother or sister. Robert was raised at first exclusively by his mom in a 2-bedroom home at 2400 Avenue D in Council Bluffs until his father was discharged. When Ben returned to Council Bluffs, everything seemed normal for the Rhodes family. May not have actually been normal, probably not, based on what we're going to explore later, but things seemed normal to others in the community. Family took trips to Colorado, about which the Council Bluffs Daily Nonpareil, its local paper, published accounts, including one about how young Robert wanted to operate a lawnmower. Riveting, hard-hitting Council Bluffs news. Breaking story. Young boy would like to operate a lawnmower. Send us your thoughts. The Daily Nonpareil also published stories about Ben Rhodes' daring work as a driver for the Council Bluffs Fire Department. Daily Nonpareil has been published in Council Bluffs continuously since 1857. Pretty cool. And just hoping that's how you pronounce it. But literally a half hour trying to find someone, fucking anyone, saying the name of that damn paper online. Nope. Even on the Daily Nonpareil's own tutorial video describing how to sign up and use their e-version of the paper, they somehow managed to never say the name of their own fucking business a single time. Maddening. I'm saying the word nonpareil like it's or nonpareil like it's supposed to be said. It means in the context of the paper, it means a person or thing having no equal, according to dictionary.com. Not sure if that's how it's pronounced in Council Bluffs though, because America. I realize no one probably cares about all this, but just the longer I looked, you can watch a fucking super boring 10-minute tour of old buildings at downtown Council Bluffs. They're no longer there. The more annoyed I got, and I felt compelled to share on it. May 17th, 1973, the Nonpareil publishes an article on Robert's dad, Ben. It reports that Ben, 40 years old and 53, was a veteran firefighter. Ben talks quite a bit in the article about how folks in Omaha will pull over for a fire truck, but not folks in Council Bluffs. He thinks it's because the Omaha police will give you a ticket more often for not pulling over, but that the Council Bluffs law enforcement doesn't really take it as seriously. A riveting, hard-hitting Council Bluffs news. Breaking story. Local firefighter feels like Omaha motorists pull over for fire trucks probably more often than Council Bluffs motorists. Send us your thoughts. Robert's father was apparently well-liked in the Council Bluffs Fire Department. Gave to charity, played horseshoes. Christmas time, prepared a nice meal for the men at Station 2. Then after being injured while fighting a fire, Ben was promoted to captain, and he appeared more often in the paper. One picture of him is of him smiling behind the wheel of a fire truck, big write-up. Ben's son, the future serial killer Robert, actually made the cover of the Nonpareil in 1957, laughing as he attempted to get his pet dog to pull him on a sled. Riveting, hard-hitting Council Bluffs news. Breaking story. Local boy thinks it's funny to try and convince dog to pull him in sled. Send us your thoughts. School was pretty easy for young Robert. He was apparently a good student. He was an engaged learner, involved in all sorts of extracurricular activities. While in grade school, we could only find one report of him getting into any sort of significant trouble. On May 13th, 1957, 11-year-old Robert was suspended from Mrs. Kennewick's 5th grade classroom for walking into class wearing a leather bodysuit and zipper mouth muzzle. He had spreader bars, dungeon irons, hospital restraints, and other BDSM sex toys in his backpack. When other children saw his near-naked body and some girls started screaming, Mrs. Kennewick demanded he run to the principal's office immediately, addressing him as Bobby. Legend had it he stood his ground, demanded she address him as Incubus,
I'm not sure.
Demon of pain.
I'm not sure.
Suspended for 5 days,
I think maybe a cute smile type thing. Oh,
given 30 swats, but the principal
you mean like they just smile?
Is that all you
I
got?
don't know.
Give me that switch and Incubus will show you how to hurt so good,
Just like,
Of course, that never happened.
Yeah.
He just gets so
a cute
so
smile.
I like to pretend there were over-the-top warning
Maybe.
signs in his childhood, pointing towards where he was.
Maybe.
After not getting in any trouble that we're aware of in grade school or junior high, Robert attended Thomas Jefferson High School in Council Bluffs, where he played football, wrestled, was also a member of the boys' glee club, choir, also excelled in his French classes as part of the French club. No fires, no abuse to animals, no abusive behavior towards people that we're aware of. According to his peers, others who knew him, interviewed later by local journalists, there weren't any indications that Robert was abused either. However, Robert would later tell
a cute smile would not be bad.
His father, and while a lot of serial killers do seem to lie about that sort of thing to bolster their defenses in court,
I can't think of anything. Like, I literally,
in addition to being a military veteran and distinguished,
cannot think of anything to like do.
Dad Ben Rhodes was also a child piece of shit. 1961, when Robert
like the anime smile where they blush, smile wide with their eyes closed with little sparkles. Oh, okay, yeah. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah, that That would be quite adorable. I was like, a smile? Like,
feels like this was just a fist fight.
but that's a way better descriptor, yes. I think that would be pretty nice, yeah.
And immediately afterwards, inspired
nice anime smile, yeah.
He was close to his dad. He will enlist in the Marine Corps, where he will be sent to
I don't know, I just don't want to fucking do it. That's the biggest thing, is that
May 5th, 1964,
I don't want to fucking do it. Like, it took so long for those emotes to be done, and I'm like, ugh.
Was Robert's cousin.
I don't wanna.
This really is a breaking story, a bad one.
I don't wanna.
Ben was immediately fired from the Council Bluffs Fire Department. Of course, he received a suspended sentence, was then placed on parole while he awaited trial. Then 9 months later, a second girl comes forward, perhaps another cousin, according to some sources, and now a municipal court judge issues a warrant for his arrest. Then, while Robert is in San Diego with the Marines, he gets more horrible news related to his dad. On February 25th, 1966, shortly after his arrest, according to some sources, just 2 days after his arrest, while awaiting his trial, Ben Rhodes, out on bail, kills himself with a gunshot to the head while in Council Bluffs, Fairmont Park. The arrest and death of his father devastates Robert. According to those who knew him, his personality changed and he immediately lost interest in the Marine Corps. Fuck. Not good. Either the following year, 1967, possibly in early 1968, Robert's change in attitude culminates in him being dishonorably discharged from the Marines for participating in a robbery, and his downward spiral begins. In 1969, based on some interviews, he enrolls in a university. We're not sure which one. It appears he never said, with the hopes of getting a college diploma. But his enthusiasm for learning wasn't there. He reportedly dropped out shortly after enrolling. Now he decides he'd like to become a police officer. Thankfully, not hired. Reminds me of one of the other serial killers we mentioned earlier, Ed Kemper. He also wanted to become a police officer at one point. Had Rhodes became an officer based on his later interest in abducting women on the highway, I have to think he would have undoubtedly used a squad car, his uniform, and handcuffs for a lot of mayhem and horror. Rhodes was not hired, it seems, due to his previous arrests and dishonorable discharge from the Marines. In the early 70s, after his dad committed suicide before going on trial for molesting 2 of his cousins, after getting kicked out of the Marines and dropping out of college and not getting hired by law enforcement, Robert moves back home to live with his mom in Council Bluffs, Iowa, and works a series of odd menial jobs. So, things are going really well for him right now. No, things are going horribly. Then things get worse. Excuse me. His mom, Faye, throws him out of her house following a highly embarrassing incident with her son. She said shortly after his arrest during an interview that one night, while she was playing bridge at home with a few of her other girlfriends, Robert walked out of his bedroom wearing nothing but a leather buckle harness attached to a choker and a cock ring. He turned to his mom's coworker, Trish, and said, "Incubus demands you wear this and follow his every wish." Then Robert tossed her a leather neck corset harness with a stuffer gag and some wrist and ankle restraints. At this point, he said, "Submit yourself to the arm binders and dungeon irons in my bedroom. Second door down the hallway on the right, across from the guest bath. I will enter shortly for suspension and submission training, slave. Or maybe I'll take my time. Carve your safe word into the wall and prepare for sexual ascension." And then his mom was like, "Robert Ben Rhodes, that is quite enough. What did I tell you about taking that weird leather get up out of your bedroom? That's it. Get out of my house." And then before leaving, Robert turned to Trish and said, "Incubus apologizes for his mother's disrespectful interruption. When you feel worthy of the pleasure through pain that only Incubus can bring you, slave, I'll probably be staying at the downtown YMCA for a few days until I can find a new place. JK, on my hack! Having too much fun with this sick fuck before he becomes a serial killer. Showing him bondage gear in the most inappropriate of places." In real life, after moving back in with his mom in the early 70s, Robert meets a woman not named in any of our sources and turns his attention to starting a family. Shortly after returning home, marries his first wife. Really not any information on her. Understandably, kind of like with his siblings, many of the women who were unfortunate enough to be involved with Robert have had their names changed or have been omitted from records over the years. All we know about his first marriage is that the young couple moved back in with Bob's mom, had a son together. It's been around 4 years as a married couple before they divorced, and then Bob's son does not come up in any of the information later. Doesn't seem that Bob had much of a relationship at all with his son. Don't even know the kid's name. According to Council Bluff records, 1973 was when Robert, who would eventually call himself Dusty, first became a truck driver. At the age of 27, after working in supermarkets, warehouses, restaurants, random retail stores the previous few years. While he now introduced himself to others as Dusty Rhodes, he begins to introduce himself to other truckers out on the open road via his self-given CB handle of Whips and Chains. Clearly, by 1973, Bob has become very interested in the sexual fetish world of BDSM. Before I briefly describe a bit about what BDSM life entails and how he may have found others who shared his sexual interests, quick note about Dusty Rhodes. Crazy coincidence, another man born just the month before Robert would become a popular professional wrestler, wrestling under the name Dusty Rhodes. I used to watch him all the time as a kid. Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, not Dusty Bob Rhodes, the American Nightmare. The wrestling Dusty Rhodes would co-headline some big Madison Square Garden matches for Vince McMahon's Worldwide Wrestling Federation, the WWF, between 1977 and 1984, and then go on to be a star in the early days of the WCM after that. Good thing for him, the truck stop killer didn't get caught around that time, and that he didn't become more infamous. I think Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, would have had to change his name, right? I mean, imagine a famous wrestler named like Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer, and those guys are making front page news. Super awkward to be Ted Bundy, the professional wrestler. This WrestleMania, Ted Bundy will take no prisoners. Yeek. All right, now a bit about BDSM. Robert's Whips and Chains CB handle was a reference to his favorite activity: bondage and discipline, dominance and submission, sadism and masochism, BDSM. We did talk about this a little bit in the Sex Suck. It's been a while. So let me rehash some information, provide some new info. What is it? UK sex relationships and bondage expert Annabelle Knight says that in some cases, BDSM doesn't have to involve sex at all. The mental connotations of some acts are more of a turn on than the particular actual sexual act, but it usually is about sex, usually about a specific type of sex, a 50 Shades of Grey kind of sex. Tying up your sexual partner, role playing that your partner is your sex slave, spanking them, putting a dog chain around their neck, making them crawl around on all fours, pony play, horseplay. Just a few examples of various kinds of BDSM themed acts. In a two personal BDSM sexual relationship, one person is the dom, dominant or top, and the other is the sub or submissive or bottom. Robert seemed to have been primarily interested in being the dominant. The dom controls the role play. The dom dishes out the spankings, bondage, clamping, whipping, etc. The dom controls the behavior of the sub to whatever degree they decide on beforehand. Tying them up, deciding when they get to speak, when they get to use the restroom, be untied, when they get to stand up instead of walking around on all fours, etc. For the dom, the sexual fantasy is about power and control. For the sub, there's a sexual thrill found in release and submission. They don't know what the dom is going to do to them next or when, what the dom is going to allow them to do. For the sub, BDSM is, also about true masochism, pleasure through pain, and also, sometimes humiliation. In a healthy BDSM relationship, the submissive and the dominant agree on a safe word before the games begin. And when the sub says this safe word, the role playing stops and they can ask to be untied, be whipped with, a bit less enthusiasm, be all done with the role playing for the night, etc. And all of this can be a lot of fun when everyone keeps a healthy perspective about it. When the dom has concern for the sub's well-being, when there is a true consent, when it's not all coming from an unhealthy psychological place, Bob doesn't approach this from a healthy place. Bob won't keep it safe and healthy for very long at all. We'll talk more about how all this shit can be taken way too far after the timeline. Bob got really, really into the world of BDSM in the early 70s. It soon became more than a fantasy or a hobby. It became a true obsession. His identity became rooted in BDSM. And since it didn't say in any of our sources, I started wondering, how did one even find a BDSM community in the 70s? I mean, today, it's super easy. There are numerous BDSM apps, such as KinkD, a sort of Tinder for doms and subs, where you can swipe left and right to find a partner to meet. There's Whippler, an app where you can meet other BDSM fans and not only meet them and possibly, get to your festivities with them, you can also just video chat with them through the app. There are loads of other BDSM apps. There are tons of online BDSM communities as well, like FetLife.com, which boasts over 9.3 million members worldwide, describes itself as the social network for the BDSM, fetish, and kinky community, like Facebook, but run by kinksters. FetLife users can post comments, pictures, videos on their profiles with very little censorship. There are many other online BDSM communities like The Cage, Fetish.com, tons of BDSM local communities and clubs around the world you can find primarily through postings and these international online communities. But none of that stuff existed in the early 70s. So, how did Robert find other BDSM lovers, especially the straight BDSM culture he got into? Well, for 5 years, he only wore a leather gimp mask and kind of like studs and chains. And I mean, that was his only attire for probably a solid 5 years. He had his a cock ring, and that's what. No, he didn't do that. No, he had to just work harder. He had to be more open about it when he was around other people. In the U.S. in the early and mid '70s, the BDSM culture was very small, primarily rooted in the gay male culture, based mainly in San Francisco at the time. The Leatherman's Handbook, an early guide to BDSM rules, first published in 1972, written with gay men in mind. In '78, a lesbian
Sorry,
BDSM
but
organization
listening to
founded in
this
San
podcast
Francisco,
about
well,
BDSM and murder
San
is the
Juan.
weird
The
one.
70s,
All
Robert
right,
would
fair
would
enough. We'll change it up.
Jesus Christ. Work a lot.
We will change it up. Out of all of them, that's the one you were like, ah, yeah. Go with that. It's getting weird. It's like, all right. I think they're all pretty weird because we are listening about murderers. Because it's very interesting. But okay. We could talk, we could do Cthulhu Mythos. P.T. Barnum. Seven Wonders of the Ancient World.
Introducing Buff, the gamer's loyalty app.
Buffgame.com can suck my dick. And children being into media. Well, it's on about children.
This time around, you're curious about the seven wonders of the ancient world. I am too. I remember hearing about the seven wonders of the ancient world as a kid. My imagination immediately racing, picturing massive sculptures, gigantic, opulent, ancient dwellings, ancient people living in preposterous luxury, and palaces constructed in advanced ways that seemed too advanced. Ways my mind couldn't comprehend.
This pod racing right here.
So what are the seven ancient wonders?
Oh no,
why are so many?
I don't think he ever even stated that children were into. No, he was fucking around. He was just joking around with that, talking about that. Because like most serial killers have really messed up past. Like it's weird. Like, and sometimes when nothing happens, it's very weird. And he tries to entertain people in that, oh, it's silly.
Natural wonders that Mother Nature has engineered. Looking at all of
but I get it. I'm not opposed to changing it.
How? Why isn't it there anymore? Who broke it? Uber inquisitive and wondrous edition of Time Suck.
This is Michael McDonald, and you're listening to Time Suck.
You're listening to Time Suck.
Happy Monday, you beautiful bastard. Welcome.
Because like most serial killers have like really messed up past. His seemed pretty generic in the best sense.
Maybe too much time with. Maybe not enough. And you are listening to Time Suck. Nimrod, Lucifina, Bojangles, Triple M. Hail to you all. Fun show for you today. Special show. Stick around to the last Time Sucker update for a tribute to a very special Time Sucker, Marty motherfucking McCormick, the other Triple M who passed on recently. Going to share a special thing he did while he was still here with us. A couple announcements now and then some show. Sweet new Hail Nimrod tank top just in time for summer in the store at badmagicmerch.com. Got to show off those guns. Lindsay's especially proud of her guns right now. Did you know that tourism has been around a long, long time? I did not. For some reason, I just never pictured the people of antiquity taking vacations far from home. I didn't really think about them taking vacations at all, ever. I thought of vacations as like a modern thing for some reason. Travel was obviously a lot more time-consuming and tedious a few thousand years ago than it is now. You know, you couldn't buy plane tickets online. You couldn't always find Starbucks or McDonald's. The world was way more dangerous. Laws were crazier. People got hacked to death, crucified, burned to the stake. You know, all kinds of shit. not always for doing anything wrong. Rulers were crazier. You couldn't get vaccinations to protect you against foreign diseases. There was literally no hotels anywhere with hot tubs and continental breakfasts or Netflix and Hulu-enabled TVs. No one had cameras.
I know it started off as a joke with coming out of the womb, but he kept going back to it, and it didn't seem like a joke afterwards. Just was weird.
But it did happen.
I mean, sometimes his jokes fall flat on people.
But it did happen.
I mean, sometimes he does go overboard with his joke, like he mentioned about the dude going into class, BDSM. Yeah, like he's just trying to make it funny, because like it's nothing. Like it literally is nothing there, and I can understand where it's just like it's not really funny, but he's trying. I'm not trying to defend what he said. I'm trying to be like, I think he was trying to be very comical and stuff like that, and it comes off as a little bit weird. It comes off as very weird.
Kind of, sort of Rick Steves type travel guides. They didn't write like travel books per se, but they did speak of wonders in their books that inspired some of their contemporaries or those who read their tales after they died, sometimes long after they died, to go seek out these wonders and see them with their own eyes if they were still around. Herodotus, Callimachus of Cyrene, Antipater of
And also,
Sidon,
if he tries to sell a joke, it's very much like you don't have to keep doing a joke over and over again until you run it into the ground. It's kind of loses its luster at that point.
But I did prep more than ever before.
But
I couldn't prep
there
on
we
just
go.
Greece or just what was some other places we're gonna go to, like just in the Middle East. Like I had to we're bouncing all over the place. So I was like, damn it. I get some words down, get the flow down, and I'm like, shit, now I'm in Central America. So just know that prep went in, probably gonna fuck some up for sure. But I think knock on whatever this is, gonna do better than
But
nothing.
if you want,
Philo of Byzantium specifically actually wrote a
I
story.
can find something else. I can find something else for us to listen to. I'm not really into anything else. I'm not really into anything. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do like the factual aspect of like his podcast, and are like, I really appreciate it if you didn't, make jokes, try to spice it up, because the history itself is very interesting. Yeah, but I want you to enjoy it at the very least. I want you to enjoy it just as much as anybody else does. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. And then copy that. Put it over here. How about... How is things going so far? They're going good. They're going alright. Just getting the symbols done and then probably make the wind sweep it away. Ooh. Oh my god! Oh my god, Wonder Jan! Oh my goodness! It's a Wonder Jan raid, my gosh! Hell, aw. Guys, thank you! Thank you guys so much! Very sweet of you. You didn't have to. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you so much coming in. It's very appreciated. Finally, you get to raid me. Yes. So right now, this is what I got so far. So of the first page. So yes, I'm working right now. Thank you guys for coming in. You're live. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you guys for coming in, even checking me out for a moment. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Hope your stream went well. Hope it went excellente. What were you doing? Yeah, it was short, but I got to finish the new D killer, and I just chilling and chatting. Hee hee. Jam was tooting a lot too. It was very funny. Jan, why? Jan, it's okay. Everybody toots. Everybody toots. You know? It's like that little book, Everybody Toots. You're a human, and that means that you toot. That means eventually I also will toot. Yes, Jan, the first step is acceptance. True. No, we're just chilling over here. We're just sketching it out, re-sketching it, and then we're gonna put down the lines so that the lines work. So that, you know. So when I do it, the lines will be correct, and I won't have to redo it. I won't have to be like, oh, I hate it. Oh, so dumb. But thank you for the raid. That was very sweet of you. You know you don't. You didn't have to do that. You headed off to bed, or you about to head to go off do stuff? Either one, it's totally fine. For right now, it's 35 pages. Right now, it's 35 pages for chapter. I'm just slapping the prologue and chapter 1 in the same. So like, there's not really like a sad. There's not like a big old thing about that. Hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you! Thank you, Way of BX. Thank you! Get some rest, Way. Just gonna chill before nap takes me, but I'm also hungry. Gonna grab a snack. 35, oh my god. Good night, Way of BX. Bex. Baxo? Way Bay XO. Way Bay XO. I think that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. But yes. So like 35 is where after the bar fight, she just gives a big old thumbs up and then immediately needs to hurl and is told to take it outside. So main female character beats up everybody in the bar. Sorry, went silent as I had an idea. It's all good. It's all good. She beats up everybody, all the shitbags in the bar, which is most everybody. And then she's got to hurl, so she has to take it outside. So like. So like the height of it and stuff like that, like main female character must do the good. Oh hey General, I'm not wild. I'm just a normal goat. I'm just a big old normal goat. I'm very calm and chillaxed. And that's totally fine, Hard. I'm not expecting everybody to stay 24/7. I expect people to enjoy what they can. Revealing, dark. I've been good. I've been good. I made a purchase for myself to buy the animated Ghostbusters because I heard that the new movie is not as good as it could be. That it's more nostalgia bait than an actual movie. Which I was very much like, oh. But I wanted to watch a good Ghostbusters. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna watch my Ghostbusters that I remember, which was awesome. I'm gonna watch the real Ghostbusters. Old cartoon, very fun. I see. Thank you. Thank you for seeing. Thank you for noticing me. I can't handle it if nobody notices. I need to be noticed. It is in my nature. Where is it? I think it's in there. Yes. But other than that, Wonder Jan rated me. Wonderful person. Anime version of Ghostbusters? Pretty sure it's not an anime. You mean animated? I mean, if there's an anime version, it probably will suck less than what we've been getting. It'll probably actually be done well, and it'll probably be like, oh my gosh, this is what people were expecting and wanting the whole time. Why didn't we get this beforehand? Yeah. Because they keep on acting like the Ghostbusters are fucking heroes. And I agree with most people, it's like, the Ghostbusters aren't fucking heroes. Ghostbusters are kind of, they're an extermination business that just got lucky. Yeah. We don't need a reality, we need an expectation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I love Ghostbusters, and that's why this makes me kind of miffed. It's because it's just so dumb. Like, if you watch the original cartoon, they're not portrayed as heroes. They're portrayed as like, oh yeah, we gotta definitely work with these people and stuff like that. They're kind of treated as a nuisance. Gonna lurk for a bit as I need to do chores. I'll miss you, heart. I'll miss you, heart. You enjoy your chores, or don't enjoy them. I'm not your mother. We're gonna miss that heart. But I mean, that's just a personal choice. I personally think that the Ghostbusters are best when they are just kind of a fun little thing in the story. But, oh well. Everybody has their own personal opinions. I have mine. But if that's the case.
Account entitled The Seven Sights of the World. And then sights, a translation of the Greek word themata, was retranslated into wonder because wonder sounds cooler than sights. None of these men had traveled further than the Middle East and parts of northern Africa, so the world they knew wasn't nearly as big as it is today. And that's why none of their wonders existed very far from the Mediterranean coast. And the original seven wonders are the Great Pyramid at Giza, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, the Temple of Zeus at Olympia, the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, the Mausoleum at Halicarnassus, the Colossus of Rhodes, and the Monster Truck Rally Dirt Pit RC Car and Truck Racetrack, Exotic Pet Store, and 5-story flea market of Majenkieville. Woo! Small community of cousin fuckers that live just outside of Sparta. Archaeologists just recently found some knockoff Bart Simpson t-shirts, a few genuine leather bullwhips, and some blacklight tiger and wolf posters, thought to be over 2,500 years old. JK. Obvious JK, gosh dang. The Lighthouse of Alexandria is the seventh wonder. I wish there was like an ancient monster truck flea marketplace. Of the 7 entries, 5 are a celebration of Greek accomplishments in the arts and architecture, the other 2 being the pyramids of Giza and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. And these ancient wonders/monuments were so impressive in size, scope, and artistic achievement that visitors from all over the known world, anyone with enough money, would make the trek to Egypt or Turkey or Greece specifically to see them with their own eyes. Many of the 7 wonders were dedicated to a god or gods, while others were dedicated to humans, and still others created by humans who thought they were gods. Amazingly, despite the age of some of these wonders, the 7 wonders only all existed at the same time for a period of less than 60 years.
Nice.
Also, as you can imagine, not everyone agreed then or now about what the 7 ancient wonders were. Some lists had only 6, others had more. As time marched on, people have wanted to add many other monuments, including Solomon's Temple, the Roman Colosseum, even Noah's Ark.
I hope you're enjoying them cookies.
Jury's still out on that one. Jury's still out on the Hanging Gardens of Babylon as well. Some don't think that ancient wonder ever truly existed. Some don't think several of the other wonders ever existed, or at least didn't exist as we think of them today. We'll look at that. And after we're done going over the most agreed upon list of the traditional 7 wonders of the ancient world, we'll look at some of the wonders of the Middle Ages, also what people in 2000 believe the new wonders of the world should be. And then we'll look at the 7 wonders of the natural world. So much fucking wonder! We're going to stuff so much wonder in your ear holes today. We're going to shove it down your throat hole.
Oh, my God, your background.
And kick some wonder up your butthole.
Oh, you mean
today, finally, all your holes get filled
right
with wonder.
here?
Hail Nimrod.
You mean the Day of the Dead?
At wonder in the 5th takeaway today. Pretty straightforward episode today as far as structure goes. Wonder followed by wonder, followed by more wonder.
Those are my 2 main characters.
Did a bunch of quick hit edits of the internet segment.
They're my 2 main characters from a comic book.
Not since we launched the Is We Dumb podcast. That
Day
segment
of the Dead outfits.
Really kind of, that segment inspired.
And I liked it so much
today
that
I thought it'd be fun
it's
to
going to
check
be
in
my
and see
thing
some
for a while till I actually get a real background.
So many
till I get a real one.
And outside the box, and no one knows what you're fucking talking about there.
They're very cute together.
So grab a shovel, the sun
They're
hat.
very cute together for people that don't know each other yet in the comic.
No need.
They don't know
let's start
each
with
other.
The only wonder you can still visit that's relatively still intact despite being over
But that will
4,600
soon
years old.
change.
One we'll spend the most time on because we've been able to study it the most.
Eventually, they will
talked about
know
pyramids
each
3
other.
times on Sucks, about the Egyptian gods. 198, Lost Technologies, episode 151, Cleopatra 122, and others. And we can't have a 7 wonder suck without sucking one of them a bit more. The Great Pyramid of Giza is actually part of a complex of pyramids at Giza. Several impressive man-made mountains are located at what's referred to as the Giza Pyramid Complex, also called the Giza Necropolis, on the Giza Plateau in Greater Cairo, Egypt. It's outside of Cairo. The site includes the Great Pyramid of Giza, the Pyramid of Khafre, and the Pyramid of Menkaure, along with their associated pyramid complexes and the Great Sphinx of Giza. These pyramids were royal tombs built for 3 different pharaohs.
This is
At least
a
that's the general
prophecy.
consensus.
You see,
Humility,
they
apparently not a
will
virtue of the
become
pharaohs. Not a real humble dude. Instead of a
BFFs.
headstone, like the biggest
They
structure on
shall
earth to be
know
built
each
to commemorate
other
your passing or your
as
existence.
besties.
And of course, there was a lot more to it than that. We went over
As
Egyptian
huge
spiritual beliefs, the Egyptian
besties.
god suck. Pyramids house the tombs of pharaohs and were constructed in part to help them transition from
She
this
will
world
teach
to the
him
next.
how to
No, I
be
know,
more
the tomb of a
confident.
pharaoh hasn't been located in Giza. All kinds of conspiracies about that.
And he shall teach her
Address
to
it in a
think
second.
before
Also,
leaping.
they were built to show their power, right? These pyramids. Look at me. Look at what you get when you rule all
I
of
just
Egypt.
hope people
Fuck
don't
yeah,
expect
bro.
me to fucking draw
This
that
is what it's like when
every
you're living that
fucking time
sandy
I draw
boy life.
something.
Sandy boy
That's
life forever.
bullshit. I'm not doing that.
I'm pretty sure the pharaohs never referred to
I don't
themselves
even
as
think
Sandy
I
boy.
could do that.
Yes, they did.
I could try.
Looking good, Sandy boy. I don't know.
Only I had a
But seriously, though, the sheer
nice
size of these structures
cross-hatching.
tell you a little bit
Like
about
an
the role
actual,
the pharaoh
like,
king played in Egyptian society. Also, how these pharaohs thought of themselves.
They will be
Somewhere between human and divine, they were
besties.
believed to have been chosen by the gods
It
themselves
has
to
been
serve as their
decided.
mediators here on Earth. They were possessed by the gods, and actually, sometimes they were seen as gods, and/or thought of themselves as actual gods. Egyptians were around a long, long time, and their beliefs shifted around over the years, as you would expect. I wonder how many of their people believed they were actual gods or godlike. I bet a lot of villagers did not believe that, but they were expected to publicly profess, faith in that belief. But I bet in the privacy of their homes,
I mean, I
a lot of
could
Egyptian
try
peasants were
doing
like,
it. Like,
chosen
look
by
at
the gods,
this.
my ass.
I got this brush
People
on
are always hungry.
on
And just last week,
Studio.
he announced that we were fighting the wrong goddamn army. I once watched him talk about the
I mean,
Nile
I
while
could
pointing
probably
in the wrong
try.
direction. He once thanked the gods for a bountiful apple harvest. We grow grapes, motherfucker. No one's ever seen an apple in Egypt. My God, Pharaoh wasn't chosen by the gods unless they were joking around. Fucking moron. People always talk shit about rulers. Because the expected belief was that pharaohs were chosen by the gods, were connected to the gods, were gods, etc. It was in everyone's interest to keep the king's majesty intact, even after his death, when he was believed to become Osiris, god of the dead. New pharaoh, in turn, became Horus, the falcon god who served as protector of the sun god Ra.
Yeah, I could
These
do
beliefs,
it.
again, they shifted over the
I
years.
could do it.
This applies
I just
to some.
don't want to.
Ancient Egyptians believed that when the king died, part of his spirit, known as Ka,
You know what I
remained in
mean?
his body. Properly care for his spirit.
It's
The
a
corpse was
huge pain in
mummified,
the
his
ass.
organs placed in separate jars, and
You know
everything
what?
the king would need in the
If it's for
afterlife
the
was buried
people,
with him.
we
Gold
believe in
vessels,
you,
food,
can. We
furniture,
believe
and
you
other
can.
Some pharaohs were buried with mummified cats, giant boats, board games,
But you see
boomerangs,
what you
even
see what I'm
servants.
talking about, right?
Okay, maybe not boomerangs. Maybe not servants either. There are no pharaoh terms with actual servants buried alongside them, but they did have these little figurines called Ushabti. It was thought that the Ushabti would come alive to serve the kings in the afterlife. It's some real complex and intricate death rituals and religious beliefs. In 1922, Tutankhamun's tomb was opened, also known as King Tut, for short. I can say King Tut a lot better than what I said earlier. It was the first tomb to be found almost intact. Inside it were 5,398 artifacts, including 2 thrones, 6 chariots, a solid gold burial mask, makeup bag, wig, perfume
Like,
box,
this is
coffin which contained his mummified
it's
body.
very
Egyptians also
intricate.
believed that good King Tut would be hungry in his journey through the
But
afterlife.
we'll see what
There were also
happens
over
in the
100
comic.
baskets
I
with
might
barley,
just
fig, grapes, melons,
scrap this
tasty
brush
treats, no
and be
apples.
like, fuck that.
Cannot have tasty treats when you're
Like,
dead.
I
No one wants a
love the
hungry
brush.
zombie.
The brush
No one
looks
wants
good,
a hungry
but
zombie
fuck
sandy boy running
that.
around.
It is not
Also, apparently
saving
love
me
a glass of
time.
wine,
It has
as
created
evidenced by the
more
many
shit
jars
that I
in his
have to
tomb.
do.
Need something to take the edge off when you're getting used
Just
to
so
being
it
dead.
doesn't look so fucking
The
drastically
pyramid became the
different
focus of what was
from the
basically
rest
a
of the
cult of
art.
the dead king that was supposed to continue well after his death. Their riches would provide not only for him, but also for his relatives, officials, and priests who were buried near him. The
It
northernmost,
doesn't
oldest
save
pyramid
you
of the Giza group
time.
was built for Khufu,
It adds more
which is
shit on
Cheops
your
in Greek,
fucking plate.
second king of the 4th dynasty, called the Great Pyramid. It's the largest of the 3 and the real ancient wonder. There's some controversy about if it was actually built to be a tomb, as there have been no remains or burial chambers uncovered in the Great Pyramid. Most Egyptologists agree that all 3 pyramids are tombs and that the burial chambers of the Great Pyramid have either been robbed, destroyed, or as yet undiscovered. Conspiracy theorists disagree strongly. Standing at over 450 feet, the Great Pyramid was the largest man-made structure on Earth for 3,800 years, roughly, until January 28th, 1887, when the Eiffel Tower was completed in Paris, France. That's an insane run. And not only was it tall, it was fucking massive. The length of each side of the pyramid at the base, over 750 feet.
But I do love it.
And it just pops off the flat sand.
No
Imagine being
matter
some
how much
poor villager.
I'm like, fuck
You've
this,
never seen a
fuck that.
man-made structure
I'm like,
over
but
maybe
that's
2
what
or
I
3
want my
stories tall ever
manga
in your
to
life.
look
Maybe
like.
not even
That's
more
what
than
I
one
want my
story. You live like a
graphic
nomad
novel to
or a
look
particularly
like.
small village. You've never seen anything bigger than like a tent. And then suddenly you see a building roughly as tall as a 45-story downtown skyscraper and much bigger around. That would blow your fucking mind. And I imagine it would, help you fear and respect the power of the pharaoh, which I'm guessing was a big part of the reason for their construction. I would think if I'm some foreign army, some foreign army general, seeing that, I'm going to assume that the Egyptian army, pretty legit. Odds are not going to have the ability to build the biggest structure on Earth, biggest structure the world has ever seen, and then have an army composed of like 3 elderly men with rickety slingshots and paper hats. When it was first built, the Great Pyramid of Giza was actually a bit taller
But I never
than it
asked.
is now.
I never
Erosion
asked,
and
Wonder
theft of the outer
Jan. I'm
covers of
so
the pyramid. It
sorry.
was once covered with
Have
highly
you
polished
got
white
any
limestone.
big
It's since
projects
diminished in
that you've been
stature
working
a bit.
on?
The pyramid complex at Giza was built during an extremely prosperous time when Egypt was among the richest civilizations on Earth. In the
Like big
beginning of the
shit you're
dynastic
working
era,
on?
2950 BCE, royal tombs were carved into rock and covered with flat-roofed rectangular structures known as mastabas, which were precursors to the pyramids. The oldest known pyramid in Egypt was built around 2630 BCE at Saqqara for the 3rd dynasty's king Djoser. Known as the Step Pyramid, it began as a traditional mastaba, but grew into something much more
And if you're
ambitious.
not,
As the story goes, the
I'm not
pyramid's
bothered by
architect
it. I'm just
was
asking.
Imhotep, a priest and
Just to
healer who some
ask.
1400 years later would be deified as the patron saint of scribes and physicians. Over the course of Djoser's nearly 20-year reign, pyramid builders assembled 6 stepped layers of stone, which contrasted to the mud brick like most earlier tombs that eventually reached a height of 204 feet. It was the tallest building of its time. The step pyramid was surrounded by a complex of courtyards, temples, and shrines where Djoser could enjoy his afterlife. No word as if he was able to do that or not. Kind of hard to quantify. That was the hope. After Djoser, the stepped pyramid became the norm for royal burials, although none of those planned by his dynastic successors were completed, mostly because many of them had relatively short reigns. So that's how the pyramids began being built, as opposed to aliens, suddenly giving Egyptians magical powers to just, construct massive pyramids out of fucking nowhere.
Poop
No, they
pellets
learned
like
how to
bunny
build
poops.
them by applying a lot of time and energy and getting a little bigger and a
I
little
mean,
bigger and a
my
little bigger
rabbit,
over many
my
centuries.
pet rabbit does that
The
all the
earliest tomb
time.
constructed as
He
a true
does that all the
smooth-sided,
time.
not stepped
He's
pyramid
right
was the
now,
Red
he
Pyramid
is a
at
bread
Dashur,
loaf
one of
right
the
now.
3 burial structures
So,
built by the first king of the 4th dynasty.
He is
Snefru,
a,
who
he
lived
is
from
a
2613 to 2589
big old
BC,
bread loaf right
named for the
now.
color of the limestone blocks used to construct the pyramid's core.
And he
Back to
is
the
being
Great
the
Pyramid,
cutest bunny.
Khufu, the king it was built for, reigned
He's
for 23
right
years.
next to his
Little is
cardboard that
known
he's been
about his
nibbling
reign
on.
beyond that pyramid.
And he is just
The
like,
size
it
of the
is
pyramid's
nap
base
time.
averaged 755 feet.
What is
Its
a big
original height is supposed to be 481 feet. Largest pyramid in the world. 3 small pyramids are built for Khufu's queens, are lined up next to the Great Pyramid.
Which
And
reminds
a tomb
me, I
was
need
found
to do
nearby
a
containing
Secret
the empty
Santa piece.
sarcophagus of his
Thank
mother,
you.
Queen
You're welcome.
Paris.
Go do a
Like other
Secret
pyramids,
Santa
Khufu's is
piece.
surrounded
Go
by a
do it.
row of mastabas where relatives or
get it
officials of
done.
the king
You
were
got
buried
this.
to accompany and support him in the afterlife. Middle Pyramid at Giza was built for Khufu's son, Pharaoh Khafre, who lived from 2558 to 2532 BCE. Pyramid of Khafre, second tallest pyramid at Giza, does indeed contain Pharaoh Khafre's tomb. A unique feature built inside Khafre's pyramid complex was the Great Sphinx, guardian statue, carved in limestone with the head of a man and the body of a lion. Guessing you've heard of it. Largest
Hope you
statue in the
managed to
ancient world,
finish
measuring
that
240
page,
feet long,
soon
66 feet high. That's a big cat like that.
I
In
hope
the
I finish it
in the
soon
18th
too,
dynasty,
so I
around
can get to
1500
the
BCE,
next
the Great
ones.
Sphinx would come to be
I
worshipped
do.
itself as the image of a local
I
form
do
of the
hope
god Horus.
Well, I've gotten
Southernmost pyramid
past
at
the
Giza was
hardest
built for
part,
Khafre's son,
which
Menkaure, who lived
was
from
making the
2532
town.
to 2503
This
BC.
is
He reigned for about 20
some,
years. And apparently,
quite
maybe
a
he
bit
didn't do
easier.
as good a job of, as running shit as his dad. because he got the shortest of the 3 pyramids.
Thank you, General.
218 feet, less than half as big as Khufu's pyramids.
Thank you, General, for coming back.
His pyramid was a precursor to the smaller pyramids that were constructed during the 5th and 6th dynasties. Why'd they get smaller?
Yeah,
nobody knows for sure. Maybe the pharaohs got shittier.
Some days,
right? Maybe ancient aliens got lazy.
But
maybe one
but
Egyptian
I knew
noble
it
like,
was going to be a long
the
project.
Greatest pyramid the world
I
has
knew
ever
that
seen.
coming into this.
And beloved
I knew that very well that this was going to be a long, arduous project.
And some other Egyptian was like, "Whoa,
that I wasn't.
Slow down there, Haas. Easy, tiger."
That was going to be time-consuming, and it was going to be not easy.
For like 20 years, right? He rode crocodiles up and down the Nile like some kind of majestic swamp horse. He used to kill hippopotamuses, by sliding under them and uppercutting them in the nuts. When his camel got thirsty, he'd put the fucking camel on his back and run it to the nearest water hole. At least that's what the hieroglyphics say. That's how I read it. He was a living god. What did Menkaure do? Well, he swatted more mosquitoes than the average guy, maybe. Had some decent pecs based on statues. Cool looking falcon for a pet. And that's it. He still gets a pyramid. He's a pharaoh, of course. But
I knew that. Everybody else is like, man.
Skeletons excavated from the area show that workers who built pyramids were
fly
probably
by.
native Egyptian agricultural laborers.
Nope.
Not necessarily slaves, who worked on the pyramids
quite
during
a bit.
the time of year when the Nile River flooded much of the land nearby.
It also doesn't help that,
2.3 million blocks of stone, averaging about 2.5 tons each, had to be cut,
fast artist.
transported, and assembled to build Khufu's Great
I'm
Pyramid.
a very slow
or
artist.
Did they? I was excited to find this. Or were they
Does
poor?
not help.
Check this shit out. I love it when new info like this comes to light and potentially changes, all of the existing thoughts about some of these things. A recent Franco-American study discussed in the University of Memphis publication earlier this year in 2021 gives more evidence to a growing belief that the ancient Egyptians built their Great Pyramids largely by pouring concrete into blocks high on the site rather than hauling up giant stones. People have been speculating about this for decades. Now the idea is starting to pick up some momentum in the scientific community.
Since I have the
what have
building
we been wondering
done,
all these years? How the hell did they lift
I can
those
just
big,
take
heavy-ass
it
blocks?
and then
Up to make those pyramids,
figure it out
and then
where
we find out
everything
they
is
didn't.
from that
They built
picture.
the blocks where they now sit. They weren't all
I'm not trying
rocks.
to like press you or something.
Bricks,
like, of course, I
big
mean
ass limestone
it to be
concrete
good as how you expect. Yeah,
in brick form.
No, I get that.
According to
I know
Professor
you're not
Giles
pushing
Hug of
me.
the French National Aerospace Research Agency and Professor Michael Barsom of
I
Drexel
know
University
you're
in
not
Philadelphia,
pushing me, General.
the covering of the Great Pyramids at Giza consists of two
I know
types of
you're
stone.
like,
One
man,
from quarries,
I want
man-made.
to go to
They and other
enjoy,
believers
drawing
believe that the lower
comics and
stones were
not
carried over
die
and the upper
a
stones
little
were poured.
inside.
There's no way around it. The
Drawing
chemistry
the
is well
same
and truly
thing
different, says Professor Hug,
and
interviewed by Science at B magazine.
over again.
The pair used X-rays, a plasma torch, and electron microscope to compare small fragments from pyramids with stone from nearby quarries. They found traces of a rapid chemical reaction which did not allow natural crystallization. The reaction would be inexplicable if the stones were quarried, but perfectly comprehensible if one accepts that they were cast like concrete. The professors think that soft limestone was quarried on the damp south side of the Giza Plateau. This was then dissolved in large Nile-fed pools until it became a watery slurry. Lime from fireplace ash and salt were mixed in with it. The water evaporated, leaving a moist clay-like mixture. This wet, quote-unquote, concrete would have been carried to the site, packed into wooden molds, where it would set hard after a few days. Mr. Davidovitz and his team at the Geopolymer Institute at St. Quentin tested this method recently, producing a large block of concrete limestone in just 10 days. Guy Demortier, a material scientist at Mur University in Belgium, is one of the many who supports this claim. Originally a skeptic, he told a French magazine that a decade of study had made him a convert. The three majestic pyramids of Cheops, Khafre, and Mycerinus are well and truly made from concrete stones. This last study came in just this year. Surprised it hasn't gotten more media attention. Maybe it's too boring, not sexy enough. I did look into other, publications. I do see it's being talked about primarily in academic journals elsewhere. Maybe just bums out too many people who really want it to be alien tech. The ancient Greek historian
Guys, it's not aliens.
Wrote that it took 20 years to build these pyramids, like the Great Pyramid of Giza. It required the labor of 100,000 men, but later archaeological evidence suggests that the workforce might actually have been around 20,000. Some estimates have the time it took to build somewhere around 10 years. Maybe it only took around 10 years because they were pouring concrete, not lifting those blocks up, carving them. Pyramids continued to be built throughout the 5th and 6th dynasties, but the general quality and scale of their construction declined over this period, along with the power and wealth of the kings themselves. Today, millions of meat sacks continue to visit the pyramids each year. Maybe not this past year, but you get it. Drawn by the sheer size and mystery of Egypt's rich and glorious past. Before we leave our talk of pyramids, there are a vast number of pyramid conspiracies out there. Of course there are, regarding how they were made, what they are. We've talked about some of them before. There's one about secret societies, Illuminati shit, holding occult rituals there on certain unholy dates.
Hang out
There's the hypothesis that the pyramids are star maps,
Surge,
lining up with Orion's belt.
Always happy to hang out with you as well. But chillaxing now, the community you're in.
Humanity a bunch of things like mass fire and war machines. All the ancient alien stuff. Pyramid is
the
also found its way into the center of the whole
I don't know what you mean by
New World
that.
Order conspiracy. Just look at the back of the dollar bill.
What do you mean by
Lost
that?
technology suck. We talked about the idea of pyramids being power stations, fueled ancient electricity grid. Literally no evidence of that.
Just slowly get more and more upset for no reason.
There are other theories, such as those laid out in the comment section underneath
now
the
I'm getting really upset.
History Channel video. Time for today's first idiots of the internet.
Idiots of the internet.
TimeSuck resident cryptozoologist and ancient astronaut theorist David Hatcher Childress shared some thoughts about the pyramids recently on an episode from season 5 of the History Channel's Ancient Aliens.
Both the Mayans and the Egyptians have legends that the gods came down and gave them instructions to build pyramids. For instance, with the Egyptians, the famous god Thoth is known as the architect of the universe.
What do you mean by
that? And it was he who allegedly designed the entire pyramid complex at Giza.
Okay, well, there you go. Boom! The gods, aka aliens, told Egyptians how to build pyramids. Next mystery. This one's solved. Childress knocked it out of the park. They're old stories. No, they can't just be made up folklore. No, sir. Anyone who knows anything about history knows that ancient people only wrote literal truth. Literal gods fought in the Trojan War. We all know that. People fought actual dragons, for sure. The ocean was definitely full of sea serpents. A guy put 2 of every single animal species in a big wooden boat and floated around for a while. For sure. Not terrible.
Sir Gallery.
All taken at face value.
The community.
The comment section beneath this History Channel video has a lot of other theories.
The Sir Gallery.
Let's check in with 3 geniuses.
Just
Obvious Rhodes scholar, Tom Rhodes. Not the great stand-up comic, also named Rhodes. Tom Rhodes writes, the Great Pyramid was built over 12,000 years ago. It was designed by Thoth. Sometimes pronounced Thoth. Which was the same soul that eventually came as Yeshua. One with Christ, Jesus Christ. The stones were levitated. And yet it still took 100 years to build.
Oh, if only I would let it
desire truth without prejudice. A teacher, a prophet of God has spoken. Boom! Forget what I said earlier about aliens. A prophet of God has spoken. Thoth Jesus did it, sheeple. Come on. The stones were levitated for 100 years exactly for some reason. Next question. Actually, before we get to the next,
I hang out with people. That's what you
comment here. I love when they put these like
not in a community,
round numbers. Like, why?
I'm in a society.
If you could levitate these fucking, if you can do magic, you should knock that thing out in a fucking day. What are you doing? What are you doing with your magic? It's still taking you 100 years. If you can levitate shit, get out of here. Genetic detective Kelly Fritz reminds us in this next comment that there is scientific proof that pharaohs were aliens. So aliens definitely did build the pyramids. Kelly writes, as well as far as building them and who did that, all the pharaohs, all of them, have unknown DNA, meaning alien DNA. They're not from this world, okay? That's how they were built. Every mummy that they've excavated, found, has had regular people DNA. Every pharaoh they have found, every king, excluding the woman Nefertiti, had alien DNA. Okay. So that also ties in there somewhere too. Fucking boom! Another mic drop. Forget what I said about Thoth Jesus. Sheeple. I stand corrected. It was aliens. All pharaohs have alien DNA. Obvi. Everyone knows that except any scientists. I looked into it. I Googled, did pharaohs have alien DNA? And I feel like when the results came back, I could almost hear my laptop be like, fuck, come on, dude. What are you doing? Why are you asking these questions? Kelly's insane. King Tut's remains have been examined. Regular old DNA, and not actually very good DNA. Regular old incest, heavy DNA. A lot of problems. A lot of inbreeding. Finally, Charles R. presents a new theory I've never heard. He respectfully points out that the pyramids were not built by aliens. They were built instead by demons. Posts, I respectfully say that you guys don't have a clue. I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay. You have one thing right. They are ancient, but they're not aliens. There's no such thing as aliens. They are the fallen. There's your truth. Boom. Forget what I said about aliens again, sheeple. The pyramids were built by the fallen, as in fallen angels, as in demons. Highly doubt he's referencing the game Destiny. He's talking about the fallen. And why would Satan and his minions want to build pyramids? Well, because, okay, they're evil, right? Just look at them. They're all pointy, kind of like a nipple or a dick or something, you know? And they're pretty fucking cool. Who likes cool shit? The devil does, you know? Like goth latex bodysuits in Marilyn Manson's first couple albums, you know, and pyramids. And that's why let's just all right, get out of here.
Idiots of the internet.
Complete
smarter than
obby.
those last people right now? I hope so. Enough about pyramids. Let's stay in Egypt for a bit longer and look at the second wonder of the ancient world, the Lighthouse of Alexandria, also known as Pharos of Alexandria. Built on the island of Pharos outside the harbors of Alexandria, Egypt, about 300 to 280 BCE, during the reigns of Ptolemy I and II. Remember those sister fuckers from the Cleopatra stuff?
Good thing, charismatic. Charismatic,
actually, the
that's
first
you.
couple of Ptolemy dudes did not.
Yes, you the one drawing. You deserve some pancakes.
Maybe they were able to create an ancient wonder because their minds and bodies weren't yet ravaged by incest-related diseases and deformities.
You know what? I've been denying
with the height
myself
variously estimated at somewhere between
the
393
glory
and
of
450
pancakes
feet,
for too
120,
long.
140 meters. The Lighthouse of Alexandria is one of the
I'm
tallest
sorry.
man-made structures on Earth for many centuries.
I've done
more
this
than 1,600
community as a
built
whole
to last.
a disservice.
Really don't make some things like they used to.
For denying
It also
myself
featured a massive furnace
the
at its top. It was among
deliciousness
the
of
first of its kind. We'll get
pancakes.
into that. Holy shit, this thing was around 100 feet taller than the Statue of Liberty is. And it had a big-ass fire pit at the top. What a cool thing to see, you know, over 2,000 years ago. It'd be a cool thing to see now. It was the third longest surviving ancient wonder after the mausoleum at Halicarnassus and the still-standing Great Pyramid. It lasted until 1480, when the last of its remnant stones were used to build the citadel of Quibay. Really cool-looking castle, actually, that you can visit now in Alexandria that's on the site of the old lighthouse. The city of Alexandria in Egypt was founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BCE. We learned that when we sucked Alexander the Great back in September 2020. Because of its two natural harbors on the Nile Delta, the city prospered as a trading port under the Ptolemaic dynasty from 305 to 30 BCE.
Oh yeah, how you feeling? I forgot to ask.
City with
I'm feeling all right,
world.
just
the
a
city
little
had its own
tired.
Assembly and coinage became
Just
well known as a center
tired.
of ancient learning. Around 300 BCE, Ptolemy I Soter
just the
commissioned
usual
building
amounts of
massive lighthouse,
being
guide ships
tired,
to Alexandria,
not
and to provide a
enjoying
permanent
it.
reminder of his power and greatness. The project was completed some 20 years later, around 280
if only
BCE, by his
I
son
wasn't
and successor,
so
Ptolemy
damn
II.
tired.
The structure only added to the already impressive list of things to see in the great city, which included the Tomb of Alexander,
If
a
only
museum,
I could.
an institution for scholars, plus the beautiful Seraphium Temple,
Yes,
and the
it is
magnificent
the
Library
hour
of
for
Alexandria.
sleeping for me.
According to several ancient sources, the lighthouse was the work of
You
the
have
architect
that right.
Sostratus of Cnidus.
Oh,
Other
man.
sources state he was
How's the
financial
circles,
backer
by
and
the way?
designer.
How
The
have
structure was
the
located on the
other
very tip of
circles
the
been?
limestone islet of Pharos, facing the harbors of
Did
Alexandria.
they come up to
The natural
their
harbors were the
meeting
Great Harbor
place
and
and
the Harbor
start
of
murping?
Fortunate Return. And there are at least
Did
40
they all
ancient
come
shipwrecks that have been
together
found in that
for the
harbor.
ritual
The lighthouse didn't work out so great.
to murp?
Or I can only wonder how many ships sailed past it for over 1,600 years. Maybe that lighthouse was awesome. Maybe it saved a ton
Just
of
being
sailors from the
like,
watery grave. The mainland was linked to the island of Pharos by a causeway,
like Yoshi's.
a giant man-made dike that measured around 3/4 of a mile.
They all murping.
Itself an ancient wonder of
They,
sort.
they
Wish someone
chilling.
would have, with someone
Oh
done like
man.
a cool painting or something. Of this lighthouse, would love to know exactly what it looked like. The lighthouse is written by a contemporary writer named, no pronunciation guide for this crazy ass name, Poseidippos. Oh boy, it's like Poseidon and Dippos smushed together. Was intended to guide and protect sailors, and to that end was dedicated to two gods: Zeus Soter, the deliverer, whose dedication inscription on the tower was made with half-meter high letters, and Proteus, Proteus. There we go. The Greek sea god, also known as the Old Man of the Sea. Proteus. There we go. The lighthouse at Alexandria was probably not the first such aid to ancient sea travelers to be built, but it seems to have been the first massive lighthouse to be built. Thossus, the North Aegean island, for example, was known to have had a tower lighthouse in the Archaic period around the 5th century BCE, and beacons and landmarks were widely used by cities to help sailors across the Mediterranean. Ancient lighthouses were built primarily as navigational aids where a harbor was located, rather than as a warning of hazardous shallows or submerged rocks. Could be confusing. Although because of the dangerous waters of Alexandria's harbor, the pharaohs performed both functions. Interesting.
I can't find it.
That one of the harbor is over here.
The
Beacons,
old song,
or is that
the old
don't come near
Yoshi's
here because there are
story
jagged rocks that will
song
sink your ship. Beacon.
starts playing.
The Greek geographer and traveler Strabo, who lived between 64 BCE and 24
Patrolling and
CE,
trying to
made the
catch us
following
foreign.
observations
I mean,
about
what?
this lighthouse.
Get it? That
Said,
song from
Its extremity itself
To Millionaires?
of the island is a rock,
But
washed by
as
the
in
sea
a
on all
circle
sides.
version? No, I got it.
With a tower
No,
upon it
I
of the same
figured
name as
it
the
out.
island, admirably constructed of white marble.
No, I was
with
thinking
several
of
stories.
Yoshi's story,
Sostratus of Nidus,
where
friend of the king,
all those
erected
story,
it for the safety
all
of
those
mariners,
things.
as the inscription imports.
I just don't want to. I don't want to get copyright claimed. What is that song? Yeah.
For as the coast on each side is low and without harbor, with reefs and shallows, an elevated and conspicuous mark was required to enable
song.
navigators coming in from the open sea
Just
to direct
but
their
with
course
circles.
exactly to the entrance of the harbor. The exact design of the lighthouse isn't explicitly written about.
That's what I feel like what it
Descriptions
is,
often
but you know,
vague, confusing,
I
conflicting.
don't know. I haven't
Most
been.
sources do agree, though, that the tower
I
was
haven't
white,
been enough in
would've made it more
circle
visible, and it
communities
had
to
3
know if
floors,
that
the
is
lowest being rectangular,
accurate.
middle
I
one
might be
octagonal, and the top one
portraying
round.
your
Most
whole
agree that there
community
was a
wrong. And I'm
statue of Zeus Soter on
so
the top.
sorry, buddy.
Later Arab writers
So
describe
sorry
a
that
ramp rising
I've
onto
been
the outside of the lower part of the tower,
hurt
and internal
you
staircase to reach
and
the
your
upper levels.
community.
A fire, likely burning oil since wood was scarce, was kept at the top of the tower to make it visible at night. But whether this was
Or
so
are you
from the outset
talking?
is debated by
Or are you
historians,
remembering
largely
the
because
Yoshi
earliest
song that
references to
goes?
the pharaohs in the works of ancient writers make no mention at all light.
Asshole.
Later sources do describe the pharaohs as a lighthouse and not merely as a landmark tower. Used only during daylight. The flame and several other points regarding the lighthouse are mentioned in the following description by the 1st
'Cause
century
I love that
CE
song.
Roman
That
writer
song's great.
Pliny the Elder. The cost of its erection was 800 talents, they say, thought laughing at the erection, and not to admit the magnanimity that was shown by King Ptolemaeus on this occasion. He gave permission to the architect, Sostratus of Nidus, to inscribe his name upon the edifice itself. The object of it is, by the light of its fires at night, to give warning to ships of the neighboring shoals and to point out to them the entrance of the harbor.
Come on.
According to later Arab sources, there was even a mirror made of what was thought to be polished bronze
Christ.
to reflect the flame over a greater distance out to sea. And that mirror may have also functioned as a reflector of the sun during the day. It's pretty badass. Like an ancient
I love
Batman
some Fallout music for your stream,
that light
not
up
gonna
in the
lie.
sky.
I would love
How
that
crazy that when this
too,
thing
but
existed, there was nothing like it in the rest of the world.
I keep getting
Alexandria was a
copyright
city unlike
claim
any
for
other.
it.
Some conspiracy theorists have speculated that the mirror on top of that lighthouse acted as some sort of laser Death Star type super weapon. It could be used to set ships on fire.
Like, I love Fallout music. I get
That does not seem
copyright
to be
claimed
pretty cool.
every
Yeah,
time.
fucking, Death Star.
Because I've done it twice.
Alexandria would prosper
And every
became part of the
time,
Roman Empire in 80 BCE, being the
it's like,
second most
we
important city in the
silenced your
Roman world.
video, so don't worry.
Excuse me, next to Rome itself, and the most important port in the Eastern Mediterranean. The lighthouse appears on Roman imperial coinage from 81 to 192 CE, which clearly shows a large, narrow-winded...
Nintendo is less restrictive, which is weird because they're very restrictive.
Check out that narrow-winded tower. Well, what? It's a narrow-winded tower. It's short of breath. No, it's a large, narrow-windowed tower topped with a monumental statue and 2 smaller figures of Triton blowing a conch shell. These coins show the entrance to the tower being at the very base, while later Arab descriptions have it higher up. Pharaohs also appear in mosaics and sarcophagi throughout antiquity,
999.
confirming its wide fame.
How have you been?
The term pharaohs would be used in many languages around the ancient world to describe lighthouses. Actually, when spelled lowercase, pharaohs is now an English synonym for lighthouse. That's how famous this lighthouse is. The name of this lighthouse became just the name for lighthouse. This amazing monument wouldn't last forever. Earthquakes in 796 CE and again in 950 CE.
Been going well
Partial
for
collapse
you.
6 years later.
Thank you for coming in and chatting with us for even just a moment. I do appreciate it.
There are records of regular repairs and extensions. They tried
just
to
working
save it.
on the first page of my comic.
Mosque was added to the top part around 1000 CE. Major reconstruction occurred
in the middle
around
of working on it.
1 CE under the Fatimids. And then the lighthouse disappears from the historical record after the 14th century, most likely brought down by another earthquake sometime in the 1330s.
So I gotta get this done.
The tower's granite
Hope
foundation
everything's going well for you. Hope you're enjoying yourself tonight.
In the 15th century CE. That Citadel Fortress can still be visited today. I watched a couple YouTube tour videos of it. Looks pretty badass. Now let's hear a few more thoughts about the ancient Alexandria lighthouse from people way less educated, but somehow also much smarter than all of the world's traditional historians.
Idiots of the internet.
Under a YouTube video titled The Ancient Skyscraper, Pharos, the Lighthouse of Alexandria, Part 1, uploaded by the Lost History Channel, user Mitchell Krauth has a fucking newsflash for you. For all of us knowledge hounds writing newsflash.
I'll
These
miss
ancient
you,
cities
General.
we speak of like Alexandria and many others are ancient, going back hundreds of thousands of years of advanced civilization with highly sophisticated cities and infrastructure within the head and developed science.
He's gone.
And had extreme addiction for truth, honesty, perfection, discipline, mathematics, and knowledge of all cultures in all languages to be kind and helpful, give food and shelter, and spread kindness around the planet. Smiley face. I'm just saying. Okay. Thanks for that newsflash, Mitchell. And on behalf of your family and everyone who knows you, please take your meds. We're all worried about you. I love that he ended that gibberish with, I'm just saying. What a fun way to end a nonsensical rant. Hey, you want truth? Look at the Mayans. They ate lettuce and rode zebra tigers and made monkeys fight with laser swords. It's the aluminum. It vibrates at a 4D frequency and resonates with the ley lines that connect Lemuria to Atlantis. And that is how Ham and Cheese Hot Pockets are made.
Comic book. Now I'm intrigued.
I'm just saying.
Yes, I have been sketching out all of this.
YouTube user Kevin Seraphim Day.
How long have you been doing
something that's being
working on this project?
Mainstream historians.
Well, sketching this out has been, on and off for about at least 2 weeks, and now I'm actually putting it in into paper. It's 35 pages so far for chapter 1/prologue.
That's why all the ancient big shit was built
slowly
by giants.
getting the
No
first
one can
page
find fossils
lined
at all. Got it. Thank you, Kev.
So
that
I'm
is the
getting
only
this
giant
lined.
comment I'll include today.
But
explaining the ancient seven wonders that have been built by now
rewriting, setting up the story, and actually doing all the research and stuff like that to make the comic for about, I would give or take like a few years.
Brandon Blount thinks the real mystery of how the lighthouse came to be is
very time consuming, but I want it to be done right.
I think that's what he's saying. He's also saying that the real history of the lighthouse is so much more was stored in the Library of Alexandria.
So I will try my best to do
Illusion and denial. The Vatican Secret Library has books and writings from before the flood.
There's nothing else I can do.
Nephilim writings, old maps of the entire planet before the flood. That's how they knew where all the land was, and they tell sailors like Columbus where to go, as long as he never reveals where he gets the hints from. I sure would like to be able to access that secret library if I didn't know the language I teach myself until I could read everything in there. Our entire history is in there. Everyone has to know that. Before all the book burnings and city destruction, they took the most revealing and important information back to the Vatican as proof of the past for the fish hat wearing demons to salivate over as they worship their master Lucifer. What the fuck is wrong with people? It was the Vatican. It was the Vatican, the old fish hat wearing demons. I don't know that I've heard about those demons before. I'm gonna say for a demon, I don't know that wearing a fish hat. Probably some like a pejorative term for Catholics or something, like a Pope hat. That's supposed to be more scary. Also, I did lie about not mentioning giants again. I thought I was going to mention giants again, but I already did. I don't think I will going forward in these comments.
And faced with the conundrum.
Are mysterious beings or people mentioned in the Hebrew Bible. They are large,
I hope it goes smoothly as well.
Mythical race of people, thought to be by some as a race of actual giants. One more.
I hope it goes way smoother than it
has.
The
Library of Alexandria. The reply to it was so good.
This is what happens when you try to make write something by yourself,
Russia is really doing a wonderful
and it's
job
not your
exposing
full-time job.
Interesting twist. I'm hearing the Vatican
So what's
has
the
the Library of
conundrum,
Alexandria in the
McChungus?
vaults. Okay, here we go again. It is all being archived now, along with all
Yep.
banking. Rothschild no longer owns the Vatican
fish
Bank
hat
or the
wearing
Bank of London.
demons.
Amazing time to be alive.
That's where
Karen
we're
will
at
shoehorn
these
in
days.
some classic conspiracy theorists.
You know,
Rothschild
dark
Jews have all
days
the
are
money.
coming with fish hat wearing demons.
Ellen Turbocharged then replies with, and I just found out that SpongeBob was just
I've been
fired
working
from the
on
Krusty
this
Krab.
for quite some time. I have a lot of sketches.
Light. Am I right? Nice.
And it's coming along. Thank you for coming in, Dark Azrael.
Awesome, sarcastic absurdity.
I totally understand if you don't want to stick around.
We'll be back. Let's get out of here now.
Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for just giving me a moment.
Next on our tour, the ancient seven wonders, the massive temple of Zeus in Greece. We did a whole suck on the Greek gods. Suck number 162. We learned a lot about the very rapey adventures of Zeus. I pronounced, as I recall, 100% of the words accurately, if I'm remembering the feedback correctly about that episode. The Temple of Zeus was known as the most important building in the sacred grove of Zeus, or the sacred precinct in Olympia. It was an irregular quadrangular area of more than 200 yards on each side, walled except to the north, where it was bounded by the hill of Cronus. The Temple of Zeus stood at the center. It was the largest temple in the Peloponnese and was considered by many to be the perfect example of Doric architecture, which basically is the Greek architecture, those big-ass columns, cool sculptures. It was built by the Eleans, a group of Western Greeks, from the spoils of the Tryphilian War and dedicated to Zeus. Construction began around 470 BCE, was completed before 456 BCE, when an inscribed block was let into the east gable to support a gold shield dedicated by the Spartans in commemoration of their victory.
I can't address this one personally.
The architecture, the architect.
It's a Southron matter, and winter is coming. Sending people south this time of year is fully.
Impediments are the cool sculptures of generally half-naked people in the triangle space of the columns at each end, also known as the gable ends.
It's gonna get cold down here as well, so
would go on to inspire the Parthenon of the Athenian Acropolis. The temple, peripteral hexastyle with 13 columns at the sides, has a east-west orientation required by Illuminati decree. The columns 34 feet / 10.5 roughly meters high and 7 feet / 2.25 meters in diameter. The base were of local shell limestone covered with white stucco. Only the pedimental sculptures, roof tiles, and lion's head waterspouts were of marble. On the floor of the open passages, which are called pronaos, are the remains of a Hellenistic mosaic with representations of Tritons. In front of the pronaos,
it's just the pain of
space paved with hexagonal marble slabs.
People from the north coming to the south.
The cella was divided into 3 naves by double rows of 7 columns.
Sounds like usual.
At the far end stood the chrysophyton statue of Zeus, which is the main reason this space is recognized as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. By the way,
sounds like usual.
Chrysophanton. It's a super fancy word for statue made of ivory and gold. That's easier to say. Statue made of ivory and gold.
People from the north.
Imagine how much a giant statue made of ivory and gold is worth today. Tens of millions of dollars.
A few of them are like
created by.
Oh hey, you're from the north as well.
Almost 40 feet high.
Because I don't have an obvious
by Greek
accent.
Geographer and traveler Pausanias and depicted on ancient coins. Zeus sitting on his
just
throne,
look at them like they're crazy.
Most recent sexual assault committed while in the form of a
people
swan
from the south are so nice here. They're so sweet.
Winged victory, big ass bird, or sometimes a half-naked one with wings.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I prefer that one.
I don't know where you're from, but no, we're
seriously
not.
Pronounced 8-pack abs made of ivory, while the robe and
like the southern hospitality is incredible.
Mythological scenes were made out of gold. Beneath it all, the statue is made out of wood. The statue wasn't entirely gold and ivory. Still, I bet probably hundreds, if not thousands, of pounds of gold alone on it. After the abolition of the Olympic Games, the statue was carried off to Constantinople, where it perished in a fire around 475 CE. On each side of the temple, there were opulent cultural decorations, part of an overall artistic movement at the time known as the Severe style. On the east side of the temple were sculptures depicting the chariot race between Pelops and Oenomaus, which was overseen by Zeus himself, according to legend. The west pediment depicted the battle of the Lapiths and Centaurs, arranged around the central figure of Apollo. There were 12 metopes, rectangular spaces with statues or paintings between architectural designs called triglyphs that depicted the labors of Zeus' most famous son, Hercules. Heard of him? I think Eddie Murphy. The temple was ultimately burned by order of Roman Emperor Theodosius II in 426 CE. Why? Well, Emperor Constantine the Great had made Christianity the official religion of Rome over a century earlier in 313 CE, and Emperor Theodosius II was sick of all the amazing historical structures, now considered filthy, heathen, pagan relics.
Now I hope you have a good stream, guys.
Badly damaged by the fire, the statue finally toppled down after earthquakes. The structure toppled down in 551, 552 CE. Excavations of the temple were initiated by the French in 1829, later completed by some Germans. Pieces of the sculptural decoration of the temple have been restored and are now on display in the Olympia Archaeological Museum located in Olympia, Greece. While the metopes, removed by the French
it's more
expedition of
complicated
1829
than that. One of the better warriors I know wants to head south to war against their own family. Although the circumstances upset me, I can't travel that far personally. Not under a war banner this time of year. It is unwise.
Under a video titled "The Temple of Zeus, Olympia: 7 Wonders of the Ancient World."
What do you mean by war banner? Why are we going to war?
Mythology. Landy A2C gives us all hope. Just because this place was destroyed 1,500 years ago, doesn't mean we can't still see it for ourselves. Go to war? No, we can't. We can still see it. How it looked in its heyday.
Why must we fight?
You just have to remember.
Why can't we just love and eat pot pie?
And he writes, memories can be saved in lightning condition.
Enjoy potato soup.
Can be expert because of memory RAM. You can remember all your experiences and knowledge that you have learned in past life, and hence you learned faster than others. So that's pretty cool. Just remember, you guys, you remember faster than others. Just focus on your past life memories.
Night, everybody. Thank you, Shy. You're too sweet.
If you're not able to do that, you're not trying hard enough.
Too sweet.
Landy can
sweet
do it. I
man.
think.
Sweet boy.
It's hard to understand what they were writing. Joseph Handebody believes that the temple was built to honor an alien. He writes, "Sorry, all gods are just aliens. If supernatural spiritual beings, why would there be records of fighting and death of the gods?" Another meat sack who has a hard time understanding ancient folklore. Maybe this person reads about the Trojan War as if it was a fucking documentary. Why do the gods die? I mean, it's written right there. The gods died. So they couldn't be gods. Gods can't be gods anymore, I guess. I don't know. This last comment has nothing to do with
my can of worms, guys.
It was left in the same comment section. And it's two. What the
if
fuck
it's
is going
not
on
your
here?
Can
Crazy.
of worms, it's not your can of worms.
Alexander,
I personally
writes,
I
majority
don't see
of
the
humanity
point.
was created on Earth,
Why
meaning
fight
not
when you could
from the spiritual realm,
enjoy
meaning not created with
delicious
real, eternal, and indestructible
chocolate
souls.
cream pie?
LOL. Majority of humanity was created after the demonic invasion. Majority of humanity was created by soulless cloning, gene splicing technology. Majority of humanity is not written in the book of life.
Or my
majority
favorite,
of humanity are not
Milo sweet
that
tea.
can't enter the spiritual realms. Majority of humanity
why be at war when you could be at true peace and harmony with the world?
From the spiritual realms, not created with eternal, indestructible, complete souls, and created by demonic soulless cloning technology. Billions of people are atheists because they sense subconsciously they are not eternal beings and cannot enter spiritual realms. Billions of people don't believe in reincarnation because majority of humanity lacks the ability to incarnate because they are not created with eternal, indestructible, complete souls. LOL.
When you can find nothing but harmony if you look
fire for eternity,
hard enough.
Caps, eternally deprived of everything except pain, suffering, torment, tortures, LOL. Good riddance. Holy shit. I wonder how many bodies are in Alexander's basement. The majority of humanity. LOL. I bet he's super fun to be around at family gatherings. LOL. I bet he's never held up a bunch of weird signs and yelled at strangers through a megaphone about the end times in a public space. LOL. Let's get out of here.
Idiots of the internet.
Now let's move out of Greece and into Turkey for our next two ancient wonders. First, the Temple of Artemis. Temple of Artemis at Ephesus is located at the western coast of Asia Minor near the town of Seljuk of modern-day Turkey. It was built in the 6th century BCE, over 2,500 years ago. So massive, roughly twice the size of the Greek temples, including the Parthenon. It was a must-stop on Greek tourists who listed kick-ass shit to see. It was destroyed and rebuilt many times over its existence. Today, only the foundations.
More lengthy explanation is necessary.
Of the site where once stood the greatest temple in the ancient Mediterranean, which is saying a lot. They had a lot of cool temples. Ephesus was a Greek colony on the eastern coast of Asia Minor, founded in the 8th century BCE, although there had been Greek settlers in the area from beginning around 1200 BCE. The Greek goddess Artemis, known as Diana to the Romans, was particularly important to the Ephesians. Artemis was the goddess of chastity, hunting, wild animals, forests, childbirth, and fertility. The goddess's cult at Ephesus included Eastern elements, which were basically lifted from goddesses such as Isis, Cybele, and the mistress of the animals. Interesting. Lucifina used to know Artemis. She thought she was a bit of a bummer, actually. Not a lot of fun. Bit of a goody two-shoes. She preferred the company of Aphrodite. Hail, Lucifina! According to Pliny the Elder in his natural history, the temple has its most massive measured. The temple, at its most massive, measured 425 feet in length and was 225 feet wide. Man, that is huge. Almost double the size of the 5th century BC Parthenon in Athens. Almost
like that.
A third longer than a football field and about 30% wider as well. It had 127 columns,
I don't
which were
know
60
what you mean
feet
by
fucking high
warring.
and 4 feet around.
Do you actually mean going to war?
If you're near a 6-story building, look at it for reference. When I was working on this initial part of the research, I looked out and there was a 4-story building across from the coffee shop. I was like, oh my God, that's pretty big. And then I was picturing 2 more stories. This ancient giant temple. It was gigantic, right? Man, those giants, those poor labor giants, must have had to work their giant asses off building that temple, throwing those big columns over their big ass giant shoulders. You know, probably not getting 15-minute breaks every 4 hours or something. The columns were arranged in a double row on all 4 sides, 8 or 9 on the short sides, 20 or 21 on the long sides. Those columns on the facades were decorated with relief figures from Greek mythology. The decorative frieze, the temple carried scenes involving Amazons who were in Greek mythology supposed to have sought shelter at Ephesus from Hercules. The temple's architrave blocks, the beams above the columns or doorways, are estimated to have weighed 24 tons each. Strong-ass giants carrying those other. And the feat of engineering that put them in place led to the Ephesians believing it was the work of Artemis herself that did it. According to Vitruvius, a Roman author, architect, and military engineer, in his writing on architecture, the cult statue of Artemis, which stood
I didn't have the
was
presence of mind to say this, but I will.
What a pain in the ass it must have been to make statues back then. Wood, marble, just whatever. With such rudimentary tools.
Vengeance won't bring your daughter back from the dead.
The foundations of the temple have received some attention, first by Pliny the Elder,
Vengeance won't bring their daughter back from the dead. That is a true statement.
Thus mitigating the effects of earthquakes. Pliny also notes the alternate layers of sheepskins and packed charcoal were used to provide the necessary stability to support the massive weight of the structures about to be built.
Will also not bring them back.
Excavations of the site in 1870
I don't know what vintage is necessarily, but most things don't bring things back to life.
Layers of marble chips and charcoal have also been
just a
discovered
common
in 20th
knowledge
century
right there.
But neither explanations have found evidence of sheepskins. Crazy how this thing was destroyed in the 4th century BC.
You
the temple was
didn't need to be an expert to know that.
Deliberately started by some asshole named Herostratus, who became one of history's most infamous arsonists. His whole goal was to be famous for committing this crime. His act prompted the creation of a law forbidding anyone to mention his name, orally or in writing. So protected this guy.
You're already smart enough to figure that one out.
Great Macedonian leader was born on the very same day that the Temple of Artemis burnt down, around July 21st, 356 BCE. Remembering that Artemis was the goddess of childbirth, Plutarch noted
some dark lines to all of this because it's in the middle of the night in a snowstorm.
Of Magnesia
Thanks, I needed that right.
He said it was no wonder that the temple of Artemis was destroyed.
You're welcome.
Since the goddess
You're
was
welcome.
Tending to the birth of Alexander. But those of the Magi, those of the Magi, who were then at Ephesus, interpreted the destruction of the temple as a sign of a far greater disaster. And they ran through the city, beating their faces and crying out that the day had brought forth a great scourge and calamity for Asia. How weird to think about. But I doubt he was just being colorful with his language, right? People were probably like running around, screaming, like smacking their face, just like panicking, complete and utter panic. That when the temple fell down, like they were all going to be just crushed by the gods. So afraid for so long. And then eventually they're like, oh, all right. I guess that temple falling down didn't have shit to do with shit. Sometimes things just fall down. I feel a little silly right now for running around screaming and slap myself in my face. A new temple would be rebuilt in the same spot, following the same design as the original, even better according to historian Strabo. Excavations, though, revealed the Hellenistic temple was slightly smaller than its predecessor, measuring some 344 by 180 feet, with columns 58 feet high. In addition, the new version was placed on a higher base to make the temple more imposing. Strabo also notes that Alexander visiting Ephesus in 334 BCE, offered to pay the expenses of the ongoing construction if his name appeared on an inscription on the finished temple. And then the Ephesians refused his offer, not because they were being cocky, because one unnamed man declared that it was not correct for one god to present gifts to another god, as in Alexander's a god. And instead, the Ephesians paid it for themselves by having a collection of the citizens'
They
personal
speak
jewelry.
in
I wonder what that guy was hoping to get from kissing Alexander's ass that way. Just putting Alexander's dick like that deep down into his throat. We can't have a god as you obviously are and give to another god. You're the same thing as the gods are. Pliny the Elder described the temple as the most wonderful monument of Grecian magnificence in his work, Natural History. Pausanias, the 2nd century CE Greek travel writer, in his description of Greece, described the size of the temple as surpassing all buildings among men. Ephesus continued to be an important city. Well into Roman times, was made capital of the Roman province of Asia after 129 BCE. Prosperity brought unwelcome attention, though, and the temple of Artemis was destroyed yet again, or at least plundered by a Germanic tribe known as the Goths. Heard of them? During their invasion of the Aegean area around 267 CE. Damn it, Goths! Damn pagan plunderers! Finally, after being rebuilt or restored a final time, a Christian mob, inspired by the decree of Roman Emperor Theodosius, against pagan practices in 393 CE, definitively destroyed the temple in 401 CE. Well, if it's not the pagans, it's a Christian.
I have been drawing and getting shit done for about fucking 4 hours. Fucking 4 hours. That time when a storm is not just a storm, it eats the horizon. Oh, damn. That sounds like a lot, man. It sounds like a lot, man. Not gonna lie to you, it sounds like a lot. Angle of this building, and literally McChungus Mungus is that I'm gonna draw this like this, and then I'm just gonna put it right here as a close-up. I'm gonna put it right here and then put it right there as a close. Thanks for listening and thanks for doing what you do. Oh, thank you. So who are we gonna raid, McChungus? Who are we gonna raid? Let's see who we got. We got Chalou, we got Nigmatism, we got Dazed Eyes. We got... Dazed Eyes is always a fun guy. Nigmatism is always a fun guy. So yeah, sorry. I don't know what you're sorry for. What are you sorry for? McChungus, what are you sorry for, man? I don't get why you're sorry. I'll be more quiet for a while. What? No, I'm literally raiding. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, McChungus. I'm tired. I've been going for 4 hours. What are you talking about? McChungus, I'm literally going to bed. What do you mean? Bro, I was saying that was deep while I was also like, man, my eyes are closing on their own. I wonder if I will fall asleep. Maybe I should raid someone. You have not done anything wrong, dude. You're good. Don't put yourself down. I don't like it when people put themselves down. But you're amazing, McChungus. Don't ever think that you're not. I don't like it when my friends put themselves down. It doesn't make me feel better. It makes me feel shitty and crappy. I'm gonna find you, and I'm gonna give you a hug, man. Don't put yourself down, dude. Yeah. All right, guys. Stay out of trouble, you guys. You know you're amazing. Stay awesome. Stay positive. Look, I got some stuff done. Half of this page is already done, and literally I just need to add a few more things. Like, in all honesty. Yeah! Everybody is lovely here. And so are you, you fucker. Take my compliment. You are a wonderful person. Don't put yourself down, or I'll find you and beat that shit out of you. I love you, McChungus Among Us. Stay awesome. Stay positive, man. Peace.